There we go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the ITAD Summit 2025 in Las Vegas. How's everyone feeling this morning? Everybody have a good time last night? Excellent. Well, the good news of day 2 is we turn the page on that and we get started for another wonderful day of great sessions, lots of wisdom to be shared throughout the day, in both this room and Renoir. We have 2 stages going for most of the day, starting at 11:15. And so I encourage you to check the agenda, make sure you're getting as many of those as you can. Of course, visiting our exhibitors in the exhibit hall, who have done just a really great job bringing all of their products and services to you. So make sure you check them out and share your appreciation for them coming out and supporting the industry. And then, of course, tonight, we hope to see everybody at the Sherry Rooftop over at the Paris for another night of networking and fun. And for the 50 people who managed to register before it sold out in like 2 hours, the poker tournament will happen tonight. So please join us for that as well. So with that, we're going to launch into what I think is going to be a pretty amazing panel. We talked with John early on about how he wanted to handle a Wednesday morning session, and one of the first things he said was, I think it'd be really interesting to get a variety of views about how our industry is seen by some of the other players and the other sectors within the circular economy chain. And so we are thankful, first of all, to John for helping put this together, but then, of course, to Jen Foxworthy from HP and Miranda Clark from Temu for joining us, representing, obviously, OEMs and the retailer side. So we sort of joked as we were getting ready for this that the only thing we're missing as a consumer, we should have picked somebody up off the street off Las Vegas Boulevard and put them up here and get their opinion on what we do as well. So one of the things that we recognize as we were putting this together is that we kind of need to understand circular economy, how it's viewed by each of the sectors, and what is success in that, right? There are so many ways we can define success, whether it's financially, whether it's on environmental impact. And so we're gonna, John drew the short straw, so he's gonna go first. I'm gonna pick on him first this morning. But we're gonna talk a little bit about how, each of your organizations define success within the circular economy, and maybe extrapolate a little bit to the best of your ability, how that might extend to your peers, right, as an ITAD OEM or retailer.
Yeah, thank you, Daryl, and thanks again for putting on such a important and wonderful conference, and it's just wonderful to be up here with Miranda and Jennifer. Jennifer and I had the honor to share the stage in Frankfurt a couple months back in June, and so this feels a little bit super comfortable as a repeat to that, but with a great and new, different, and diverse audience that we have today. With regards to circularity, remember when most of us started this journey in ITAD and the electronic industry as a whole, circularity wasn't part of the discussion 24 years ago. We started this journey at ERI 23 years ago. 23 years ago sounds like a long time, but just think about this. It was 5 years before there was an iPhone. iPhone came out in 2007. So, but circularity is definitely now part of our vernacular and a trend that is going to be a long-standing trend and one that doesn't go away. It's not just some fad. This is going to stay with us for decades to come. And the world is moving from linear economy to a circular one. That all being said, it's really great to be on the stage and share the stage with a wonderful OEM like HP, who won a big award last night, and they deserve that award. I think we should congratulate them for the award they won last night. And they've done it right, and a retailer, because this is the future. Back when we started in the industry in 2002, it was a finger-pointing exercise. Back then, everyone said, well, the technological revolution is upon us, And how are we going to now push back on the fastest growing solid waste stream in the world, which was electronic waste back in 2001, 2002, when we launched ERI? Well, the truth be known is the technological revolution has only accelerated. Electronic waste per se, as a whole, on a macro basis, has only grown in terms of its volumes and diversity. And here we are now. But the whole tone of the conversation has changed and shifted. Because as we've become a circular world and not a linear one, it's now no longer a finger-pointing exercise. It's a collaborative one. And the only great impacts and long-standing impacts that are going to be derived in now and in the future comes from meaningful and strategic collaborations. Collaborations with great companies like HP. Now, I'm just going to use HP as a biased but true example of what I mean. Back in 2010, when we started working with HP, their main focus then, and they were early in this, was how do we buy back plastic from ERI to put back into our new products, more specifically back then, copier machines. And they were very early and they led the way, which then led to many other OEMs following them. Then when it came to now, Jennifer's going to explain later about what they do exactly, but now the circularity has spread into the ITAD world. And so both on the material resource recovery side of the industry and the ITAD world, great OEMs are now leading the way, like HP, with regards to what they do and how they do it, and returning everything to the circular economy. That being said, collaboration and materiality are going to be the two pillars of where we go from here on out. Materiality meaning no longer just doing sustainable things for the sake of doing sustainable things, but doing sustainable actions that actually are material to the core mission of the given company or companies. And so the first thing that comes to mind is you can't, and I tell this to all young people who come work for us who have, bright eyes and bushy tails, you can't save the world unless you make a profit. So again, sticking on the line of materiality and the core business that HP is in, that ERI is in, that Temu is in, we have to make a profit first, and then we could exercise the actions that are necessary in terms of circular behavior and in great collaborations, both on the ITAD side and on the material resource recovery side.
You're not wrong, John. So when I think about where HP was, let's say 3-4 years ago, it was 100% focused on pulling in the recycled plastics and building products with recycled materials. And that was the focus, and that was circularity. Let's fast forward a bit and go 2 years ago, we started Renew Solutions. And so now we're in the market of not only growing the ITAD and our ITAD services, but also offering true second life devices. And that wasn't the focus, right, before. It wasn't, we're obviously very focused on creating products that'll now have a longer life and easier to refurbish, but that wasn't considered 5 years ago.
Well, but you led the way. My point is, you bookended the whole,
Yeah.
you've bookended circularity. You were the first to lead on material resource recovery with regards to plastic into new materials, and now you're leading the way in ITAD as well.
I like that you say that. I think we're leading the way in
You are.
ITAD. Oh, and I watched how our ITAD operations have grown so much over the course of just the last couple of years. We have an entire team that is focused on selling the service, offering the service end to end, having the best customer experience, working with the best partners globally. It's a focus for our team. And if you go back a few years ago, that wasn't what we focused on.
Well, Jen, the truth be known is Kevin Dillon, who's my partner, who's in the back of the room here, Kevin represents and handles for us the OEM side of the business. Mm-hmm. So we have about 80 OEMs under contract. When I say you're leading the way, I truly not only say it out of bias, but as a true compliment, is just like you stepped out on circularity with plastics, you've stepped out with HPE with regards to, and HP Renew with regards to what you're doing on the ITAD side. Again, the first one that we know of, and others are watching you.
I think there's a couple of them in the room. They're waving from across the room. And I think we're gonna continue to watch the ITAD world evolve. Right? There's going to be a continued evolution. If you think about where ITAD started, let's go back 20 years. It was, I'm gonna call somebody to come get my stuff that's sitting in a back room.
Right.
It's not just about recovering the product, it's what can we do with it? Someone's figured out that you can monetize with product that, whether you touch it or not, whether it's recycled materials or it's just wipe it down and reship it, but that's taken even another step, and our ITAD providers are becoming IT resellers. Now they're selling this product out to our customers. So truly going full circle.
Yeah, so Miranda, what is, Temu as a e-commerce platform, as a retailer, what does success look like for you guys in the circular economy as you participate, and get a stronger foothold in the ITAD space? What does that look like for you guys?
Well, actually, Daryl mentioned we are missing consumer here. But e-commerce and retailer, we are the front line with consumers, especially e-commerce, right? You probably cannot record traffic going to a Best Buy store, but you can definitely tell how many people visit your website, place the order, going through the shopping cart, click at different funnels, and then eventually place the order, the conversion rate, the click-through rate, all this e-commerce term, right? So we kind of have the data on hand. We kind of like see the consumer's demand. Taking Temu, for example, before we don't really sell any used products 2 years ago. Actually, recently, we opened up all many categories we opened up secondhand. Office equipment, sports, automotives, ITAD, computers, books, CDs. Because, the reason we do that is because as retailer, we start to see the trend of the consumer demands. We actually see very good sales on used products a lot of times compared to new products. Sometimes they may even sell more considered collectibles when you're looking at books or CDs, right? And back the time, eBay was more like a primary channel people go to buy that kind of stuff. But when e-commerce get into today's stage, data's a lot more organized, and then people are selling it professionally. We start to really setting standards on how to get a used product selling on Temu, and making sure consumers have a very good understanding of where they are getting. It's not just like a computer, a laptop. What exactly they're getting? What's the condition? There are scratch marks, things like that. So I think from the retailer standpoint, it's absolutely valuable to have that kind of data and for this industry to really understand the consumer's demand.
Great. So one of the things that's interesting about this panel is, it has the potential, if you don't bring the right people up to stage. We could have brought some different participants up here, put up some ropes around the outside of the stage here, and we could have turned it into a little bit of a entertainment boxing match, right? Some of the things we're going to talk about today, if not for the friendly relationship among the participants, could get very contentious, as we talk about it. And frankly, John, to your point about sort of the evolution over the last 10 or 15 years, these conversations couldn't have happened before because of the finger pointing, and because it was like, well, they don't care about us and we don't care about you, and we just you make our job difficult. Well, you don't handle our stuff properly, right? So, it's interesting that we can have this conversation now, and it's not a finger pointing conversation. It's a solutions based, very productive conversation. And now that I've said all that, I'm going to flip that script, and I'm going to ask about misalignments, right? So we've come a long way. Where are we still struggling as players, as sectors, within the circular economy and within circularity, to really bring everybody together to the table and take this from being successful to be continued to being like truly, a well-oiled machine and running the way we all, I think, envision it running in the future?
Well, he's talking to you first.
Listen, as you said, Daryl, at the top of the conversation, we're all consumers. Even the folks, us here sitting up here, and the folks in the crowd here, we're all consumers, and we all really enjoy the benefits that have happened in the technological revolution, how it's made our lives more interesting, more fun, more connected in so many ways. But the truth is, of the matter is that we can all, as stakeholders, from consumers to OEMs to retailers to ITAD providers, and everybody in the value chain, in the supply chain, we could all be better. The truth is, this is just the beginning. Daryl, although the industry is 23, 25, 30 years tops young, this is still the top of the second inning. And this is just the beginning. There'll be eventually 80 OEMs, 100 OEMs that follow what HP's doing, but we're not there yet. And retailers that follow what Miranda's company's doing, Temu's doing, but we're not there yet. And that's really where we're at. The collaborations the strategic collaborations have begun, and they're scaling. But we all have a stake in this. When you read the UN's, when Jen and I were at in Frankfurt speaking, we had a member of the UN was there and sharing recent statistics on electronic waste around the world. Only 22% of all electronics that are being used on the entire planet are being responsibly recycled, whether through material resource recovery or more specifically to this conference in an ITAD way, circularly. That means there's a 78% delta for all of us to chase together, collaboratively. What an opportunity. I mean, what an upside. And the trends in terms of cultural, geopolitical, and societal trends are the winds at our back. People want to be more circular. People want to drink cleaner water and breathe cleaner air and have a better environment and leave a better environment for their children and grandchildren. So the opportunity is massive, and the work has only begun.
I think if I think about how each one of our sectors obviously works a little bit different, but when we think about misalignment, it's that customer expectation. We don't have a global standard for, I'm going to just stick with PCs, but we don't have a global standard for PC grading. We don't have this is what an A grade is, this is what a B grade is, right? So setting that appropriate customer expectation. If we passed a bunch of PCs around in the room, everybody's going to have a different opinion. So when a consumer goes and buys something on Temu that has their own grading model and it's not represented appropriately, now we have a poor customer experience who then comes back to HP and says, well, why did I get this thing? So I think setting that, just having an alignment across just standards from a customer expectation perspective is going to be extremely important for us as this continues to grow.
Yeah, I agree with Jennifer 100%. That's the challenge. Even come down to e-commerce platform. Different platform has its own grading system. Different ITAD company provider, they have their grading solutions. And when products sold, and some people say, oh, why this sector has higher return rate? It's a lot of time because the quality of the products are not clearly communicated to the consumers. If you don't then different products are done different way, right? Each of the ITAD products is unique. And sometimes it's not like new ones. Like new ones, the specs are universal. They're really, you don't need to tell much. You don't even need to do a fancy picture. But actually in ITAD world, for used products, is extremely necessary, especially for e-commerce, when they can really see the product in person, that they buying based on faith. And that faith is not consistent across the channels. So to usually, what John and Jennifer mentioned, in the ideal world, it will be great if we have a standard can be followed through in different channels and communicated clearly, being recognized by consumers exactly the way we wanted to communicate.
Yeah, so let's sort of take this question another step, right? So we talked about, and in this case, the universal standard for grading, right? Which of course is a very collaborative. It's going to require collaboration across everybody, you know, because, and as we've seen, it's not easy, right? It's not like there haven't been attempts to come up with a universal grading system. You know, I can remember, you know, eScrap 6 or 7 years ago, there was a 2 or 3 hour, we'll call it a summit, where they brought everybody in, and it was like, okay, well, what do we do, and how do we make a universal grading system? And I think that conversation devolved into chaos in a matter of minutes. So, that's something that everybody's going to have to work together on. What are some other things that, we as a collection of industries, as a group of influencers in the space, can do to extract more value out of devices, working together to build customer confidence in used devices, things like that? Because I think at the end of the day, right, we're all here, we all have one, circular economy is great, environmental, impact is important, but we all have, a certain bottom line to answer to, right? So how do we extract more value out of these devices, and what can we do working together to make that happen?
So I think when I think about some of the challenges I think that we have is really the customer expectation is going to be a big one, because if the customer doesn't know or they receive a system, let's say they buy an OEM, an HP device from us or from a partner, and it's not what they expect, then they're not going to go and buy another one because they don't have the confidence in the product. So I think that's where standards start to come back into play. But when I start to think about how do we collaborate with others in the room, I think about like the circular supply chain starts to come to mind, simply because if we're harvesting parts and parts are tested adequately, properly validated, and then put back into the supply chain so that we can procure those parts and use them in another refurbished device, that's going to create more profit margin for all of us, because the parts are going to be less expensive than new. And candidly, new parts are hard to find on older devices, especially if I think about OEM parts, they're tough. They're even hard for us to find. So creating those opportunities where we're collaborating together for creating a circular supply chain to support our business models, I think is key. But we have to collaborate to do it. If we're not working together, I can't go work in a silo because I can't go do it by myself.
I totally agree with what just Jennifer mentioned. Absolutely, when you go down the supply chain, and if you can control from the very end on the components part, then talking about the quality, right, the end products is a way to think about that. And also, I think it needs to back up by data a lot of times. So, I mean, I'm not sure how many of people of ITAD are selling directly online. At least for Temu, right? If you are a seller, you have a store, in the back end, you can see all the data available to the products. What is really interesting, sometimes you'll find out you have a very high traffic, a lot of impressions, and nice click-through rate, but no orders. So there must be some part was not really communicated through when customer at the checkout, they decided not moving forward with that order. So if there are certain things in place that from the OEM, communicated with customers with quality control, so when customer in the shopping cart, they understand what they're getting, even they like the products and everything, they will make that purchase button and click say buy. That's what really this industry wants, like from OEM to ITAD to e-commerce, we kind of create a circle down to the consumer level.
Yeah, I agree, of course, with Jennifer and Miranda. And the other thing is transparency and warranties. The bottom line is the consumer at large will not feel comfortable buying used products unless the people standing behind them truly stand behind them in terms of if the product doesn't work the way the consumer wanted it to work, or if for some reason it breaks, there has to be a warranty associated with it. and an openness by both either the e-commerce platform or the OEM, and of course the ITAD company performing the work to stand behind the products themselves, which will then give the consumers more confidence to stop just only buying new, which in this country is really the mantra of new, more, bigger, better, and used being okay. I'll give myself as an example. These headphones here, or Bose headphones, and there happened to be an OEM client of ours as well. Now, I wear these when traveling, and I use these to make phone calls a lot during the day, and the latest version of these, everyone talking to me said they couldn't hear me speaking well. So I bought another pair, and I thought it was the pair that I was using, and on that new pair as well, they couldn't hear me speaking, until one of my employees said to me, hey, just go on Amazon, buy a used pair that's been refurbished with a warranty, and it has the old microphone that you like so much. And I did. The thing works perfectly. I never even thought to go buy a used product. One of my employees said, just go on Amazon. They have a whole bunch of them, and they're the old style that people could hear you better. They use the microphone system that works. And that's what's going to happen more. More and more of us, instead of just buying new, which is wonderful and fun, and this is the country that we live in, and we've been trained to be conspicuous consumers, are now going to feel more and more comfortable with e-commerce platforms like Temu, and also with HP and great OEMs like HP that are selling now used products that are backed by the people that are selling them, and it's going to be just as comfortable as buying new. And that's really how our industry is going to continue to grow in the years to come.
I think you're spot on, right? So if the experience for the consumer is similar with a Second Life device, it's similar to First Life, they should, in all reality, have the same confidence in the product. So looking at HP and how we're selling, certified refurbished devices, that's exactly what we're doing. The customer has the exact same experience. If it was a First Life device versus a Second Life device, we have all the same services are offered on the devices that HP is selling out to our customers. So it creates the dynamic that we can truly have a blended portfolio of new devices and refurbished devices in parallel through our, along with sustainability services that we can offer out to our customers.
Well, there's something for everyone then.
Yeah, exactly. When I think reuse, we have to, the circle has, there was only so many pieces in the pie chart, right, for the longest time, and now we're starting to add a couple new pieces. And reuse was always there, but then people were taking reuse and saying, well, reuse is recycling the plastic and putting it into new.
That's right.
But why isn't reuse refurbishing and redeploying? So it's evolving. It's continuing to evolve.
And continuing to educate as well.
Well, and education's key, because
right.
if we don't educate our customers,
That's right.
with some of it's expectation, right? We're going to set appropriate customer expectations, but we still have to continue to educate them on what they're going to get.
Right.
What does it mean to purchase a refurbished device or a reused device?
It's really interesting when we talk about that. I was just talking to someone yesterday with used printer. And I was told they could be sometimes sold more than the new ones. I would say, why? And it's hard to explain. They're saying that's because when some printer, they are used in the office or in a small business, right? And the owner and staff are so used to that device. They're familiar with every button. They know exactly how it's going to perform, and they already have some toners stocked up. Guess what? And then when that one's not working, stop functioning, they're probably not really open to get a new one, and they start over the functionality again. They'd rather just get exact replacement. And it works out like a charm for many business who don't want to adopt changes in some office devices in that space.
Miranda, when you said about 2 years ago you started selling more used devices on your platform, did that come from the top down because leadership saw other e-commerce platforms selling used devices with great success, or did that come from the bottom up, from your consumers and the people that use your platform asking for those new products, for those used products on your platform?
Actually clarified, 2 years ago we did not sell used products.
Okay.
But last year we really started, I think, HP has their authorized store on Temu, and then selling refurbished products. And then this year, we're really kind of opening up a lot of more categories, like something we talk about, like used automotive, like sports products and CDs and books. I see a lot of those opportunities opening up this year. It's truly because when we try one category and the sales is actually much more than we expected. The conversion rate is very promising. We see a lot more consumers interested in that section. And then to us is why not, right? It's obviously in demand. And we wanted to embrace the cannot change, embrace this opportunity to open up more use categories for seller with the, such inventory to directly selling to the consumers.
So you guys have all referenced data at some point, right, in our conversation, and the importance of kind of looking at data and understanding it. And one of the things that probably the most interesting conversation that came out of our prep call was on the topic of data, and we talked about how interesting the potential is, right, if we get together across the sector and start sharing data about devices, about consumer behavior. How do you guys see that evolving over time, right? What does that look like maybe in sort of the best case scenario? How does that happen? What are the things that you guys are going, I would really love to be getting more of this information either from, e-commerce or from the folks at ERI? What is it that would really make that kind of take us to the next level as a ecosystem?
I like to talk about the collaboration between us and an ITAD. Traditionally, OEMs were not really involved, right? We had our partners that would do ITAD and they kind of do their thing, and we just stayed out of the way. Once they got the device, we weren't concerned about. We're concerned about what they're going to do with it because we want them to be responsible, but that was kind of where it stopped. And now we look at it and say, well, we know what we want you to do with that device now. We want to get data about the device, so we're looking at it differently. And being able to take some of the test data, say from an ERI or another ITAD, and then report that information back to our product teams is now giving them new information about how a device truly performs in its 4th, 5th, 6th life, or 6th year of its life. So now we can go and design better products for longevity rather than being so focused on just the plastic pieces. Because it's not, it takes all the different players, right? It takes the software providers, it takes the manufacturers of the hardware to all talk. But some of that data we would not typically have. We don't have that information. And now we're seeing that data feed in from our partners, and we're starting to make more educated decisions about how do we design a product, or how do we work with our component manufacturers to make better decisions for a longer life device.
Well, I think absolutely. That's the reason that we invite more ITAD people to sell directly on e-commerce platform like Temu, right? Temu's model, according to SimilarWeb, 83% of our traffic coming from mobile. So we are essentially a different kind of shopping experience for consumers. Traditionally, you're talking about Amazon, you talk about eBay's website shopping, keyword shopping, and Temu's shopping models more like discovery shopping. Given the fast growth we have experienced the last several years, obviously this shopping experience really, is great for consumers. And in the e-commerce world, there's something called A/B testing. So what does A/B testing mean, right? So how to really understand consumers' shopping behavior, how to understand this is something for, I think good thing about e-commerce platform is if you get your stores selling, you get your products inventory online, that data is becoming available to you, at least for Temu, right? Then really can test out if for mobile shopping, if I put a video there, if my image is very communicative, will that help improve the overall traffic? Do I see a better conversion rate? If I have certain descriptions, I make it more organized and more clarified on specific information, would that be something for help me from ITAD, what kind of products customer are actually looking for, what kind of information is they kind of want to make the final purchase decision, and same for OEM. And they can see exactly the volume, the demand in the market for that kind of products. So I would say we are kind of an open data pool on certain level down to the traffic side for OEM and for ITAD to tap in understanding consumers' perspective like more directly without really going on the street and interviewing people. Hey, what are you looking for on a second-hand laptop, things like that.
Plain and simple, the more data we are able to collect and share transparently with our partners, the more successful we are. So the idea is collection of data, management of it appropriately, parsing it appropriately, and then sharing it back with our clients and potential clients, and that just continues to drive successful collaborations.
John, talk a little bit about the importance of data to our customers, right? Chain of custody, data erasure, proof of data destruction, things like that. Talk about how that's communicated.
Yeah, that's a great question, Jennifer. And the bottom line is that, cybersecurity wasn't a word when we all started in this journey in ITAD or recycling or whatever you want to really call the successful and responsible handling of electronics in their second or third life. The bottom line is, though, now nobody wants their personal information in the wrong people's hands. So making sure you're able to not only track each device and appropriately destroy the data on that device without destroying the value of that device is absolutely paramount to the success of responsible ITAD, profitable ITAD sales and business. So that data is important on every level, Jennifer.
I think that the interesting next step of that, right, John, is, for the consumer, and tying this back to the e-commerce platforms, right?
Right.
The consumer, when they're purchasing the refurbished laptop or the refurbished device, there's not a lot of, they're not looking at, they're to the points that Miranda made earlier, they're looking at the picture, the description. They're not, for the most part, at least this is how I approach it, right? When I'm looking, they're not looking at, oh, it was refurbished by XYZ company and in this place, that's who put it up here. I'm going to go back and I'm going to figure out who it is, right? And so some of this is developing trust in the system, right? And we do have certifications out there, right? There are, R2, E-Stewards, RIOS, ISOs, right? All of that. How do we do a better job of conveying all of the messages that you just talked about the security of the devices, about ensuring that when you get that device, you're not going to get, pictures of my kids like still on the device. How do we make sure the consumer has all of this, and also then strengthen your company individually, strengthen the industry as a whole, and, help companies like the OEMs like HP, and the others that are out there, from having a tarnished reputation as a result of all of that?
It comes down to two words, both transparency and trust. And also, really, third word, education. So go back to education. We got to educate people that it's safe to go in the water. It's safe to buy these headphones because if they don't work, Amazon will take them back, and they're going to push them back on the folks that recycled these and sold these with a warranty. Once that's done, then it comes down to the folks that are standing behind their work. Myself, when I stand behind the work, Jennifer, when HP stands behind their work, and Timu, when Miranda's company stands behind their work. When that trust is built through education and through practice, then we're going to be able to scale what we've started. Like I said, this is only the top of the second inning. There's so much further we can go here. And then there's a world of folks that are going to realize the secondary and tertiary markets are absolutely legitimate and credible, and we should all enjoy and leverage those opportunities, because who doesn't want to save money? Who doesn't want to, there's no reason to toss these things out when they all have a second and third life in them. But it just comes down to education, transparency, and building trust in this whole system. And that comes back from just more messaging and the collaborative forces, e-commerce, OEMs, ITAD, saying, we're working together, we all stand behind our work, and you should take advantage of these opportunities that we're putting out there for you.
I think building customer trust, there are some really great certifications out there, but there's some others that we'll just say aren't so great. So I think alignment across these different certifications so that there's a lot of crossover, right? So how do you marry a few of those up to have, okay, every ITAD needs to have this and this, or what does that look like? Because then that it's not so much, it's educating the customer base about these are what these certifications provide, so that you are confirming the trust, right? On behalf of the customer, you can say, hey, look, they have this. I don't want to call any specific ones out, but they have this specific certification. That means that it means this thing to us. Therefore, you should have some trust in that. I think that's super important.
So, John, to your point about messaging, right? So, obviously, there's a big gap to fill. You talked about, we all love the unboxing experience, right? We want to buy it fresh and new from the store, and it's always a little shinier when we see when we know it was new, right? You can polish it till you're blue in the face, but if it's refurbished, you still know it's refurbished, right? So there is a huge gap there on the messaging front, right? Jen, this question, so to your question, to your experience, right, and the HP model, right? You guys have a little bit of a tension, right, between First Life and Second Life, where there's obviously a strong motivation in continuing to develop that new purchaser, right? But also now recognizing the importance of a circular economy and the environmental impact and things like that. How do you guys look at that? How do you deal with it? How do you message that? And how can ITADs and the ITAD industry work with you in accomplishing those goals?
That's really hard. I'm not going to lie, that's really hard. If I think about some of the challenges that we deal with kind of daily, I think some of it is definitely perception, right? When you think about our sellers are saying, well, you're going to cannibalize First Life sales. There's been a ton of studies on that. That's not true. Your buyer that's looking for a refurbished device is not always the same buyer that's going to buy a new device. But there's also this opportunity to blend them both together. But I think collaborating with our product teams to say, this is how we're doing this together. I wish that would happen more, because I think sometimes we find ourselves even competing on price between First Life and Second Life, which is really hard. It's like, well, how do you go do this, great opportunity with someone when it's a $10 difference to go buy the new one? So why am I going to buy the refurbished one? So there's some value there that has to be kind of worked out between both First Life and Second Life, and that collaboration, just internally is important, because we don't always see it. So that it's certainly a challenge. And I go back to some of the grading and some of an A to this person's not an A to the next person. But oftentimes we have so much product out into the market that there's this race to the bottom. So we just drive prices down even farther. So then when an OEM comes to play, it's like, well, it's tough for us to even compete, just because the market's only getting bigger. So it's really around differentiation, I think.
And so, again, kind of running this down the line, right? So for years, we've heard electronics recyclers, ITADs, kind of quietly grumbling under their breath, the OEMs. When they put this stuff together, they don't think about end of life. They don't care what we have to do with it. They don't care that when they glue that battery in using this specific adhesive, all they've done is created a nightmare scenario where we can't actually refurbish this device because we can't change the battery. Right? That whole conversation, we've all had that conversation. It's happened at previous ITAD summits. It may happen here. I don't know. If it does, we should have a more positive conversation about how we can collaborate and fix that problem. But, I think there's an interesting component to you talk about internally having this conversation. And I know, in previous years, I've been at CES here in Las Vegas where we've had, the opportunity to sit down with a number of manufacturers and OEMs and say, okay, how do we get recyclers and OEMs and the product development teams talking and working together? What do you see for that development, right, in our space in the future? How do we get to a point where that's part of that's further up the list of concerns, right? I think it's always been there, like what happens at end of life, but I think it's down there after you know, how much garlic are we putting on the garlic bread tomorrow for dinner, right? It hasn't been a priority. How do we make it a priority? And what can we do to work together and make that?
Well, I think it's a couple of things, Daryl. You make a great point, but the bottom line is when these companies started, when Steve Jobs went out to create the iPhone, he wasn't thinking, I'm going to destroy the planet, I'm going to hurt the environment, the technological revolution. These things are going to end up in rivers and lakes and stuff when they come to their end of life. That wasn't. He was just thinking of making really cool products that the consumer's going to want, that's going to make their lives more interconnected and more fun and interesting. And he did that, and he did that in spades. And this goes for every OEM. When Samsung and LG launched, they had their eyes on let's beat Panasonic and Sony, then the two leaders on the planet. So again, it's not a finger-pointing exercise, but it's just a natural evolution of an industry in that once we knew this problem was upon us, OEMs were responding to my children and grandchildren's generation who are now voting with their pocketbooks that say, we want to buy more responsibly. We want to buy products that are made that are more circular in nature and not linear in nature. And therefore, OEMs have now created design for sustainability teams that didn't exist in 2002 and 2003. And those teams asked ITAD companies like us and material resource recovery companies like us for access to our facilities, which we're happy to give them. And they come in and do studies on how things get recycled. So every OEM that we work with have dedicated teams. Some are working with a greater sense of urgency than others, but that's just the competitive capitalist marketplace that exists. And some are not. But the bottom line are those who are leaning in are creating greener products, and they're seeing their consumers respond to that. And that's part of the natural evolution of this industry. Secondarily, when we talk about the ITAD industry being the used marketplace, let's just call it back to its real vernacular. The bottom line is, look at the automotive industry. New was always fun and always funner. But how huge, how multi-billion dollar successful is the used car market here in the United States and around the world? It's huge. We're going to follow that industry. It's just a maturation issue. And like I said, we're in the top of the second inning, but it's coming. And the more we all lean into collaborative and strategic collaborations, the faster it's going to grow and mature.
John, every time you reference the top of the second inning, all I can think is that my Guardians have already struck out 7 times. So, all right. So, what does an ideal partnership look like across your 3 sort of spaces within the circular economy? And if I can ask you to sort of humor us with either a great success story or the opposite of that, right? Your example of how not to make that work. I think it's interesting for everybody in the room to think about what is the best way we can move this forward. How do we make this work, and what should that relationship, or what could that relationship look like? For
me, it's collaboration with innovation. So for me to be able to sit in a room or get on a call with a partner and collaborate together or innovate on a challenge that we're having, to have not only the circular outcome, but revenue generation for both of us, an end customer that's very happy with the product that they're receiving. But that wouldn't have happened if we didn't sit and talk about it. If we didn't talk about the challenge, we didn't say, hey, this is the device you're going to be getting. What can we do with that? How can we monetize together to, whether it's recovery for a business, whether it's getting additional product into licensees' hands, getting it out onto the marketplaces, but working together to do that. You need all 3 parties to be talking together. I can't go talk to my retailer in one conversation and then separately talk to my ITAD, who may not be the same person that's refurbishing the product. Most of the time they are, but they're not always. But if we're not all talking together, it's impossible to have. It's not partnership anymore.
It's transactional.
It's 100% transactional. Yeah, absolutely.
And I think we've seen remarkable evolution in our industry over the even handful of years between just buying, selling, moving devices. And look, the partnership panel yesterday that Kevin was on and Karen Vetter was part of, and some others, it really has become sort of the common thread in the industry right now is that we're moving from that transactional, hey, but I need material, right, to I need partners.
100%, and it can't always just be about SLAs. SLAs are important, right? That piece is there, but it truly is that collaboration and the willingness to take a little risk, make the investment to do something super cool together. And it takes a village, but it's absolutely possible.
Miranda, I want to hear your thoughts, but amen to Jennifer. I think Jennifer's spot on. What do you think?
I think it's very challenging because right now it's really down to what consumers looking for, right? Like, talk about iPhone or Apple products is what I think it just make everybody happy to a point. Consumers want first-hand iPhone, they want second-hand iPhone, and OEM, they develop this product and make it like, promote it, this whole concept, everything. And then there's a whole ITAD industry behind it to like refurbish the phone, put it back to the market and sell to the consumers. So I think it's like down to the bottom, because when John mentioned there's 20% of the electronics really get recycled, is because there's a value to recycle them. And when, when consumer out there looking for value, they want to refurbish products not for any $100 like laptop out there. They want a quality stuff. They want iPhone. They want like HP Elite books. They want like these things that already like developed with like innovation, with like a good quality, and that's where they're willing to buy secondhand at a discount, right? That's the consumer mindset. And then really, if the product's innovation stops, when the people started competing on the price point, when you're looking at the products, you just try to sell to the consumer at $200, and then they probably not really interested in buy that for like $50 in the refurbished market. And what's the business out there for ITAD, right? And then for e-commerce, we don't really see like turnover for the products, which is what retailer care about. So I think down to the top is like OEM continue to make innovations on product offerings. So then there's ITAD industry following the OEM standard with like full communication on what is going on, what is happening, how to standardize the part repair, how to make sure the data the transmission is happening. And then down to retailer love this, right? Retailer want to sell good products, and then we can feedback those information back to ITAD and OEM. So that creates like a harmony. But still, the innovation has to happen for you have a quality products out there that everybody wants, and they want to pay lower because it's secondhand, right?
What Miranda and Jennifer said is absolutely true when it comes to collaboration. But the bottom line about collaboration, Daryl, is people. And as we've become more and more isolated pre-COVID because of technology, post-COVID, the world has accelerated more in terms of isolation with the rise of Teams and the rise of Zoom and in the post-COVID world that we live in. So to Jennifer's point, collaboration between OEMs, ITAD companies, retailers, both online retailers and offline retailers, is critical to the future. That being said, building personal relationships with your collaborators is absolutely important. The transactional world that we used to live in is going to be superseded by the personal relationship world that we're moving towards. And more with AI and the ability to create deep fakes and things that may or may not be true is going to create more and more the need for in-person relationships that go far beyond transactional and become actually personal and strategic and create collaborations that are for the long term and are the most impactful. And that's really where this industry is going. That's how we've built ERI personally, all on personal relationships and showing up and doing the work that we promised to do, but showing up and building personal relationships with everybody we collaborate with. We're just not interested in transactional relationships at all anymore.
So do you see that as the fourth inning, right? So we'll kind of wrap up with this, right?
Yeah.
What is what does the fourth inning of ITAD look like, right? What is the next evolution of ITAD? Where are we going, and what do you see coming down the line? And then we'll open it up for questions.
I'm gonna let you continue because it's the fourth inning. I'm not good with baseball, so I'm gonna let you take it first.
It's just going to, the rise of HP's success in this sector, in the ITAD sector, obviously one of the greatest iconic brands when it comes to first use OEM products. They literally were the creators of innovation in Silicon Valley out of the proverbial garage. But what they're doing now in ITAD is also really leading the marketplace. And that's going to inspire other OEMs to do the same. What Miranda's doing with her brand, Temu is similarly. There's going to be more and more online platforms focusing on the secondary markets, and there's going to be more and more ITAD companies like us, ERI, that not only focus on personal relationships and strategic collaborations, but also not forgetting the material resource recovery side, which differentiates us and our innovation with regards to AI and robotics, so we are able to deliver better and more transparent data to our partners, both on the retail side and on the OEM side, who are desperate for that data so they can make better decisions.
Do you think that, well, when I look at the ITAD world, right, how it's evolved so much over the last several years, I feel like we're going to really see more of our ITAD players not just become IT resellers, but invest more in the actual refurbishment, like true refurbishment of a device.
100%.
Rather than, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings about the broker market right now, but I would like to see less sold into the broker market simply because we're trying to protect a brand, we're trying to improve customer expectations and customer experience, elevate refurbishment.
Absolutely.
Right. So when I think about where do fourth inning reference, but when I see where it's going to go, where do we see it going? I truly see that refurbishment is going to play more of a part of ITAD than it has in the past, right? For years, you talk to an ITAD company, it's all about bringing it, it's the take back, it's bringing in the product. It's not what they do with it after. And now we're very focused on not just the material recovery, but what happens to those devices, whose hands do they end up in? We have donation programs. There's so many opportunities that can come from the evolution.
I agree. I think you're absolutely right. Miranda, what do you think?
I think that is definitely true. When Jennifer mentioned about broker, I think that one of the strategy back at the time, people would like to sell in bulk volume, right? And we just have the ITAD service done and then get rid of the inventories. We have the the capital comes back as a definitely a comfortable business. But eventually it gets to the point that there's two things involving. One is like quality control. When when they get inventory, this most likely ends up online anyway. But then they probably get it from a different source with different ITAD strategy, different technologies adopt, and there are different qualities selling probably identical products, right? You got 100 elite books selling there, and they claim same excellent conditions from probably 10 different vendors. The quality, unfortunately, is not the same. And also the profitability part, like really, it is becoming a trend, at least from my witness, like more and more people directly getting into D2C, selling to the consumers, better quality control, build a good reputation about themselves, and also same time, when we recognize certified refurbished like HP, when they are certified refurbished inventories, then we can have them recognized as refurbished batch. This is definitely a collaboration effort between retailers and brands to identify that the quality of the products and recognizing those ITAD service done to do a better quality control.
Great. So I've now asked all the questions. I'm going to turn it over to you guys to get your questions out. Is there anyone? John's got a microphone in the back here. There's one over here.
Hello. Really interesting. Thank you very much. So coming from Europe, the development of the digital product passport, is that a way of the consumer, the ITAD, the recycler, getting more of that information that you were talking about? And then just a second cheeky question, do you think that these large online platforms devalue your brand, depending on their reputation, of course?
Which one do I take first? So the digital passport it's going to continue to play a large part, right? I think about Carfax, right? Used cars, and what a value that's been, in the U.S. When we buy a used car, we get all the information about where it's been, and it's not any personal identifiable information, but if it's been in an accident, if it's what parts have been replaced, things that are important. And I think applying that methodology to PCs is going to only build trust in the secondary market, right? So when we're buying a second life or even third life device, having understanding of where it's been or where it spent its time, I think will build trust. As far as product being on marketplaces, matter of fact, Miranda mentioned it. Having things like a badge that actually says this is a certified refurbished device, that has to be approved, right?
Sorry, Jennifer, but you did say earlier on, which badge? There's so many badges.
So I'll speak to the HP specific one. So we have an HP certified refurbished licensing badging. That's one. And then in order to get like the HP seller brand on, say, eBay or on Amazon Renewed, that all has to it's all permission from HP. So that relationship is with HP. HP gives the permission to the marketplace, and then the seller is allowed to display that. There's also ways to build up call them online stores, right, where multiple vendors can put the same information or same products onto, say, an HP certified refurbished store is another example. But again, it's all permission. It's all permission based. So someone that's selling on, the idea being that someone is selling something on like eBay with a certified refurbished branding, technically they are supposed to have permission to do so. And we do police it. I spend more time than I want to looking at certified refurbished listings.
Yeah, so the authorization letter need to be from HP in order for them to claim their products are refurbished. At least speaking for Temu, that's how platform like us recognizing brands like quality as a certified refurbished.
Well, it's collaboration with the marketplaces, right? I mean, I have regular communications with many marketplaces that we build up to support this and support our partners.
Right up here in the second row, we got another question.
This may either be a difficult question or a can of worms, but what are your thoughts so far on the role that AI can play in the next few years for your industry?
Can I start and then I'll pass over to you, John? I think AI is going to play an important role, especially when it comes to grading. It's so subjective that when you start to put AI around it, we create a definition that sets the appropriate customer expectation, and I don't have a human deciding whether it meets those requirements or not. So I personally think it's going to play an important role long term. I think there's some pretty cool players in the market that are doing this, but I think we obviously have to adopt it. So it's not, if one company adopts it, doesn't necessarily make it the Bible. So we have to adopt it it goes back to the collaboration and innovation of the industry. We have to do it together, but AI is going to play a very important role.
AI is critical, and we're using it right now in our coding department with our software engineers, in our legal department, and AI and robotics in our factories. We've invested more than any company we know in our industry for AI and robotics, both on the material resource recovery and on the ITAD side. But again, you can't focus on AI in lieu of the people part of our industry. And again, I can't overemphasize the importance for personal relationships that create long-standing value for both the brands that are interrelating and also for making the biggest and the best impacts. But AI is definitely going to play a role, and we're putting it in every division that we can and leveraging it. But it's, like I said, it's not in lieu of the people part of our business. Both the people that you surround yourself with in terms of the company that you grow, but also the relationships that you create outside of your own company?
I mean, if we're talking about AI, I mean, essentially it could be translated into algorithm. Looking at all these big tech giants nowadays, regardless they're doing a robot, you're looking at Google. Another day I was just told that when you do Google shopping, apparently based on different people's shopping behavior, they show you different price. It's just kind of scary. That's how they think, oh, you're willing to pay $20 because you're pretty desperate, right? But I think that's what is really AI coming to play in the technology. When customer looking on the platform, the moment they start to make a search, right away, their shopping behavior, what they click on a certain item, how long they stay on that item, what they're looking on, if they're looking for clothes, maybe they're interested in fashion, maybe they're interested in shoes, maybe they shop for babies, maybe probably need all kind of baby items. And that is really, AI is perfecting that shopping experience for consumer when they get into a platform. But on the seller end, when we are talking about, what John mentioned as relationship, because eventually that we still wanted to create as good experience for seller to sell on the platform, to understand the data, to know exactly how to connect with the consumer in the right way, how to handle issues. And that's all come from relationship. You can't just build it like, you never get to talk to someone, they just send you a letter and tell you what's happening. But that's not really the good experience, regardless, coming to the B2B side. So I think that, for certain part, AI is definitely helping a business to optimize the experience, but also the personal relationship is still a very valuable thing in the industry, especially coming down to the collaboration in different, the OEM and ITAD.
Outstanding. Any other questions? All right. Well, we're going to give you back about 5 minutes this morning to go out and maybe grab something to drink, take a moment, stretch a little bit, and come back in here for the next round of sessions. So I want to thank Jennifer and Miranda for joining us, and John for bringing his leadership to this panel. If everybody give these guys a round of applause, because I think they open the veil a little bit for everybody to kind of see what they're doing. And thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you all for coming. The panel presentation today will be data sanitization in enterprise environments, how to mitigate risk and promote reuse. We have a fantastic panel group today. I'm going to have them introduce themselves, starting with Sunil.
Good morning. Sunil Chandna. I'm co-founder of and CEO of BitRaiser. We make software for secure data sanitization, device diagnostics, and secure drive erasure verification. The background is for about over 3 decades, we've been doing data recovery, and that's right opposite of data erasure. That means losing data, not having backups, and what do I do? So we offer data recovery as a service and also data recovery software. And with that expertise, we built our erasure product line to permanently erase data and give confidence so that there's no data breach. Thank you.
Fantastic. Maurice?
Everyone, my name is Maurice Suinema. I'm the general manager for the Americas at Blanco. We provide the tool and platform that allows you to diagnose devices and erase your data securely. I've been with the business about 3 years. Most of my background includes military service in the not so technical side, as well as IT services and cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is now the preponderance of my professional background. It includes time as vice president at the Center for Internet Security, which is an independent nonprofit that maintains standards for organizations to improve and mature their cybersecurity posture. So I mention that because we have many individuals here who have been in this ITAD industry for a long time, and certainly privileged to be a part of the discussion. I look forward to hopefully contributing some perspectives from the standpoint of your customers, right? The enterprises that are concerned about their data, that are responsible for ensuring the proper disposal of their data at the end of life of the assets that you process and we help support.
Fantastic. Brendan?
Brendan O'Byrne. I am the Senior Vice President of Enterprise and Data Center Services at Guardian. I have 35 years in the ITAD industry. I have a tough time saying that, 35 years. It's been a while. 10 years at Guardian, instrumental in bringing the data center and enterprise services up from the ground up. If you're not familiar with Guardian, we're an on-site services organization that is a channel partner. We don't go direct to anybody, but we are partners with almost all of the ITADs that are present today.
And my name is Roger Gagnon. I will be the moderator and co-panelist with my fellow panelists. I'm CEO of Extreme Protocol Solutions. We are an enterprise data erasure company that provides hardware and software-based solutions, as well as remote erasure as a service solutions. I have been a storage engineer since 1993, working at EMC Corporation and Digital before it became Hewlett-Packard. And my entire life was nothing but enterprise until we started doing refurbishment software for laptops, desktops, and so on. So let's kick it off. The idea of this panel is to essentially empower ITADs with the kinds of problems, questions that enterprises are going to face, whether they're hyperscalers, large data centers, large corporations, hospitals, whatever you're dealing with that has data centers, and of course workers with equipment spread out all over. So the first part we're going to talk about is the why. Obviously, any ITAD that's ever approached anyone in a data center environment has run into, we only shred. So how do you get around that? So Sunil, why don't we start talking about the security benefits of doing data sanitization in general?
Yeah, thank you, Roger. First of all, shredding, it does the same job. It takes care of the data. There's no data left, but the problems definitely are there. First of all, the erasure audit records that you get are manual, not automated. When you do software-based erasure, not only get reuse of devices, but the erasure process is verifiable, automated, and it creates immutable audit trails. And that's the most important thing that the customer is worried about. And that education can help a customer switch from his current mindset of shredding to reusing and erasing.
Maurice?
Yeah, I think it's important for us to think about kind of why is this topic relevant for all of us. And if we assume that many or most of you are ITADs, servicing enterprise customers, we need to ensure that we are helping them address their security needs, in addition to some of the financial benefits and sustainability benefits that we'll certainly delve into in this conversation. But being able to instill that trust and confidence, and to underscore Sunil's point and to make a few others, being able to provide reliable, trusted, scalable, automated processes, right, that can give them confidence that their data, because it's their data, is permanently gone, reduces the risk of leakage and breach during scenarios that are tied to the end-of-life processing in the ITAD motion, such as transport of devices, right? Some of these devices may have some security measures on them, like data encryption, but we know, and we can certainly provide some very unsettling examples, if an interested malicious third party were to get physical hold of the device, they have more options for hacking it, even when the data is encrypted. For example, BitLocker is the primary means of, has been, of physical means of protecting data on Microsoft devices. And it was, I think a couple years ago, there was a video that went viral of somebody who was able to actually access the plain text decryption codes on what's called the trusted processing module on that device, just by accessing it physically and pulling it off. Now, of course, Microsoft has since patched that problem, but it just underscores the fact that there are risks in the chain of custody. There are some risks in the shredding process because of the density of storage media and so forth. So hopefully in this conversation you think beyond, obviously meeting certifications yourselves is very important, and data security is a part of that, but we have to help our shared customers meet theirs.
Brendan?
Jumping over to the financial benefits, I think this is important. At least, we do on-site data erasure, different than the software manufacturers. We're on-site performing the services for the ITADs and the end users. And I find that most of the ITADs kind of shy away from it, and I think it's more because they feel it's complex. But I want to let you know that it's worth going down the road in the understanding. At Data Center World a couple months ago, a statistic stayed with me. It said 98% of data center space in the United States is accounted for. I talked to another data center that's building data centers currently, and every data center that they have planned, not even started, is the leases are booked. There's a significant amount of supply out there. And when in ITADs, I know, being in the ITADs a good portion of my career, the revenue stream for remarketing is significant. But you have your normal channels these days, your desktops, laptops, mobile devices that seem to be in abundance, and they're thin razor margins. You're competing against each other. In data centers, although we see a lot of it, there's so much that's untapped. It's worth to go down this. There's a lot of supply, there's a lot of secondary demand, and from an erasure standpoint, the drives have significant value, and when you pair that with the individual assets themselves, you have a new revenue stream that has higher margins, and you're not fighting as much in the marketplace for it. So it is worth getting an understanding of it, and you have a handful of subject matter experts that are always behind you. If you just come to the surface level of understanding, you have a whole bunch of people that are willing and helpful to get you to the next level to get this going.
Yeah, often the barrier to entering enterprise environments like data centers is, as Brendan said, a natural fear of the unknown. You don't necessarily know what you're walking into, because data centers aren't all one model brand of anything. They're a complete, dynamic, complex subset of hundreds sometimes of different vendors and products and models and versions, and everything behaves differently, so it can definitely be daunting. But to Brendan's point, when you get to unlock that additional revenue stream, the volume that you get to deal with data centers is tremendous. And what we're going to be talking about next is, how do we build trust with these vendors? Or with these data centers, with their security teams? How do we ensure that what we say we're going to do, we do, and we do it absolutely, and we can prove it, and everything is exactly what they want, so that they allow you to come in and perform the erasure and stop putting up the barrier of shred only. So, one of the things that, we educate, we're an on-site service provider as well, in addition to being a solution provider. The client on is know what you have. And one of the great, interesting dynamics of dealing with all these different data centers that we deal with is half the people don't know what they have at all. They don't know where it's located. They don't know what it consists of. They don't know how many drives, what size. It's incredible how little information they really have. We'll start off with Brendan, our Guardian service provider here.
And it's unbelievable even in data center decommissioning with assets themselves, but I find it worse when it comes to the assets in data centers that they want to erase. The amount of information that comes back to us from the end users or from the channel partners is insignificant. It's not enough. So we need to be able to go back to them and say, this is the information we need. It's not unlike data center decommissioning, which seems to be much more usable for people, but it's the same thing in data erasure. There's a litany of questions that are pertinent to be able to have a successful on-site engagement. I will say this, in 10 years of data center services and decommissions, there's not one, because they're always powered down off the network, there's not one data center decommission that I haven't been able to accomplish. And we've done some very complicated decommissions straight through the infrastructure. But if you're not prepared for erasure, you can get on site very easily and not be able to attain the goal, which is to perform the wiping services. So it's very important that on-site audit for the end user, we're talking about this in the next panel that I'm on, is to get your customers to do, it would be the white elephant is to get them to audit it at inception and to continue the audit way through, so when you ask them for the information, they have it. Does that always happen? No. So let's give them a questionnaire that includes, what's your wiping standard? What's the make and model of the device? How many drives are in there? What are the sizes of the drives? What are the connectors that our teams are going to be able to connect to? Is this a USB solution that we can do a USB boot, almost like a desktop laptop environment? All of these questions, not only do they help us have a successful engagement, but they are going to show to the end user that you know what you're talking about, and you're going to be able to guide them through this process easily.
Maurice, anything to add?
Yeah, the only thing I would add is, in addition to the operational necessity and benefits of having a very accurate and thorough inventory of assets, is it's also a security control. So I referenced earlier the Center for Internet Security. The main standard that CIS publishes is the critical security controls, and it's established as a set of prioritized actions that an enterprise can take to secure themselves. And every year or two, the list is updated based on input from SMEs, from government, industry, academia, and real-world reach data. And so the controls move around, but the top two have been now for 15, 20 years running, accurate inventory of your hardware and software assets, right? So it's important for security as well.
Sunil, anything to add?
I think Brendan covered almost all of it, but I also probably would like to add that, many times when you run into customers, you ask the right questions, but they don't have the right answers. And it's good to always be a bit consultative and say, if you don't know, maybe I suggest you do NIST purge, And those ideas help better in decision making, because sometimes if I don't know the answers, I go quiet and maybe I go to a shell and then I want to move to the next vendor. So you should always maybe reach out with the default answers, and that could help in the decision making. And so a bit of a study on if the device matrix is SMR drives, SSDs, you probably already need to go with a default plan and a matrix and say, this is how you should go about it. And if you are not ready, maybe go to any of your partners, your data erasure partners, and they would probably be able to guide you with what are the best practices. And that would, give you one leg ahead and get the conversation going.
Okay, Brendan has another thing he'd like to add.
To Sunil, that's absolutely right. We're talking about that the customers mostly don't have their inventory. I do want to make it clear that it is most of the time right now until you get the chance to educate your customer that they're going to come to you with not the right information. You have your lists. They may not be able to fill out the list. You ask them to fill out as much as they can. There is a difference between quoting a project and performing a project. So once you get as much information as possible on the first project you're working on, you work with your customer and say, let's make these assumptions and that this pricing in the project will be able to be put together. And then when you put it in front of your customer came back and says, you know what, I figured out that this is different, and you can adjust, but you're kind of like fishing. You got the bait in the water and you start to reel them in. You're engaging in a conversation. But different than some other things, it is important to let them know that once you've been able to quote it with the assumptions, for this service, you're going to need that information to be able to move forward and perform the service.
As I mentioned when we began the conversation, we've tried to do the slides in a way that allows you to see what the enterprise client needs to be thinking about and dealing with. So as you can see, maintaining obviously a list of auditable assets and data-bearing assets, identifying risk thresholds, super important. If they don't understand what they have and what threat it poses if it gets out, then they may think, oh, that's fine, we can just ship it, which obviously for any ITAD here that's been involved with data center activity and has done secure shipments from any kind of data center, one of the most frightening things for a data storage engineer or data security expert is to have data leaving a building. We're going to be talking about that in a second. But from the ITAD service provider side, the way you build trust is to show subject matter expertise, asking the right questions, and even telling them, you know, your data security policy needs to include end-of-life plan, because you've planned for the space when the equipment's coming in. Have you planned for how it leaves? And have you thought about what the risk involved is in that asset, any asset leaving, if you don't have absolute certainty that the data's gone on it? So these are the kinds of things that we do all the time. And by the way, if you don't have, all the software vendors here can do it. Any third-party service providers can do it. If you don't have the expertise, bring in a vendor. Have someone who does have that expertise come in and talk with you and talk with your client to essentially create that trust and you know, give you the opportunity to expand your market. So, as I mentioned, data should never leave a facility. Under no circumstances should you ever say, we're just going to put it on a truck and that's okay, you know, because we've got X, Y, and Z in place to make sure it's safe. Trucks, you know, doors open, you know, drivers drop things, things appear in the middle of nowhere or find their way onto eBay. You just can't take that chance. And no one with any data worth having is going to want that. So by showing them that you are not, you know, that's not an option for you, it's going to be done on site, you're giving another element of trust. You're showing them we care so much about you, there's not a chance that anything leaves with any data on it. So on that note?
Yeah, just to reinforce that, we do, when you have an on-site engagement and you have the opportunity to deal with data on-site, it's not having data leave site is pertinent. When we're dealing with the ITAD vendors, many of you have, all of you, have capability within your facilities themselves to do this, and I hear all too often we'll get that, you know, at our facility when we get it there. That's just absolutely the wrong answer. It's penny wise, pound foolish. You're talking about six-figure liabilities that you're going to put your customer into, and when you put your customer first for that and tell them that the risk is too high, they are going to see you differently than everybody else in the marketplace and come back to you because you have them in mind.
Yeah, I would encourage you to not be afraid to ask the difficult questions. And I say that because understandably you're showing up in somebody else's environment, right? They have their policies, they have their people, they look and act as though they know what they're doing, right? And it's their business. So I understand there might be a hesitancy, but the data shows no pun intended, that, that there is leakage. So I would point you to the 2025 State of Data Sanitization Report. We just published that as Blanco a couple months ago. It's available on our website under Resources Hub. And this was not a research report that we conducted, obviously, right? We contracted an independent research company to interview 2,000 IT and security professionals globally. The results were disturbing, and frankly, having been in the cybersecurity space for a long time, I was surprised. So a couple of data points that came out of that. One is that, that actually lost and stolen devices is still a significant source of data leakage. And actually, from the respondents, a higher percentage noted stolen and lost devices than ransomware or stolen credentials. I'll let that sink in because there's a lot of ransomware, news and so forth. That was frankly, that was surprising. But again, independently conducted research, right? The other thing is that they said 25% of laptops are refurbished without certified erasure, and 17% of data center assets. So the data is showing that there is actually reason to be concerned. If you were to ask why does that happen, right? Why does an enterprise that is running their own data center, that's a bank or an insurance company or whatever, how on earth would they not catch that? I suspect one of the reasons is cybersecurity people are busy doing a lot of things, and frankly, thinking about end-of-life assets is like not that interesting to them. And that could be a factor, right? I mean, I'm not hypothesizing here, but next week here in Las Vegas is Black Hat and DEF CON, one of the biggest cybersecurity conferences every year. And you get all sorts of people coming in here, and guess what? There is not, I gotta double check this, but I doubt there's a single breakout session on this topic, right? Everyone's talking about, I want the next AI-driven SIM-SOAR platform that's gonna give me an enterprise view of all the threats. I want an endpoint protection platform that's the latest and greatest. I'm thinking about zero trust architecture and hardening my people, all this sort of stuff, right? What happens to the data that's sitting on a physical device at the end of life is oftentimes literally an afterthought. And so there's a very good chance that the IT asset managers who you are typically interacting with are operating to an old standard. Or they may not be up to speed, or they may not have thought about it. They're just checking the box, right? Like, I gotta do this and then move on, and we trust you, you're the ITAD. So all that to say, that was a bit wordy, but all that to say, have some confidence in asking the tough questions.
Well, I can totally concur with the report findings, and I want to tell you about a real-life incident. It's a big one. Change Healthcare last year was the news for all the wrong reasons. Their major data center, which was responsible for processing about over 60% of healthcare reimbursements in Northern America, was encrypted by ransomware. They took time to pay the ransom, about $17 million. And because the hackers used ransomware as a service, so it was not their own encrypting tool, but somebody else's. By the time the data was unencrypted, 6 weeks were lost, but the original toolkit creators were very impatient. They leaked data of 35% American citizens, the patient health information, onto the dark web to square up. Change Healthcare lost $1.5 billion of business in those 8 weeks, and the business went to their competitors. Now, I tell you what happened. It was one stolen laptop which had the credentials. Of course, they were dumb. They didn't even have two-factor authentication. But leave that aside. What I want to tell you is the importance of one stolen device, how much havoc it can create to an organization. So I'm again bringing in the importance of on-prem erasure, and whether it's a data center or one endpoint of a remote worker who's being off-boarded, it's better to erase it right there and nip it at the bud stage rather than taking the chain of custody risks and increasing the risk factor.
Now, to Maurice's point earlier, he said something that is very important for all of you. He mentioned a certified solution. If you're not using a certified solution, and by that I'm not just talking about, oh, it went through, or the company has ISO, or they have this or they have that. I'm talking about if the solution you're actually using that's going to be your risk mitigation tool, your data destruction tool, doesn't have any kind of forensics attached to it, that certification isn't worth the paper it's printed on. The only thing that matters when it comes to data sanitization is that it does what it says it does. And if, you can have the best product roadmap, you can have all your documentation in line, all the wonderful things that come along with a lot of other certifications that are important when you run a business, but when it comes to data security, forensics is key. And whatever certification anyone has, if it's not forensically backed, then it is of no use to someone who is data security minded. So that kind of plays into using the right tools, educating your clients on the tools, and of course educating the clients on the latest erasure standards. Brendan and I were talking about this earlier, and we still get requests, as silly as it is, for DoD. And DoD hasn't been something in 20 years, it deferred to NIST. NIST is now deferring to IEEE 2883. So make sure that you're educated on the most current standards. And of course, in a data center environment, you're going to have older equipment as well. So you're going to need to know the difference between your purge, your clear techniques, and what's available based on the storage that you're dealing with.
I have to say that the DoD comes up more than you would think, almost every engagement. It is your first opportunity to show that you are a subject matter expert, at least more than they are, to talk about DoD and that it hasn't been updated since 2008 and all the other information that comes around that we can educate you on. But it does come up quite a bit, and being able to have that conversation and not say, I'm going to go figure it out, or not know that it's an issue, that's your first. It happens almost. I have recently. I see it more DoD and NIST. They want it done to DoD and NIST, and it's confliction. You can't do both. So yeah, know your standards.
All right, fantastic. Next. So how do we achieve absolute confidence and trust in the data center? So as we sort of introed the topic, and I'm sure all of you have heard it, you run into data center security teams that say we shred. That's all we do, we shred. And of course, part of the first slide and some of the conversation, shredding has its obvious drawbacks, right? Number one, it's pennies on the dollar. So the end material is worth almost nothing in comparison to, a bunch of working grade A 16 terabyte SSDs, NVMEs, hard drives. It also creates, waste material with all these different metals and that are very difficult to deal with. We have magnets in the hard drives, rare earth minerals. It's really draining. We're continually draining our planet of all of these raw materials, and when we shred them and then process them, we're not extending the life of these products. So huge detractor. When it comes to your certifications, obviously look for things like R2V3, NAID, AAA, eStewards. ADISA has a certification now, and they're not just badges. They're process oriented to make sure that when you approach a data center, you have credentials that say, we've been through this. Our tools are all forensically audited. Our company is certified to this standard. And you can trust that when we come in, everything will be done exactly as you expect it to be. And I'll allow, we'll start with Maurice here to elaborate.
I think I'm willing to say or project that very likely most of us in here have a vested interest in having our customers do less shredding and more refurbishing and reselling and so forth, right? But a lot of the obstacles to that are around that trust and confidence. For paranoid security people, being able to sort of viscerally watch a device get destroyed and so forth, right, is again sort of viscerally more satisfying, if you will, right? And when an ITAD using a third-party software and they say, hey, trust us, right? It's the data's gone. There's no way you can get it. They're like, well, I can't see the ones and zeros. Like, I want to take a hammer and destroy this thing. And so hence the importance in educating, hence the importance in having the right certifications, and building that trusted ecosystem will not only help them secure their data, but help grow your business.
Sunil?
Yeah. I think that there could be another way to educate users, to ask them to look at the cybersecurity framework that they follow. So if it's NIST 853 or NIST 800-171, for the disposal guidelines, it points to NIST Purge and NIST 888, so which is NIST Purge, and that highly trusts data sanitization. And then you'll tie that standard to IMR 2 certified ITAD, or I'm an AAA certified ITAD, and I follow the NIST 888 process, and I'm audited for that, and I have a erasure verification process, and I think that's how you complete the story, because they sometimes don't have visibility of what is R2V3. I don't understand that. I don't understand AAA, but they do understand their cybersecurity frameworks, and from there you point to the media sanitization standard, and that I'm a good approved practitioner, and I've got these audit reports, and I'm regularly audited, and I can do it securely, and then they can join the dots and probably agree to logical data sanitization and do less of shredding.
Now, building on the concept of forensics being key, one of the things you can do as a subject matter expert going into a data center environment is have them perform the erasure, send it to a third-party forensics company, and validate that this manufacturer, this model, this firmware, and we'll get to the firmware in a second, has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, whether it's wear-level space, whether it's bad blocks, obviously user space, that there is no data remaining when we're done erasing it. So now, one of the concepts that I've got listed here is called firmware normalization. What that means is when you have a hyperscaler or someone buying a ton of the same thing, so you've got someone coming in and buying 10,000 servers, they're all spec'd out the same way, they all have the same drives, you have them do that erasure for their own purposes, for their own sanity, and ensure that forensically it's absolutely secure. Once that happens, that firmware can be pulled from the drive or gotten from the vendor and stored. Now, anytime that model drive goes through an erasure process, that firmware can be downloaded, so now you know exactly what software is running the drive, and you've already proven that it doesn't have bugs because that software, the firmware, is able to go through the forensics. So now you've got absolute confidence that the process is going to normalize the drives so that they're exactly what you sent out, perform the erasure, and you've got an absolute result that you can depend on. So this is a topic that a lot of people haven't really thought of or talked about, but when you have a company that big with that many assets that only has the shred mentality, you have to try to chip away at it, and you have to try to break through that wall. And anything you have in your arsenal to do it is, super important. Brendan?
Back to we've talked about a lot of the getting a customer to do data center erasure, but the on-site running of the projects themselves, when you talk about the standards, the R2, we're in AAA, so we're very familiar with that, but it needs to be a consistent, repeatable process. When you're going into a data center, there's data center protocols. You're in live environments. I mean, one plug, one wrong move could be catastrophic. And there's nothing worse. Roger and I were talking about looking at a tech that's fumbling around, not knowing what they're doing, not doing a repeatable, proven process, and being cringeworthy. So when you're doing that, make sure that if you're doing it or you're using a provider, that you have people that are following those protocols. It's very, very important. We all talk about that people are getting certified and maybe not living breathing the protocol. This is one when you're in these environments, it has to be. It's so important.
So now we're on to the last topic of enterprise assets, workplace assets. So obviously, large companies have laptops, desktops. Some of them have servers in closets that they deal with that are not part of their data center, but maybe serving local apps and local things to their network. And obviously, we have remote employees as well. There's a tremendous opportunity to educate and use the same principles we talked about with data centers. To Sunil's point earlier, one laptop caused that breach. You can't ship that laptop back to IT from your house. It has to be erased before it goes back. So things like tech refreshes or employee buyback programs, things like that, you have to make sure that you're doing it in the most secure way possible, because if one laptop can cause $1.8 billion worth of loss, what can an entire remote workforce cause? I'll switch over to Maurice here.
Yeah, there are options for addressing these scenarios, right? So it's important to be aware of them as well. These can be implemented by the enterprise customer themselves and supported by you as part of the process, and up to and including remote wipe, right? To effectively deploy through whatever endpoint management systems they have to ensure that they're completely erased to standard before they even get taken to a local FedEx, UPS, or whatever store to get dropped off and shipped. So there are a number of ways to address that. I think it's important to recognize that. You have some creative options. Some of it may require them to implement the tool or manage it, but it's worth having the conversation as a trusted advisor, right? And also to, again, not be afraid of asking some challenging questions, right? Not insulting questions, obviously. None of us get very far insulting current and prospective customers, right? But to say, look, some of these don't always do what they say. So Intune is another example, right? Broadly used endpoint management tool from Microsoft, and we actually recently ran some tests to try to extract data from an Intune wiped laptops, both with and without BitLocker, using a free data recovery tool, not the more robust solutions that others, including my distinguished frenemy here on stage, offers, right, from his company. But just using a free tool, we were able to recover a substantial amount of data. So I was frankly shocked by that again, right? Microsoft obviously is a dominant operating system provider and so forth. I'm sure they're constantly updating and improving, but just to point out that some of the things that enterprise asset managers and even the security people are relying on are not going to be up to the standard that it needs to be to permanently and irrecoverably remove that data.
Sunil.
Maurice, I think you covered almost everything. What I would say, I think usually workplace assets, the endpoints are the gateways to the data center. So every device matters, whether it's a desktop, laptop, a tablet, or mobile phone. So it's very important for, as an ITAD, to educate the IT infrastructure managers about the importance of secure data erasure. And again, maybe educate them, as Maurice said, not insult them, but tell them that, even if you follow your cybersecurity frameworks, you need to have a secure data erasure in place. And the earlier you erase, the better it is. So when an asset is in transit, anything can happen. It may or may not reach the final destination, or it may be processed in between, and nobody would know. And that's enough for an organization to be compromised, not just an individual's data, but it could mean a big setback to the complete organization. And that's why things like checking for autopilot enrollment, those kind of services are also important, So when you are wiping devices, also it's important to check if it's still enrolled on autopilot, because also as an ITAD, you would not be able to sell it. It's still logged in to the corporate environment, So you use techniques like that, and that also makes organizations secure, because, if they have a Microsoft license for an operating system or Office and is used outside the environment, technically that's a violation, and they could be further penalized.
So in kind of picking up both of their points, ITADs have another capability here without having to physically process an asset, this presents an opportunity to provide a service. Remote erasure as a service can be deployed anywhere in the world for workforces everywhere. And you have to have the right tools, you have to have the right knowledge base, everything is completely auditable, and without ever having to physically touch an asset, you can make money. So it's another revenue stream that definitely needs to be looked into by all ITADs when they're dealing with enterprise clients or any kind of businesses that have remote workforces or anything like that, because the money involved in the automation of the data destruction, or if it's a employee buyback and you're actually going to facilitate and automate the purchase of the asset for the client, all of that has value. And it's just another way of making money without having to actually physically have hands on things. Brendan, any closing thoughts on that?
No, I think you guys covered all of that.
Okay. Well, hopefully you enjoyed the conversation. Any questions? Anything? I can't see. There we go.
Hey guys, I certainly appreciate the information. And one of the things as we start talking about asking the difficult questions, our industry's evolved, right? So who are we asking those difficult questions to? Because a lot of times we're asking to the people that aren't in the right position to answer them. And then the other thing, there's always this discussion as, is it shred? Is it data sanitization? A lot of times if we're coming in as a trusted advisor, sometimes there's an opportunity for both. And I find that really builds credibility. So along those lines, Maurice, since you talked about the questions, if maybe you want to talk about who the different people that you're asking those questions are these days, and then to the entire panel, if you can talk a little bit about, hey, you know what, there is an intersection here where sometimes data sanitization's right? Especially if we look at reduce, reuse, recycle, right? Or the particular industry. So do you also see there's a collaborative effort? And do you guys sometimes recommend the other solutions? So Brendan from a sanitization standpoint, and from Roger, Sunil, and Maurice from a shredding standpoint.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. So I think in terms of who we're asking the questions of, right? As you know, especially if it's a prospect, right? Just the sales process is one where you're typically speaking to one or two individuals. But typically you have to speak to multiple people to win. That's the nature of enterprise selling. So I think I would maybe answer by saying, first of all, don't be afraid to ask some of these tough questions. And secondly, frame them in a way that prompts the bringing in of the right people. I think Sunil earlier said ask about, or he alluded to, enterprise cybersecurity frameworks. So very likely they're going to have a checklist of things like, we want an ITAD that is R2V3 or AAA, whatever, right? But you could also say, hey, what is your cybersecurity framework? Is it NIST 800-88? Is it NIST cybersecurity framework? Is it CIS, critical security controls? All of those point to ensuring the proper sanitization standards that then lead back to the conversation, but it could prompt the bringing in of maybe a data security professional that maybe wasn't previously planning to be in the conversation.
Yeah, you covered it all, but couple of things. Yeah, you start always probably with the IT asset manager, the IT infrastructure guy, and usually he will not have half the answers at least, particularly related to data security, and he's going to point you to the information security guy then. And that's when the conversation about the cybersecurity framework goes, whether you're doing the NIST cybersecurity framework or an ISO 27000. And I've had some conversations with people who work with us, and you'd be surprised, many of the information security guys probably have very low visibility when the assets are being disposed. They're not very clear about it, and probably why we were shredding, because somebody decided a few years back. And I always pointed to the legacy of, records were paper, and then we were using paper shredders, and then we started shredding digital data, so hard drives started shredding, But if you ask them to look at the cybersecurity framework, and then it points to the NIST 888 media sanitization standards, and it's a very clear connection that, yeah, reuse is okay, and, with logical media sanitization. And the third advantage that you can bring in is about the ESG obligations of the company. So you cannot reduce the CO2 emissions, but you can definitely do the avoidance, and that also gives you credits Yeah. So if you do ITAD service and you've got a good technology tool, then not only it will do the logical data sanitization, but it'll also bring in the ESG reports, and that also earns you an extra brownie points. So we start the journey with the ID infrastructure guys, talk to the IS guys, and say, by the way, you have the ESG guys, the CSR guys. Here's some extra value points that I can contribute to.
One more thing real quick, just to point back to the 2025 State of Data Sanitization report, that may be an artifact worth sharing, right, to prompt the conversation.
So to the second part of your question, typically people don't come to us for shredding. However, if there's a shred component required, we would obviously bring someone in who, like Guardian, who has shredders on trucks and is capable of doing it, because the customer's always right, until they're not. But so yeah, I mean, that kind of partnership, obviously shredding components are things that are outside of our boundaries as software manufacturers. So you have to have the right partnerships in place.
Yeah, you have to have the tools in the belt. The customers are the customers. They're ultimately going to decide what the threshold for data security is. And some of them are much more stringent than others. Whether they're right or wrong, saying I'm going to shred only, you may feel differently, but it's what they want. So you have to have a plan for each of those. And from our perspective, we're very, very. It's uncommon for us to be in front of the end user because we're a channel partner. But when we do get to talk to certain security areas, they seem to delve into. I mean, first of all, the protocols in all of these standards drive reuse. And shredding as a last resort, if it isn't told by them that it's shred only. So you're going to have drives that just have no reuse in the secondary marketplace and they're just completely end of life. That should be shred, and then you have your customers that are going to be I don't care what you say, we decided we're shredding everything. So just have all the arsenals in your belt to be able to satisfy their needs.
And it looks like we are running over, so we're going to have to call it. But we'll be around for questions. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Susie Schlott, and I am head of North America Processing Sales at Blanco Technology Group. We are a global provider of data erasure and diagnostic software. I'm excited to be moderating today's panel on the future of e-commerce, maximizing sales efficiency and profit. And this is especially relevant to all of us in the ITAD and reverse logistics industry, as resale channels have never been more dynamic or more critical to sustainability and profitability. I'm excited to bring together 3 industry leaders from different but complementary sides of the e-commerce ecosystem. We have Zainab Sheikh from eBay, Jason Willits from Quit, and Laura Nuvion from Backmarket. And I'll just go ahead and have them introduce themselves.
I'm Zainab. I've been with eBay about 6.5 years, and I lead strategy and operations for the U.S. hard goods vertical. And I was
the mic. I think there's an on button down there. Yeah. Sorry.
No?
Oh, yeah.
There we go. I will start over. I'm Zainab. I lead strategy and operations for the U.S. hard goods business, including eBay Refurbished. And I was on the team that established the Refurbished program for eBay back in 2020. And personally, I am invested in bringing out the next generation of re-commerce experts by employing my friends' kids to clean out my garage and letting them sell anything that they find on eBay. So that's a little bit about me.
I've done the same thing with my kids, by the way. I put them to work in the summer. That's great. Yes, I'm Jason Willits. I'm the founder of Quipt. We're a middleware technology. It sits between the largest refurbishers of computer products and the marketplaces that convert sales for those. And our technology gives us a glimpse into the back-end systems that these companies and other leading marketplaces run on, because we're actually creating listings for our partners and then monitoring the real-time buy box price so we can give accurate recovery estimates to our clients. And we work with over 20 people attending this show, and excited to kind of share some of my experience with you guys today.
Hi everyone, Laura Nuvion. I am the senior lead for supply in the US for Backmarket. We're a global marketplace for verified refurbished tech. My goal in my job day to day is to bring customers a safe and easy way to buy refurbished tech at a good price.
Awesome. So trust is everything when selling refurbished tech. And building trust with the buyer is one of the most common things that we see. Just, Zainab, starting with you, what are some common pain points that you see when buying refurbished tech, and how is eBay addressing these issues?
Yeah, great question. So I think it comes down to 3 things at eBay. We have a very value-centric customer, but they also don't want to compromise on access to premium quality inventory. So although, I think in this day and age, everyone's discretionary income is becoming tighter and tighter. Having a refurbished program allows people to have access to that inventory at a great value. The second thing that comes up is trust, right? Like you brought up. I think there's a misconception, or maybe we're trying to break barriers at eBay that we are a garage sale or an auction house. And how we're trying to break those barriers is by, we've gone into partnerships with the likes of yourselves to really double down on those trust initiatives, as well as we have our all-state warranty backed by every single item within eBay Refurbished. And then the last thing that comes to mind is like post-transaction support, that should anything go wrong, somebody will have their back. And again, we have that all-state warranty that is applicable to every item within eBay Refurbished. And for our sellers, it's the sold is sold after the return window. They don't have to do anything else. It's a service that eBay provides to really double down on that trust initiative.
Thank you. Laura, how do you build trust with first-time buyers who are skeptical about buying or purchasing refurbished electronics online?
I think when buying refurbished tech is, well, buying tech anyways is an expensive purchase, and so there's definitely going to be time put into selecting which devices they want to buy. We see at Back Market, 70% of our customers actually don't decide directly on the spot which device they want to buy, but will take weeks, months before they buy their devices. So building trust is crucial if we want to convert them into a purchase. I like to compare the refurbished tech industry to what the car industry was a few decades ago. When you take the car industry, the pre-owned car industry was able to really convert buyers to buying CPO vehicles, and now it represents 70% of the total car industry sales. Refurbished tech, we're at lower than 10%. So there's a long road in front of us. So we can look into what they've been able to achieve and, copycat, because apparently it's been a positive experience. When we look at what the car industry has been able to do is, first, they were able to implement a universal quality metric. What the car industry was able to do is take a simple metric, which is mileage, and apply it across the industry. And when today you're buying a new car, when you're buying a car, that's what you're looking into. The second part that is, I think, was very important to have to grow that CPO vehicle sales was a clear quality hierarchy. You can buy new cars and you know that you're going to have the latest features, the best warranty, but at the highest price and the highest potential depreciation of your vehicle. You can buy a used car where you would get the best price, yet you're taking the most risk when it comes to potentially maintenance cost. CPO vehicles is a way to bridge that gap between used and new and take the best of both worlds. You get the warranties, you get history reports with Carfax, you're buying from certified professionals, yet you're getting a good price versus new. So when looking at that car industry, we can try to see what are the best practices that we can put in place, and that's what we're trying to do at Back Market. To give you a few examples of what we're doing, making sure that we have a clear quality standard is definitely something that we want to double down on. And communicating more and more with our sellers on, yes, our high quality standards, we're very strict on quality metrics, but that's in the end to make sure that any new customers that is going to buy refurbished tech for the first time is going to be a satisfied customer. If they're unsatisfied customers, they won't come back and they will talk about it. So giving them a clear understanding of what is our grading from fair to premium, and expanding the premium grade on more categories to make sure that, yes, they are buying refurbished, but it's as close as new, so they're actually taking less risks. Working with professional and certified partners. To give you a number, at Back Market, only 1 out of 3 sellers actually make it through our quality standards and are actually able to onboard on our platform. So yes, it is strict, but also because, again, we really want to satisfy that customer, especially the US customer who is not ready to buy refurbished tech. They're ready to buy new. Third point, giving them warranties, and exactly like as eBay is doing, every laptop today at Back Market comes with a 1-year guarantee. And we're seeing that this is really one of the key points that is driving conversion on our platform, a real building really that trust with our customers. We pair this with a 30 days return policy, again, limiting the risk. You can buy a laptop, see how it works, and then if it doesn't work, you can send it back. Another point that I think is very important, linking back to what the car industry did, working with professional certified sellers, is the transparency towards how are we refurbishing those devices. It is very blurry, and as you were saying, we're not selling, from our garage. Yes, consumers don't have a good understanding of what we're doing to those devices, how we're refurbishing them, how what our sellers are doing are really professional. They have processes, they have quality charters that they're following, and we want to show that to our customers. So we have more than 25 quality control points on every single one of our laptops from certified professionals. And we advertise this to our customers with Verified Refurbished badge on our product pages to explain a little bit more how those devices that they're going to buy are safe and they are going to last longer. Finally, what we're trying to push at Back Market is our brand accountability. How do we stand as a brand within the refurbished tech industry? How do we make sure that every customer out there knows that there's an alternative to new, and we're pushing this. So we're partnering with iFixit and pushing the right to repair globally, in the US also specifically, to make sure that the industry as a whole is changing and that 70% of CPO vehicles tomorrow becomes a 70% of refurbished devices in our industry.
Great. Thank you, Laura. So different point of view, Jason, what is your take on the two marketplaces on stage and their competitors?
Okay, yeah, so I think everybody gets a really good sense of Back Market and how driven they are to really reinvent this whole space. When I met them in 2019, I met their founders, I was very impressed by how intelligent everybody was, how driven everybody was, but there was a deeper, like an actual emotional, spiritual drive to push this market forward. And you guys can see what they've now materialized. They look at this completely different. They want consumers to not buy new. They want to see refurbished as the alternative to new. And they're making great progress. I mean, they brought great energy into the space and really deserve a lot of credit for that. They do not have as wide a catalog of products that you can sell. So if you're doing commercial gear, which I know a lot of ITADs end up with, they're currently not allowing you to sell most of that product on their site. I think that's something they're at least exploring, opening up. So you're not going to get the breadth with them. The commissions are a little bit higher than their competitors. And their standards are pretty well in line with all of the other top marketplaces. Over to eBay, the original, the OG, who really started all of this, they have a wonderful program with their eBay refurbished program. And if you qualify for that warranty that they cover on top of your product is just a real game changer for companies that have to support the product themselves on an Amazon or a Back Market. And they obviously have a massive amount of consumers on their site. I'd say that the downside is that the catalog, if you're looking for something, you can kind of get lost in all of the options. I know you guys have been making moves towards this eBay product ID. Would love to see that really take hold. But I think the consumer just has a little bit tougher time finding the products there. And then you have a lot of people coming into the market. So the exciting thing for us as a company that works with all of these marketplaces is to see these leading apps like Temu, who was on stage earlier this morning, like Shein, like Alibaba, where our kids are shopping on apps, and those apps might have those names on them. Those people are moving into refurbished electronics, which is exciting. And then Best Buy just announced and will be launching in the next couple weeks their US third-party marketplace, which is a very exciting thing for anybody out there that's processing devices and looking to sell them direct to consumer.
Great, thank you, Jason. Zainab, what are the benefits of selling an eBay refurbished program?
Yeah, thank you for asking. I think, as most of you probably know, there is a customer for literally everything on eBay. And I think that's one of our great values that we offer. But for refurbishers like yourselves or in this industry, I think The purpose of eBay Refurbish is to have these, why we launched it is to elevate the level of refurbishing that is happening, to separate high quality professional refurbishers like yourselves from, you know, kind of the run of the mill or casual refurbisher or C2C seller. So with that, once you qualify and pass our vetting, we check return rates, SNAD rates, or significantly not as described rates, item not received rates, et cetera, to make sure that we're driving the best buyer experiences. And then we look at feedback scores, free shipping, free returns. And once you pass all of that quality vetting, you get access to these elevated gated conditions. So not only are you having exclusive access, but you're also competing against sellers like yourselves and refurbishers like yourself. You're no longer competing with all of eBay for the same eyeballs. And what comes with that is you get that eBay Refurbish Trust Badge on search, on any of our merchandising pages, throughout the customer journey from view item to checkout. It's a very consistent experience to drive that extra awareness and education around trust. And then also we see with that badging, we get higher conversion rates, higher click-through rates, and you also get higher ASPs for your items, so your recovery becomes that much better. And like I mentioned before, we also, eBay backs it up with the 1 or 2 year all-state warranty, depending on which grade of items that you're selling. So, you know, we're also putting like our investment behind all of our sellers to say, you know, we trust that you're delivering the quality that you say that you're delivering, that we expect based off of our grading rubrics, and we believe in it so much that we're providing this as eBay for our customers. So for you, there's nothing extra that we ask. There's no more fees that we ask of you. It is what it is, whatever your regular selling fees are, and we go ahead and support on the back end.
Awesome. And you obviously have a lot of enthusiasm, but what excites you most about this space?
I am like accidentally into the ITAD and refurbished space, but it is so interesting and so challenging. And I think from the time that I joined kind of this eBay Refurbish program back in 2020 to now, I think it's amazing to see the evolution that's happened in this space. When we first launched, we were having to go after sellers and brands and really explaining a lot of like what is refurbished, what is end of life, what are the benefits even within the industry, and we were chasing leads and doing our best, and I think now it's really turned around where people are coming to us saying, hey, we have this end of life inventory, we would love to sell it on eBay, we would love to go direct to consumer, how can we do that? And so I think seeing that kind of 180 in the industry has been super interesting. And the other thing that I love to see that I think is happening industry-wide, and you brought it up as well, is I think there's more open to listen about having a really standardization of quality and grading across the industry. And really, I think a rising tide raises all ships. Like if we can get the supply chain consistent in how we're grading, how we're talking about grading, I think the sky's the limit on then what we can do and how we can really sell this product.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yep.
Jason, what are the most competitive brands and categories and the ones that are untapped?
Yeah, I posed the question, I'll give an answer, but I'd really like to hear your guys' answers too. I think from our data, clearly the #1 brand and category, well, the #1 brand is Apple. So if you're refurbishing Apple product, there's a thriving market online, high recoveries for those products. And that's laptops, tablets, smartwatches, anything Apple makes is going to convert very well online. And then the big 3 computer manufacturers do really well, HP, Dell, Lenovo. I think those are really strong brands. But as far as opportunities, I see a real opportunity in the enterprise space because there seems to be, eBay seems to be the place that if you have enterprise gear, you're going to take it to eBay. Amazon, it's tough to set up. They don't convert sales very well. Newegg hasn't really been doing well in recent years. So I think there's an opportunity for that product because we work with some of the largest distributors, and we know that corporate customers are buying refurbished goods and putting and deploying them. And it's just a matter of time until those buyers go online to make those purchases versus using a distributor to buy that equipment. But where do you guys see the biggest opportunities in maybe categories or brands? Anything come to mind?
Well, yes, I agree that like cell phones, computing, I think are the known categories and our largest categories by far. But I say that to also say they are also the most competitive categories. So if you're looking to break into the industry, I always caution people that, you know, it is very competitive. You're going to have to fight on price. We have a lot of great quality sellers that have been doing this for a very, very long time. So it becomes that much more tough to break into. Where I would, and I think this is one of eBay's strengths too, is that we do have a huge spectrum of categories that we offer within refurbished. So I always am guiding people towards those more emerging categories if that's what you're trying, you know, if you're dipping your toes into direct to consumer and you don't know really, like, great, like go after musical instruments, go after golf, go after portable audio, things that are definitely in high demand, but there's just less friction, less competition in those spaces, so that you can see really, truly like what the value is and what the size of the prize can be. And then, of course, once you get to a great place, then cell phones and computers are, I think, never going to not be our bread and butter.
I definitely agree with what you just said. Same thing at back market. MacBook is our first driver of growth. Yet the American consumer actually buys more of Apple laptops overall. So that's something that we need to shift in our ways of proposing to the customer what they actually want to buy. Back market tends to be a little bit heavy on Apple products. But as you were saying, that's where also you have most seller competing, and so harder to get the buy box at the end of the day. We have a few examples of sellers who have specialized on non-Apple products and have had great growth by diversifying and going where not everyone is. So that's definitely a paying strategy. In terms of categories, definitely, yes, MacBook and smartphones are our bread and butter, but I would say iPads are also a category that tends to do very well on its own without having too much support. So we're seeing organic growth, and that's great to see too. And then I would say audio is also another one where we have seen great success stories of some of our sellers that were able to take that space and own it and grow their sales significantly with back market, thanks to really focusing on that category.
Great, thank you. So Jason, I'm going to ask you this question, but also pose it to the rest of the panel. What are the biggest misconceptions when a supplier first starts selling on marketplaces?
Yeah, I think what I'm going to present will be different from you guys, because we're a data company. And so the biggest challenge that we see is people having garbage data. And in your wholesale environment where you're sending a spreadsheet to your customer and they're coming back with bids and you're shipping product to them, your data quality doesn't really matter. When you get to the consumer, you need to understand that product in a completely different way. And we call it DNA, digital native attribution. And that's basically the processor that's in that laptop, and does it have a backlit keyboard, and what are the screen resolution. All of that data, we find that a lot of you professional refurbishers don't have good source of truth data. And And so that's the thing that I would tell anybody that's either looking to move to sell online or grow their online business is get your data clean, get accurate data, get that data when you process the device if you can, so that it's you're not repetitively trying to aggregate this. But good data creates a really good online multi-channel business. So that's definitely something you should be working on.
I would say maybe one, as I was saying at the beginning, quality on our platform is going to be key. And when you start selling on back market, there's a onboarding phase where you have the time to ramp up, to understand how it works, to get used to all the data that we're able to give you, as you were saying. And there's a ton to be able to grow your business and see the opportunities. Yet quality will remain something on which we quickly dive into and look into what are those claims that customers put in, and then we'll make sure that your defective rate, your appearance rate stays consistent with the average of the platform. And so that's something on which I think, yes, there's the business opportunity behind, but we won't be able to grow as a whole this business and take share over new if we don't offer as little risk as possible to our customers when they start buying refurbished tech. So that's something on which really we're doubling down, and we'd rather have less sellers with a better quality than the contrary, because we have only one shot with those customers. If we deceive them, it's done.
Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree on that point. I think it's always a balancing act of driving volume and driving quality and making sure we're surfacing the best quality items to the customers, because we want them to be repeat refurbished customers across every device that they own. The other thing that I would add to that is, to me, I think going direct to consumer, it's much harder than people think it is. It's not turnkey. You really have to invest, and whether that's investing time, effort, resources, you really have to invest in that and learn the business, because there are it's very different than selling wholesale. Customer service is key here. So not only is pricing king, you have to have great pricing, like I mentioned, but that customer service and making sure people feel like you have their back is also key to driving those repeat purchases as well.
Very interesting, thank you. So we've talked a lot about the current landscape, consumer trust, resale challenges, and marketplace strategies, but the landscape is shifting fast, especially when it comes to how buyers discover, compare, and purchase refurbished tech. So let's take a look ahead. How are innovations, particularly in AI, automation, and the overall buying experience reshaping the refurbished market? Laura, what innovations in e-commerce is back market implementing to improve the refurbished tech buying experience?
Sure. Do you want me to answer on AI specifically, or most on innovation as a whole, and I can deep dive on AI after?
Sure, do that.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'd like to start with one data point. Today, 20% of electronic devices are being bought on desktop, meaning most of those purchases are being done on app or mobile web. So at Back Market, we really want to emphasize that, enable those customers to buy the right product at the right price, and to make sure that they're going to be a repeat customer, so get this long time value from our customers. So one point, as you were saying before, in terms of enabling our customers to go through our funnel and find the right product, we've put in place mix and match pages, product pages, where our customers can basically build their product, selecting what is the grade that they want, what are the specs that they want, and as they're selecting those different steps with aided visual guidance on these, we're building out the price for them so they can see how that has an impact on the final product, their final purchase. We're also enabling them to save those in favorite across web and app so that they can come back to it, because as I was saying before, it is not going to be a purchase that they're going to turn around in one day. They're going to come back to it, they're going to think about it, they're going to browse across different platforms. For 80% of customers, they're going to go on eBay and on Amazon and on back market before they take that decision. So we want to make sure that they can come back to their latest and greatest. Second point, making sure that we're offering those customers the best price by giving them access to flash sales and deals when it makes more sense in the year. Of course, back to school is one of them happening right now, and showing them what is the lowest historical price, because we're able as a marketplace to put our different sellers' price in front of each other. We want to highlight this to customers so that they can buy at the moment where it makes more sense versus their wallet. Finally, we want to make sure that we're getting that long-term value from our customers with 2 points. A, they're buying a device, but we want that device to stay longer in their hands. We don't want them to change after 2 years like we're used to do. It doesn't make sense. Your smartphone, your laptop is made to stay longer in your hands. So how can we help them care for that device? In our app, we've built a whole section dedicated to caring about your device, making sure that it works properly, giving them advice on how they can increase the efficiency of that device and keep it longer. Finally, when it really doesn't make sense anymore to use that specific device, how do we make sure that we're converting this into value via our trade-in program, which is our reverse marketplace, and enabling our customers to take that piece that they want to change and get value out of it to buy the next one. And really, at back market, you have the possibility to evaluate the value of your device and then take that money to put it against your next purchase. And that's the mechanic that we want to push, making sure that we're putting back those devices in the system to go back to our sellers to then go back on the platform.
Great. And Zainab and Jason would love to know your opinions on how AI is shaping the future of e-commerce.
Yeah, I think we can't talk about the future of e-commerce without talking about AI. And Jason, as you brought up earlier, one of the hurdles that eBay has is we have thousands of listings for the same item, and we have like a very insane catalog to maintain because of that. And I think AI can help power kind of that catalog quality and consistency, where we can use machine learning to really figure out, when you have C2C sellers, B2C sellers, all selling the same types of devices, and somebody might not know actually what all the specs are. We can use AI to help build that consistency in the back end, so that we truly are building a very smart catalog versus having to invest in that back end and it being very manual as it is today. The other thing that I look forward to seeing in this space, with AI in particular, is taking a lot of that subjectivity out of grading and being able to build the consistency from a diagnostic perspective from the beginning of the supply chain, so that there's no questions, or there's less questions about the quality of inventory that we're going to get. So I'm excited to see the industry heading in that way.
And I know I'm getting old when I see all the challenges in AI. I'm not seeing the opportunities. So I'm more seeing it as doing good copywriting for your listings, incremental things in the e-commerce space. But there are people that are, saying that's going to completely transform e-commerce. If anybody knows, Walmart has announced Sparky, I think it's called. And that's going to be your AI agent that you purchase everything on Walmart through. You won't have a search bar. You won't have categories and filters. You won't go through processes like they're mentioning. You just ask Sparky to get you whatever you need. And I just can see the real challenges in refurbished tech, how in the world that will actually play out and be valuable. But smart people are working on it, so we'll see.
I can maybe add to what you were saying. I think definitely consumer habits are shifting. Today, 58% of consumers have shifted from Googling their product recommendations to going directly via an AI tool. And that's twice what it was in 2023. So it's definitely picking up. What we're seeing also, and you mentioned Walmart, but Amazon's Rufus has actually now 14% of all daily searches via AI. So that's also, in the e-com space, is mastering the use of AI. And you're right, we have a challenge and we need to address this because our industry can benefit from it, I think, more than suffer from it. One way that we can do it, especially on our categories, laptop is super complicated for a customer that has no whatsoever professional skills. They don't know anything. They don't know what a RAM means or basic things that for you and I are very easy to understand, but if you're not in the industry, it's not at all easy. It's very blurry. So how can we use AI? And that's what we're implementing at Back Market right now, is an AI assistant where, as a parent, you can just type, my kid is 12, they're going, they need a computer to do their homework, but also do a little bit of gaming. And I want to buy this at an affordable price of X dollars. And our AI tool will find the best recommendation and help them compare throughout the different products what is best for them specifically, using a prompt that is what they can formulate with their knowledge of the category. So I think that's definitely going to help. I think AI can help also on fraud detection and customer care. We're using it right now in making sure that we answer those customer claims in the best way, but also that we're able for our sellers to detect when there's a fraud behind, because we're able to screen way more cases. We're able to look at locations and patterns and detect those to, in the end, save money. AI has actually saved billions of dollars to businesses via fraud detection. So that's another way that I think our industry can get better, and that's on the hands of the marketplace to help our sellers.
Great, thank you. And I realize that I think this panel is the only thing between you guys and lunch, but I wanted to open up questions to the audience if there was anybody that was interested in asking the panelists. Go ahead.
Hello, how are we doing? I actually have a question about return fraud and any metrics you might have on what you're seeing internally from, say, COVID till now. If you see it getting worse, if you see it getting better. We've been on eBay for 25 years, so we've seen spikes and lulls in it, but it is still definitely a thing we come across, and it seems to be getting more advanced where they're starting to target vulnerabilities off of the selling platform. So I'm just curious, is there anything internally that you guys are doing, and how are you kind of addressing these concerns?
Yeah, returns is something that we track very closely within the eBay Refurbish program, and we do have additional protections for sellers within that in regards to fraud in particular. But I will say in general, since the start of the program to now, we've cut our significantly not as described like return rates. We've cut them in half from where we were. So I think the program in and of itself is definitely helping to mitigate those fraud returns, and having the correct condition descriptions and things like that help kind of mitigate that fraudulent returns. And but I think people that are going to do fraud will find a way to do fraud. And I to your point earlier, I believe AI can help us in this space, because what you see is they're very smart. Like, these fraudsters are super smart. They're always changing how they approach it, and I think we can better use AI to help kind of get better at catching it kind of pre-transaction.
And what kind of return fraud are you speaking of? What's the most prevalent occurrence?
So for a while, it was the empty box return. That was where it started, right? And that was well, they mailed you back a box, you have to give them the refund, right? That was 10 years ago. Then it elevated into tampering the return label. So you'd give them a return label. If your address is 130 West 26th Street, they would mail it to 130 West 28th Street. So it gets mailed back to the same zip code. You get a delivery sign, but you never receive the package. They call and say, hey, I mailed it back, but they just mailed an empty box. You never receive it, so you have no proof. And then the selling platform says, well, there's nothing we can do. They mailed it to you. You have to take it up with UPS or whoever. So it elevated to that. The most advanced things we're seeing now, which is actually kind of mind-boggling, but the new one is tampering with UPS tracking. So essentially what happens is, and we just had like a $15,000 order for 4 sealed MacBooks. We had this on maybe 2-3 months ago. You ship the order, signed, delivered to the address on the order, it says delivered. 3 days later, it says return to sender. You never get anything back though. They open up an item not received case, and the platform will say, oh, well, the tracking on UPS says it's returned to sender, so you have to go to UPS. And the way it works is they have compromised employees working inside of UPS, and they're paid a commission. So the fraudsters will pay them $500 to add a fake returning to sender scan so that they can then claim they never got the item. So when it first started happening, I was like, what's going on? And it wasn't until our dedicated rep, he told me, showed me the internal emails. He said, yes, this is internal fraud. They've confirmed it. They won't admit it in writing because it's bad for business. But this is an elevation and the evolution of return fraud of how they keep getting better and better at this. And those are incredibly difficult to defend against. Because if you're a seller, most people don't even know they're being subject to this scam because UPS says returning to sender. So if you're not even aware this is a thing, you just say, oh, they lost it, cost of doing business. But even if you are aware of it, getting the documentation from UPS to be able to have a leg to stand on is it's very difficult. We can do it, but it's very difficult. But the average person, if you call the 1-800 number and you get the rep there, good luck. Your average seller is gonna be out of luck.
Yeah.
So this is the type of thing that we're seeing. And it's really, sealed Apple product, new Apple product. I won't even list iPhone 16s anymore because every single one was return fraud. Every single one, return fraud. And it was just like, you know what? I don't even buy them anymore because it's just too much risk.
And you can't underwrite that risk. I mean, maybe through an insurance policy, but the carrier isn't going to cover you. You're just, you're eating it.
We have the carrier coverage insurance. There's a fine line on page 97, subsection 3, paragraph 94. It says, we do not cover cases of fraud. So even if you insure it, you as the seller are still out and they won't cover you.
Yeah.
So it's a thing, unfortunately, but it's that's why I was kind of curious if you have seen this stuff and you guys are aware of it, but it's out there and it's always the most expensive items that you're selling, which is problematic.
Yeah, and I think UPS now has a service that will take the address and score its fraud risk and not have you ship to things. I mean, I think the carriers really should be the ones making the gains in this space, and I feel like they're starting to. I don't know if you guys are seeing that or anybody broadly out there is seeing that, but they seem to be the ones that could really solve this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a challenge because they don't want to necessarily discuss it too much because then they have to admit that it's a problem. Right. Well, you know it is, but you guys are the platforms. You probably have more weight than the average eBay seller. And I'm sure, I see you shaking your head yes, so I can guess that you've seen this internally on your side.
Yeah, definitely. You're right. I think the patterns are becoming more complex. The fraudsters are becoming more organized also. But to your point, at one point there's also the career part is not in our hands. So what we can help doing is, and I think what we're doing at Back Market is getting a good understanding of what our sellers are going through. And as we're speaking to everyone throughout the platform, making sure that we can regroup those patterns and get our sellers more power because we know that seller A has the same problem as seller B and C, and help you group those problems. On our side, what we do is definitely our fraud team is putting more effort into detecting these and communicating the numbers and the data. But at the end of the day, it's in the hand of the courier to actually solve those issues. We can support the sellers with data and making sure that what they're seeing as a pattern is actually being seen across sellers.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, just wanted to thank each of these panelists for their time. And if any of you are looking to sell devices, reevaluate new platforms, or optimize your resale channels, please hit them up. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. We'll give it just one more minute. What's that? That's a really bright light. Awesome. Great seeing everyone. Hopefully right after lunch we're all ready to kind of dive into this topic. But I'm really excited to be here, and I'm really excited for my panelists to introduce. So the point of this panel is really just to bring together people that are mostly smarter than me, right, to talk about the problems that we face in our industry. For me, if you look at this topic, it's probably not one that you've seen so much, but our industry is always evolving, right? And what are the implications? Where were we 10 years ago? Where are we at today? Who are the different stakeholders? What is the impact that each of us has? For me, one of the things I'm so passionate about the work that we do is I have a passion because I feel a sense of responsibility, because in my past life, I was the one that was putting a ton of blinking lights in data centers. And if you had a technology refresh, 3 years, awesome, I was that much closer to quota. So I loved creating e-waste because I didn't know any better, right? For me, it was just a means to an end, and I love the ability to kind of put solutions in there. I never had to look at the impact. But since coming into this industry almost 10 years ago, and by the way, my name is Andrew Krager. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the co-founder of Cypher Black. My background was in data center and cybersecurity. I got recruited into this space about 10 years ago, and it was told to me that this particular company did data sanitization of retired IT assets. And being your typical naive American, I was like, that sounds really boring. Was not interested. But we've all been kind of sucked into the rabbit hole, right? And the further that you go down, you start to see the impact, the implications. And for me, once I kind of looked at that, and you've heard the data, 62 million metric tons, right? But the data continues to evolve. And it's not just the environmental impact, it's the social impact. It is truly the governance. We're actually going to look at the intersection of all these today, and that's why I'm excited to have the esteemed panel that I do here. And again, none of us are actually going to be talking about what we do. This is really a call to action for our entire industry to say it is time for us to level up and continue to progress what the world needs, because we are the stewards of not only data, but technology. So it is on us to come together as a team to really elevate the discussion and to provide solutions. Many of the times, if you look at what's going on the global stage today, there's solutions that don't yet exist, right? We look at kind of what the triangle is: reduce, reuse, recycle. We all know the value reclamation impact. We do know about the ESG impact, right? Reduce, reuse. But many of us have zero clue what happens when we recycle it. What happens when we recycle it? Where does that stuff go? Where do the minerals go? How does that ultimately flow back into technology, or does it end up in landfills? Right now, most of us are like, well, I get 60 cents a pound, give it to the highest bidder, out of sight, out of mind, goes to a downstream R2, right? But what are the multiple steps that happen after that? What's the traceability? Why perhaps does a particular region have more than a 90% monopoly on rare earths? It's because they're willing to overlook environmental impact, right? They don't care if they're taking it out of the ground in the mines all across the world, right? Or if they're getting it from our e-waste that we're sending it over there from recycling. And that is a massive impact, right? Not just in the transportation costs, right? But supply chain sovereignty, which we're going to talk about today. We're all dealing with enterprises, with OEMs, with various consumers who need those minerals for their technology. It's an existential threat. So today really is not only just a call to action, but look at where this industry needs to go, and for us to all kind of unite. Because the only metric, we can't keep relying on the only metric to be, well, I'm getting 60 cents a pound for this. Because guess what? That's changing. Whether it's export restrictions, whether it's supply chain limitations, whether it is traceability effects. So that's what we're going to delve in today. And what I want to first do, and by the way, this is just a graphic that might be surprising to you, right? We've heard what's going on the global stage when it comes to rare earths. And right now, we're recycling less than 0.2% of it. It's not because we don't want to target it in the permanent magnets. It's because we lack the means, the processes, the economics that are associated, and that's where innovation is called for. So we'll delve into all of this today. And about 6 months ago, I was even actually approached by DARPA, and I was advising DARPA on how we actually get rare earths from e-waste. And that's what really was my aha moment, because it was like, all right, recycle. What happens after that? And again, we've gone down a rabbit hole. This is an entirely different rabbit hole, because most of us don't know. What's that downstream? How do you ultimately get it to its elemental state that can be reintroduced into global supply chains? All your big data centers and hyperscalers, they're building more, right? How do they have the minerals to actually even build their future data centers? That's a big problem. And we are at the forefront of it because we are the ones touching it. So again, things are going to shift. And about that time, I also reached out to Vince because I saw an amazing article where Vince was quoted. And reached out to Vince. Vince was kind enough to respond to me. So we've been in touch for about 7 months. Vince, I love his story because Vince's entire book, which we'll talk about in a little bit, speaks to our industry. I always thought there was going to be a pivot point, but he gets into all the impact. And it all started with his bit of curiosity. And hope you don't mind me stealing your open. But essentially, Vince was like, I'm gonna buy a Nissan Leaf. I'm gonna save the world. And then as a journalist that's inquisitive, and hopefully we're all curious and inquisitive, he's like, but am I really saving the world? And that was the genesis of his book, right? So what I really want to do is set the stage today with Vince coming up, talking a little bit about his book, because it really is just that curiosity that we should all have. For me, I'm curious about how I can solve problems, right? And on the back end of solving problems, probably some business, some good relationships, some collaboration that happens. But if that is our North Star as an industry, there's so much that we can do together. So Vince, do you want to come up and talk a little bit about it?
I don't have to clap yet. I haven't even done anything. All right, well, thanks, Andrew. Oh, is this the advancer here? Cool.
And right there in front of you.
There we go.
Has anyone read Power Metal?
All right. You're my new best friend.
All right.
Anyway,
Shameless
yeah.
plug, buy Vince's book as well. It's fascinating.
Please do. Or take it out from your local library, whatever. It all works. Just trying to get the message out, really. Anyway, yeah, thanks very much. So this book just came out about 7 months ago. I won't talk about that too much, but happy to talk to folks afterwards about the book. But as Andrew said, it basically came about because I got this Nissan Leaf, and I was like, yay, I'm on the right side of history. But to my sorrow, I'm a journalist, and I had to start thinking about it, like, okay, well, what's this car made out of? And what are the, where did all the stuff that it's made out of come from? And so I started looking into it. What's the battery made out of? What's the motor made out of? Oh, it's made out of rare earths. Where do rare earths come from? And to my horror, I found that this electric car that I thought was such a righteous thing and helping to save the planet was actually coming at the expense of bulldozed rainforests and children being put to work in mines and all kinds of other problems. So ultimately, it's really about this great paradox that we're facing. And the paradox is this. We're moving into this world that's defined by digital technology and renewable energy and electric vehicles, right? We need those things. We need solar power, wind power, electric vehicles to stave off the catastrophe of climate change. But the paradox is all those things are entailing catastrophes of their own. And that's mainly because all of those things, all of our digital tech, electric vehicles, wind turbines, all the hardware of renewable energy are all made out of metals, right? This same basket of what are called critical metals. And you guys, you're in the biz, you know what I'm talking about. Copper, lithium, nickel, cobalt, rare earths. They're called critical metals really for a very good reason, which is, of course, that our future literally depends on them. So I won't spend too much time on this because I'm sure you guys are familiar, but because of, largely thanks to the speed of the energy transition and the growth of the EV market, demand for all of these metals is skyrocketing. It's just exploding and is just going to continue on, right? These are the latest estimates from the International Energy Agency. Every one of these metals that we're talking about is going to grow by, the demand for them is going to grow by orders of magnitude, right? So where's all that metal coming from? That's a big problem, right? There's a worldwide scramble on right now, a multi-trillion-dollar scramble going on to get all those metals, and it is inflicting enormous environmental damage, enormous damage on all kinds of people, and it's also having massive geopolitical impacts. So I traveled all over the world while I was researching this book, really trying to, get a firsthand look at the places that are really paying the price for this, for our hunger for metals. One of the first places I went to was Chile. There's a region in Chile called the Atacama Desert in northern Chile. That guy there, his name is Leonel Salinas. He's the head of a indigenous village that's there in the Atacama Desert. They've been there for thousands of years, at least 10,000 years. Nobody can really say how long. But it turns out the Atacama is also it's home to one of the world's biggest deposits of copper and also of lithium. So copper mining's been going on there for quite some time and only ramping up because copper is really, when we talk about all these critical metals, by volume, copper is the number one. That's the one that we need the most of. In fact, we're going to have to mine more copper in the next 20 years or so than we have mined in all of human history. Right? We've been digging up copper for at least 4,000 years. Take all that copper we've dug up out of the ground, we're going to need that much again in the next 20 years. Anyway, and a lot of it, Chile is the world's #1 producer of copper, also turns out to have tons of lithium. So lithium mining has also just been booming in this region. And the problem is those mines need lots and lots of water. And this is already one of the driest regions in the world. So what Leonel told me is that basically these mines are drying out what little water there is in the area. The streams that his people depend on, that the animals and the plant life that's there depend on are starting to dry up. And basically making the region uninhabitable. He told me that the farmers' fields where his people grow their crops are literally drying up, and people are having to move away. It's no longer possible to live there, and they're having to move away to the cities and go and try and find jobs there. It's also endangering all the other, basically everything else that lives there, which is more than you'd think. There's these rare flamingos that live in the area. There's all kinds of there's other kinds of bird life. Everything basically is being put at risk. Because of this mining that's happening. Nickel, and that's one of the ingredients, another ingredient that's in all of our batteries. Most electric vehicles, almost all the batteries that run our cell phones, our laptops, the ones, you've all got nickel in your pocket right now. And most of it now comes from Indonesia. Now, that's a pretty recent thing. That's because the Indonesian government saw this coming, and about 20 years ago, they have huge amounts of nickel there, and they made a decision to really invest and make them really, get the most out of their nickel deposits, which has been great for them. They've made, billions and billions of dollars. It's a poor country. They're making a lot of money. That's the upside. The downside is, to get at that nickel, they have bulldozed miles of virgin rainforest, just cut it to the ground. That's one of the nickel mines in Indonesia. And also at the same time, they're also building refineries, right? They're not just digging it out of the ground, they're also refining that nickel, turning it into pure nickel that can be made into batteries and so on and so on. The pollution that comes out of those things is ungodly. I mean, the environmental regulations are much laxer there, and so these places are just pouring toxins into the water, into the soil. They've completely wiped out the livelihoods of all kinds of folks who depend on fishing for their living. They found a toxin called hexavalent chromide 6, which anybody see the movie Erin Brockovich? Yeah, okay. So if that was the chemical that she was going after, same chemical is coming out of some of these refineries in the Philippines and also possibly in Indonesia. So massive environmental destruction happening there. 70% of all the world's cobalt, which is another ingredient in our batteries, again, guaranteed. You've got cobalt sitting in your pocket right now, in your phone, probably in your laptop, in the battery. 70% of it comes from one country, the Democratic Republic of Congo, in the middle of Africa. There are thousands of children working in those mines. And on top, it's really grueling work, as you might imagine. And of course, there's no such, thing as labor standards. There's no OSHA in the DRC's cobalt mines. There's no EPA regulating what happens to the runoff from them. And there's nobody really watching over what's happening to these kids. So on top of the grueling work that they're doing, they're often beaten, they get whipped, they're not infrequently sexually abused. Some of these kids are as young as 7.
And by the way, one of the things I also want to add to it is we talk about the geopolitical aspects of this, right? It's not just the children that are being abused in the DRC, right? But guess what? That mine is owned by China, right? The security for that mine is the Wagner Group out of Russia, right? So when you talk about the geopolitical undertones and implications, it's vast and huge, right? And this is why you have to get curious. Like, that's horrible in and of itself. But when you look at the impact, it doesn't stop there. It reverberates. So again, getting back to the fact that whether you own mines or our technology flows over there for refinement because of environmental implications, whether you use hundreds and thousands of passes of jet fuel and kerosene, it doesn't care. And they get to be in a position of dominance. And we all have a future to look out for our kids. And again, we're not going to solve all these problems, right? But the way that we're actually processing today, we're not maximizing this. So there's a huge responsibility on us to how do we do better to make sure that we don't have to do this level of mining, or at least how can we mitigate it? And again, none of us is going to do that on our own. It's all of us working together.
So, which brings us to recycling, right? So when I started in on this, and I found out about all these problems with the mining and the refining, but on the other hand, of course, we need these metals. We do need these metals because we can't build our electric vehicles and wind turbines and all the rest of it without them. So how can we get them without destroying the planet? And the answer that I kept hearing was recycling, right? What you guys all do. And I thought, oh, great, recycling. That's, easy, right? I know how recycling works. You put your bottles out in a little blue bin and a truck comes along and takes it away, and that's recycling, right? That's all there is to it. Well, no, as you guys know. What happens often on the downstream, what a lot of people don't realize, as Andrew was mentioning, is what happens to that stuff, to that e-waste especially, down the road. So a lot of it ends up in the developing world, in places like Lagos, Nigeria, which is another place I went researching the book. So Lagos is the biggest city in Africa, and they have a huge e-waste recycling industry there, which is good in some ways, right? There's a lot of recycling that happens, a lot of jobs get created. But on the other hand, there's a lot of this as well, right? So there's a lot of all the junk that they can't use, the cables, plastic, whatever, a lot of it just gets burned in these open pit fires that are just pouring out the most reeking, nauseous, dioxin-fueled smoke you can imagine. It's getting breathed in by the guys who are working there and also by everyone around them. You can't see it in this picture, but they're basically in the middle of a whole sort of slum area of Lagos. There's families living, just tens of yards away from them. And you can see they've got zero in the way. There's no protective equipment. They've got no masks, nothing like that. And I asked one of these guys, that guy that you see in front, I said, how long have you been doing this work? And he said, since I was 8. And I was like, whoa. And how old are you now? He said, I'm 36. It's a long time to be breathing in that kind of crap. So anyway, just to reiterate what Andrew said, I mean, you guys, your industry, you're a crucial part of this, right? There are millions of tons, literally, of these critical metals that are just getting thrown out every year, right? And instead of mining the stuff that's under the ground, we could be mining so much more of it that's above ground. It's so much more efficient, it's cleaner, it's safer, it's better for everybody. And I just really, second his appeal. Like it's time to really start figuring out how we can do a better job with all this. So thanks for listening.
Awesome. Thank you, Vince. So really what we want to do there is we just want to set the stage, right? Hopefully all of us are educated, kind of know some of the impact. I'm sure you've seen these pictures, right? But who in here considers themselves an educator when you reach out to your customers? So we as educators have to be educated so we can actually talk about what the toll is, right? Do we understand the environmental? Do we actually understand the social, which is this, right? Do we understand the governance impact, which Mike will talk a little bit about, right? And all the people on this panel are really thought leaders that are looking to drive that forward. So Rebecca, if I can go ahead and start off with you. Assurant, being a Fortune 500 company, a big industry leader, and I know this is one thing that you're passionate about. How does Assurant take responsibility, and what do you do along these lines?
How about now?
Got it.
All right. Okay. So I won't yell. So working for Assurant, I think, has been a really great journey for me in the sense that it is a huge company, right? A global company, many different regions, different areas in terms of impact. But at the heart of the company, and even incorporate into it, is really this goal and objective to help advance a more connected, respected, and protected world. And what that means is that throughout the different areas of the business, looking at how can we make sure that we're doing that in a social responsible way, in something that is not only good for our shareholders, but stakeholders from a community perspective as well. And so with the area of the business that I focus on, I really look at from a product perspective, how can we incorporate these same tenets into the solutions that we design and we deliver with our customers? And so a big part of that, coming back to this, is that circularity, is making sure that while we're not the original manufacturers, we are definitely, a big part of setting up, establishing, and operating a more circular economy when it comes to the area of mobile connected devices that we've spoken of in the past. But what all of that entails, when you're thinking of circularity, it's everything from making sure that the device itself, as well as encouraging people to want to participate in that, because if each the yous and me's of the world don't actually bring our electronics back in, you can't do anything. So how do you design programs that encourage and actually incent for the end consumer to participate in this? How do they get that share of that as well? And so being able to have that impact in driving the economical aspect of it as well as the environmental aspect of it. And so that's really where that kind of crosses over into this area of making sure that we're all part of, this world. We want it to go on for a long time, and we want to make sure that we have a certain set of finite resources. Are we being responsible with those? And technology needs are not going away, right? They're only increasing. So how can we support that? And that's really the aspect that, I'm able to help be involved in and help work with our clients for, is driving that circularity through programs, through actually the redistribution of devices. This past year alone, we operated over 70 trade-in and upgrade programs on a global scale, and able to, repurpose somewhere over 19 million devices as part of that, just on mobile devices, let alone other areas. So I'll stop there.
No,
but yeah, that's a little bit in terms of impact. So hopefully during this process, we'll be able to talk about, where industry, where we can all be responsible and, be good stewards of the environment, recognizing that we're not all here sitting in, not-for-profits. How do you bring both of those two things together?
Yeah, thank you. That's amazing. And in this room, who's familiar with Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3? So what this room all needs to do is get educated on Scope 3. If you want to move into a C-suite discussion that drives businesses forward, learn Scope 3. Scope 1 and Scope 2 are very easy. Every enterprise out there is trying to figure out how to actually assess and manage Scope 3. We hold the golden goose for Scope 3. So if Mike needs a phone, right, he can go buy one, right? And let's say I need a phone, I could go buy one. But if we use Assurant Repair, and all of a sudden Mike gets this phone, well, we only need one phone, right? And that's 90% of greenhouse gases. That is Scope 3. And that can be quantified, and we're one of the few people who can do it. They're trying to quantify everything out there. We hold the ability right here. That is a profit lever. That is the way that you actually have a value proposition. You go back to companies, and we're also going to talk a little bit about that data. And there's also big things that are out there in the domain The European Green Deal requires Scope 3 data. Right now, 6 months from now, California SB 253 requires you report on Scope 3 data if you're a company that's doing $1 billion or even $500 million, and you're doing any business in California. So we'll talk a little bit about that. These are things that we all need to know because it drives action. But it's nice to talk about big terms and everything. Data is what delivers. And real quick, before actually talking about data, I want to go ahead and let you, Allison, talk a little bit about circularity because as the VP of Sustainability, that's something that you're also very focused on.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Allison Mitchell. I'm the VP of Sustainability for AppKudo. And if you're not familiar with AppKudo, we're a circular industry platform that focuses on disposition and deciding what's the right next thing to do with this particular device. And we've evolved. We started as a hardware company focused on the robotics for the transition from, first life of a device into its second life, from the consumer into the resale market through data sanitization, grading, and processing. And then we've expanded with the data that we're collecting through those robotics to really amass this tremendous amount of data on a platform that our customers can utilize to make these decisions as to where this device should go next, and do that in a very optimized way. And our customers are everything from OEMs to enterprise customers to the carriers, as well as insurers, and all of the partners that really throughout the entire supply chain. And so we're focused on collecting that data in a way that they can digest it and glean additional insights from that, both for optimizing the movement of that device, the monetization of that device, but and as you might infer from my title, the environmental impacts of the movements and the use of and the life of that device. So it's been an interesting journey. My whole career I've been in sustainability, but I've entered the IT and tech world in the last 3 years. And when you talk about being an educator, that's a lot of what I do, because the types of customers we deal with are on varying levels of awareness when it comes to the impact that these devices have, and really helping them understand, especially on the enterprise side, the evolution of this industry from, shred it, and that's data erasure, to there's other ways to do data erasure that you can maintain the usability of this device, not just the components, but the entire device. So explaining that, and then a lot of times I have to do a lot of explanation around the quality of the data and how we calculate those impacts, improving the metrics, improving the assumptions, and the methods that we use to calculate that data so that they can trust it and don't worry about putting that out there and being accused of greenwashing.
Awesome, thank you. And I think it's safe to say the reason that you have the OEMs, the carriers, bought into AppKudo isn't because of the fact that you have cool robotics and automation. That's part of it, right, in the data sanitization. But it's this data that you're bringing to them that really turns the lights on, right? And that's what we all have an obligation to do, is how do we turn the lights on for our customers, for the industries? There's so many dark holes that still exist today, right? And real quick, who knows Mike? I already knew the answer. No one knows Mike, right? Brett introduced me. But once I got a chance to meet Mike, I love the fact of not only his background, but his curiosity, and really where it's driven him to look at the data, right? And I love that you also mentioned components, right? So it's not just about keeping these things out, but what is in those components? Do I have the data to say, all right, is there praseodymium in there? Is there dysprosium in there? What are the quality of contents in there, and how do I measure that? So that type of data at a granular level is what drives change. So Mike, talk a little bit about the data, your world, and what you've seen that's really driven you to where you are today, and how you can be an overlay to support this industry.
Yeah, hello? There we go. So I'm not from this industry, as you highly alluded to. I am a tech guy. I've worked in tech for 30 years. 18 of that was at VMware, creating cloud and doing all this kind of stuff. So I'm part of the problem, I guess. And then the last 5 years I spent in sustainability, kind of happenstanced into that space, It's my third sustainability company I founded. And what we are is a data and analytics company at our hearts. We take a look at all the integrated, connected dots that are out there and expose them to the tech operators that are making these decisions every single day. Your average tech operator doesn't know anything about the end of life of equipment. They're like, oh yeah, this server's done, we replace this server, and then they go off, they're concerned about deploying the next workload or securing the environment or doing these various different things. And we try to connect the dots and say, if you are deploying this, this also has an impact on water, this has an impact on the environment over here, this has an impact on reporting that the VP of Sustainability is talking about. Allison and I were just talking about this earlier, and she said, I go into the tech space, I try to talk sustainability stuff to them, and they look at me like I have 6 eyes because they don't understand anything about it. So that's what we do, is we try to translate all of that into an actionable insight on their everyday tasks that they're taking. They think they are making very simple decisions, and they're actually making very complex decisions that have lasting impacts. So an example of how this could be useful is, hey, I'm deploying something on this server, or we need a new server. Well, what is the value of that server when it comes to end of life? What happens if you make that a purchasing decision up front, right? And the value of that server could be beyond just, hey, the recycling of it. It is the rare earth minerals that are in there. So we, by collecting all this data that's out there, are able to footprint per server or per device that's out there how much of these rare earth minerals are in there, how much of the other stuff's in there, how much it can be recovered, and then tell you the value of that thing. So you may make a decision like, hey, I'm actually going to take stateless workloads that I have, and I'm going to put them on this server. I'm going to stick that high-value server that I now have, that I didn't know I had, over in the corner here, and I'm going to run it at 95 degrees, which will reduce my cooling costs inside my data center, because I don't care that it's running at 95 degrees. I kind of want it to die and go off and get the value of that minerals, and I'm going to put my more important workloads over here and chill this part of the data center at cooler environment. So it's all those like complex interrelated decisions, but you need that up front when you're making these decisions. There was Secretary of Defense, who here is from the U.S.? And, I know we have a mixed crowd. So in the U.S., we had a Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, and he has the Rumsfeld Risk Framework. And this goes directly into the rare earth minerals here. And he said there's 3 things in the risk framework. There's their known knowns. I know that I have a server here. I need to deploy workloads on it. I know that it's going to be rolling off my books in 3 years or 5 years to make his quota. Then there's the known unknowns. I know that that thing's over there, but I don't quite understand it. I don't quite measure it. This could be like carbon reporting. We were talking about scope 3. I know there's carbon reporting. I know I have some wonderful ladies over here that care about it, but me as the tech operator, I don't really quantify that. I don't know how I'm impacting that. It's a known unknown for me. And then there's the third part of the risk framework, which is the unknown unknowns. He says that's the stuff that typically will kill you, and it's the stuff you don't know about and don't measure. We look at it as like, hey, there's water. What's the water impact? Are you deploying somewhere where the water's now too warm and the nuclear data centers or the nuclear reactors have to shut down, which means you don't really have the energy you thought that you had? So that's like an unknown unknown. But it's also like the rare earth minerals that are sitting inside of your server. That's an unknown unknown. I didn't know I had that. I didn't know that it's super valuable to me. I didn't know that it's, I could have this circular supply chain, or that there's people that are in this room that can take care of that and make sure that it happens. I have to report on 2 things. You're talking about scope 3. So to get really in the weeds on sustainability and geek out for a second, because you do hold all the data to this, there's scope 3 is broken into 15 categories. One of those categories focuses on the tech producers. They have to know about the carbon impact for the end of life of their equipment. I am IBM. I sold a server to you over there, and you put it in, right? I have to know what you're doing with that server when you get rid of it, and what the carbon impact is and the environmental impact is, because I have to report on it as IBM. How in the world am I ever going to know that information? And then you, when you dispose that server, have to report on category 5, which is e-waste, right? Which is waste produced in operations. So that's e-waste falls into that category. You have to know about the carbon impact of that. So when you're sending it off to the recycler, all the people in this group here, right? Are you reporting any of that back to that company? Do you report carbon impact and laden impact from the truck picking it up to the truck dropping it off to flying it over to wherever it's going to be, reduced at, from a location standpoint. That is super valuable information because these companies have to report on it. Fortune 500 companies, we had one down at the end, they have to report on this stuff in 2026. You got 6 months and counting. I know that you're good. 6 months and counting, they have to know this year's information. And the penalty for not knowing this information, it varies around the world, but it's generally 5% of daily revenues as a fine and or 5 years in jail. Now, the 5 years in jail are the people that are signing off on the sustainability report and all of your this rolls up into financial accounting now, IFRS. So it's your CFO, it's your CEO, it's your general counsel, sometimes your chief sustainability officer. They're the people wearing the orange jumpsuits, right? So you hold all this information. You can have a totally different conversation on the value of that information if you just started tracking it.
Awesome. And again, you're probably talking like ESG and like, well, things are changing. This administration doesn't really care about ESG. But guess what? Pull the lever. They do care about national security, right? We have a big military. It takes a lot to feed that military, right? So that's why DARPA and those organizations are dumping a lot of money into how we can actually have reclamation. And we sit at the forefront. And some of the things that I'm hearing here as well is, first off, who's tired of competing for price in this industry and seeing margins get eroded? Yeah, it's painful, right? But guess what? If we are coming in and we are just view ourselves as an end-of-life technology provider, that's what we're going to compete on. Sure, you have to have the R2 and the other certs. But if you start to understand the data that's driving these buying decisions and you move upstream to become a true lifecycle partner, right, you get to get involved in saying, all right, let's talk about what your deployment looks like. Just because you're doing a technology refresh, do you really need to actually decommission those 500 servers? They're taking a guess because it was on a lease, right? Maybe they only need to decommission 300 of them. Well, if you're short-sighted, like, well, that's 200 servers that I don't get. But then you become a trusted advisor, and you can actually bring the data. And you're involved in the entire purchasing decision, and they're not going to beat you down on price. But again, that's a journey and for all of us to know, and can you wrap it with the data? And who are the people in this room that, just like me, I like to be surrounded by smart people, that are smarter, that can help me get there? And how do I collaborate? Because it's not all under your domain. So understand that. And again, if you're also one of those people that's just talking to the IT person, and you don't understand how to have a conversation with the C-suite, with the VP of sustainability, with the CISO who's in charge of security, and we can say, you guys aren't in battle with each other. Let's all sit down at the table. We can hit all your goals by the way we actually decommission this. That's how this industry needs to evolve, and that's really the call to action. And again, this is a whole new domain when we talk about getting to the elemental state of these things from an opportunity standpoint, right? So let me just kind of talk a little bit about future direction, right? If we were sitting down in this panel in 5 years from now, based on a lot of the unknowns, right? What would success look like? And Rebecca, since you're a champion in this on behalf of Assurant, and I know that you're taking some direction, what would success look like in 5 years based on where you're at today and what we do and where we need to go as an industry?
Yeah, I think success for us on this topic is that when we think of sustainability or circularity, and more specifically, that it is a part of how we plan our business operations in the same way as we think about the financial impact, that it's there hand in hand. And the things that will help drive that, like all of us sitting in this room today, right? It's going to start with that sentiment that people have, that core value, and then on the other side, right, there's the carrot and the stick, it's going to be regulation. It's going to be changes in law. Some of them are already in place, some of them are coming. And so that continued progression will help drive the other side. So we can help make that a lot more enjoyable and a lot more palatable by designing systems and solutions that meet the needs of each party. And I know it can be like, what is the statement? It's a win-win, right? That's been so overused. But in this case, it is looking at how can we identify that it is a benefit for the environment. It is a benefit for the pocketbook. And, I think it's newer in this industry for sure, but we're starting to get more mature. For a long time, we've heard about fast fashion, fast furniture. We don't want to throw away economy. we do actually want fast electronics, but we want to make sure that we're not throwing them away, and we're thinking about that from the beginning. And so what does that really look like? So for me, in 5 years, it's that the regulations that are in place are actually helping to incent the right behaviors, and that we have solutions that are not onerous for businesses to actually meet, but that are going to encourage people to participate more and being able to do the right thing so that we are able to reuse the materials. We're not going back to the earth to mine more and more, but we're able to repurpose what is out there. You mentioned earlier, I know it's like really brief, I don't know if everyone caught this, but the point of even like with a mobile cell phone, when you crack open that box the first time, that's somewhere about 90% of the CO2 emissions. So that's a huge difference. If we can take and we can look at how do we extend and maximize the useful life of our electronics, we're going to be able to really help. Is it a war? Are we winning the war? We're going to be able to help make a difference with what's going on here. So yeah, that's what I see in 5 years.
Awesome. Anyone else want to chime in?
Sure. I would say, from my perspective, because I do a lot of educating, it would be that there's a lot more collaboration, a lot more just the general public's awareness and the palatability of the reuse device space has elevated exponentially. When I think about it in a corporate structure, sometimes the sustainability department is its own thing, and there's a silo, and it's difficult to work across the organization. So I don't know if the answer is maybe a sustainability person embedded in every vertical in every department within the organization. And then for OEMs particularly, and carriers there, it's kind of at the retail level, reaching the general public, just pushing the envelope, raising the bar, and raising the expectations such that the consumers demand it. And we use the used car analogy a lot, and to see that certified pre-owned Lexus experience being there for the reused electronics device market.
Awesome. Thanks, Alan. Mike, do you have anything? Vince?
Who knew these things were so strong? Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm more of a big picture guy, right? I'm not actually, embedded in the industry myself, but I really do think that, everything that I agree with everything you guys have said. I think there's, a lot more than industry can do. I really also think, I don't think the free market is going to solve these problems all by itself. I think we're going to need more government regulations that basically force companies and consumers to take on more of the burden for recycling it, and also to kind of support the whole economy. I mean, part of the reason, yeah, we need more recycling, but part of the problem, one of the reasons that rare earths, we recycle less than 1% of all rare earths is we can't really do it very well yet, right? When you put a lot of the products that rare earths go into, like your cell phones, they have the amounts of rare earths that are in there are tiny, and they're really dispersed throughout the product, or they're alloyed with other things. It's really hard to separate them out. So, often, like a cell phone, for instance, often when it gets sent to a recycler, really the recycler will pull out the circuit board and a couple of the components, and they'll just toss the rest, which is where the rare earths are, because it's incredibly expensive and incredibly difficult to get them out there. And I don't think that's going to change without a lot more basic research into how to do these things. And that, again, that's the kind of thing that's only going to come with government funding, right? The internet was not created by the free market. It wasn't the workings of capitalism that brought us the internet. It was the United States government investing in building up the original ARPANET for the military. That's the root from which the commercial internet grew. And it wouldn't have happened otherwise. And I really think the same is true for a lot of the technologies that we're going to need going forward.
Awesome. Thanks, Vince. Mike?
Yeah, since we have 20 seconds left. That 5 years from now, what needs to happen between now and 5 years. There's already 170,000 net zero companies that care about this stuff. So it's happening today. It's about more transparency on how they're winning. We talk about the circular economy. What we really have is circular. We don't have the economy part of it. And that's what needs to change is people need to see it winning. You're talking about free markets, you know, changing this type of stuff. When MasterCard makes decisions on where they deploy stuff, now they make decisions based on that sustainability impact, and it drives millions and millions of operational dollars off, right? They basically said, hey, you can't tell Visa about any of this stuff because we don't want them to compete with us on that efficiency level. Once that stuff starts getting out, you look at like the Just 100 index, the people that are sustainability focused outperform the Russell index by 15%. The people that aren't underperform the Russell index by 34%. So this is actually a business kind of a conversation. Economics, once it takes hold and once people see that, hey, I can control my own supply chain, I can have value out of these things, that news will get out, and I think it will start to drive that. But it requires a lot of connecting the dots, a lot of information, a lot of education. But I have faith in that because if you look at the tech operators of today, they don't look like me anymore. I'm old, I'm out of there, right? It's all, you know, kind of millennials and Gen Zers, my sons and, you know, daughters and stuff like that. And they do care about this. As long as you put the right information in front of them, they'll take it and they'll run with it because they do care. They just need that information.
Awesome, thank you. And I think for all of us, it's really elevating to have a C-suite discussion. Understand the important role that we play, right? Literally, when people ask me, what do you do? Sometimes I'm joking and I'm just like, I just try to save the world. But I believe that, right? We're all here to save the world. We have an important role in that part. And where there's gaps, like Vince just talked about with those rare earths, it is tough to get to those, right? It's not just gonna be hammers. Typically, again, those are going overseas, hundreds and thousands of passes of kerosene and jet fuel. That's not gonna fly here. So we need innovation. People who are entrepreneurials. And Venki's in front. If you don't know Venki, Venki is a hydrometallurgist that actually runs Advanced United Refining. So if you've heard of pyrometallurgy, there was a version of that in Vince's slide, right? It's very damaging. Hydrometallurgy is a clean process that's contained, which can produce over 99.9% purity. And with what's going on in the state of the world right now, Venki is committed to actually going after rare earths because we need them. Right? So if you get a chance, make sure you say hey to Venki and anyone else that's innovating and on this. It's key that we all know those people, right? We don't have to be a hydrometallurgist. Who can we actually downstream this to that can actually help support the cause in our overall mission? So with that, I know we've gone a couple minutes over. I don't know if we have time for a question or not. You can give me thumbs down. All right, does anyone have a question? Come back.
I do not believe for a moment these percentages recycle. I was an economics professor. I understand. I own scrap recycling companies. I am on a DARPA project. I may be the only one here who is. And okay, there's two of them. But I think these numbers are wrong.
Yeah. I'm just quoting the International Atomic.
I think that they're way too low. I don't know anyone who's moving materials to the garbage. I know that when they say all this vinyl is created in a year and none of it's recycled, most of it's on houses. I don't think we're tracking it properly, and I do not believe until we know the problem that we can solve it. And I think we need to look at better methods of collecting data.
I love what you say because we were talking everything's about data. So if the data's off, get us better data so we can all actually execute and be more strategic. So I love it. You have my vote. Let's get the right data. That drives everything. Anyone else? Thank you.
Yeah, I think my question is a little bigger than specific to any country or any law per se. You see, only few hundred manufacturers across the globe producing the EV and or electronic products, be it whatever, laptop or phones or. But if you look at the values, what they put inside the electronics and the EV is the same when you sell in the US or in Congo or in Asia, is all the same. And likewise, the impact is the same. It's all humanity, you know, whether it's a mercury or gallium or arsenic or any other metals, the impact is the same. But the question is that, you know, where are a standard policy, benchmark technology across the globe, knowing that value is the same, impact is the same, but why do we have a double standards across the globe? Like Congo, for example, you show the picture, it's very painful, you know, but that would have been produced here or somewhere else, but end up in Congo. many other international standards are there, but only for the e-waste or these recovery systems, we have many, many standards. No one take the responsibility, and could be lack of awareness, could be lack of willingness, all the stakeholders comes together to take the responsibility under the EPR or CSR, whatever we call it as. I think that's where I think the world has to move. We are struggling with this industry for the last 3 decades, since 90s, but still we are talking like a basics today.
Yeah. Okay. And great point. I think that's a challenge with globalization, right? Out of sight, out of mind, as part of the reason for our industry, right? So that's why as educators, we need to educate consumers. We need to educate people about the impact, right? You'll hear marketing try to supersede it with terms like clean cobalt. Absolute BS, right? It's artisanal miners and often children, right? So again, that's up to us when we embrace that S in ESG. We all focus on just the environmental. We need to also educate on the S, what that impact is. And if your value proposition is I buy for X, I sell for Y, right? The value proposition, you can be a loss leader in some things if you're dealing with the right company. You know, if you deal with, let's just say Assurant in this particular case, who cares about their brand image? And you say, for me to process these iPhones, you're gonna lose $10 per iPhone. Well, no one's gonna make that business decision unless it goes to a greater cause that can then be packaged up into their value proposition. Oh, I just stood up a small school over in Kenya that now is closing the digital divide and they can be educated. And there's also a risk aversion to entering into those markets, right? And now they have a feel-good image that helps people. So understand what value proposition is because it's not always monetary. All right, with that, certainly appreciate everyone's time. I'll be around as well as hopefully some of my panelists for any questions, but appreciate you attending and thank you, and let's go save the world.
We're going to talk about below the cut line, so materials that are not resale ready but still valuable. So we're going to be talking about scrap strategies to downstream recovery, squeezing every dollar out of your non-retail or non-sellable assets. I'm going to have a bunch of questions that I'm going to ask these two gentlemen. I might interject for some, but it's pretty late and we don't have a ton of people here. So why don't we, as we go along, feel free to ask questions. Let's not hold them to the end. Shout out whatever you want. You probably don't know what all my questions are, but don't steal my thunder because some of them later on are good. So we got to be careful with that. But let me start with this. So to the two most important questions with this session, I'll start with the first one. What does it mean to maximize value? And can you define value?
Well, I think the very first thing to do is to define value, and that's going to be highly dependent on who your customer is, your upstream customer, because value can mean that they want to see full recycling, the full close the loop, because it's much more expensive to separate out the plastics and get the good plastics going where they need to be separated back into the manufacturing process versus packaging it up and shipping it overseas. Same thing with again, it's defined by the customer, and the customer is going to have to help you with that definition, because value doesn't always mean the highest penny per pound on what you send downstream. Often it means, and for URT it means, how do we get this stuff recycled and back into the manufacturing stream? So.
I would say value is all perspective. At the micro scale, I think of an order. What are you getting paid for a load or for a pallet of material? But as you zoom out, it's about the whole food chain of your customers, your clients, and your employees, and making sure you're taking care of your upstream customers and the contracts you have with them, making sure data security is a top tier part of what we're doing, and that everybody's taken care of in your ecosystem, and doing the right thing along the way, because value might not be presented every single order as crystal clear as it may seem, but it's about the long-term partnerships that we develop in this industry.
Nice, thanks. So how do you determine the actual cut line for devices?
Yeah, so computers are evolving faster than we've ever seen before. It seems like every year a new smartwatch or a new computer's coming out, and it's a constant challenge to try to keep up with that. So it's funny, for me doing e-commerce, and I was asked to do a below the cut line panel, I'm great. I get to sell what's generally above the cut line, but I think it's important for us to have a very good handle on what's below the cut line as well, because they're very much related. And every time a new computer chip comes out or a new type of technology, that impacts the rest of your products and services in your network of supply. And those prices are going to change. The customers that want to buy them are going to change, and where you can move that material flows. And you need to be able to have some real-time trackers on these things and always be up to speed with the latest and greatest, because the product from 5 years ago and beyond is going to get impacted every time a new device gets released out into the wild.
And then just dovetail on that, and this is an area where URT is really starting to grow and focusing on, but just having that real quick, efficient communication between the remarketing team and operations, because also your capabilities on being able to refurbish and we'll talk more about this later, but the disassemble and parts harvest, those capabilities have to be connected to the remarketing team, and they've got to be dialed in, and they've got to be aware of the operational capabilities and be able to effectively communicate that to operations. So it's a moving target.
Yeah, That's great. Thank you. It's always a constant battle. At Sun King, we've got a list of items by categories, and we have cutoff values for each item, whether it's through e-commerce or through wholesale. And nothing hurts more than looking at the e-commerce lines and seeing a negative net value on something because we spent too much time processing it, listing it, right, taking pictures, refurbing, upgrading, whatever it takes, and then we sell it. Maybe you throw some advertising on it, and all of a sudden, you know, you sold a $100 laptop that on e-commerce, and you lost $13. That's you know, that hurts quite a bit.
How about doing that 100 times over?
Yeah, we don't want to do that. So what are some overlooked components or materials within non-resellable IT assets that still carry significant scrap value?
Well, to me, that's just, at least in URT's evolution, that's a constant learning. We're discovering that you know, there's printer parts that can be harvested. There's you know, boards that we didn't have capabilities with before that now we have. It's, you know, I keep going back as to that constant communication and upgrading your capabilities, which is something that we just, you know, constantly focus on. The remarketing team come back, hey, I can sell these. Can you figure out how to pull the components out? And then getting with our operations team and just closing that loop and continuing to focus, obviously, on anything that's data containing and making sure that the security's there. So.
And I would say parts is a rabbit hole we can go down for a long time there. Computers is a great example. You've got screens, you've got touchpads, keyboards, computer chips that are in there, RAM, CPU. So there's so many elements that make it up. Pretty much any of these categories, whether it's medical equipment, a computer, consumer electronics, you could think of it like a used car. You might have the value of a Honda Accord, but you could sell the wheels off of it. You could sell the windshield. When that thing's done, there's so many different pieces and parts and ways to get value out of an old car. And I think the same approach and philosophy applies to almost every category of material we work with. And I know a lot of us in this industry deal with different types of products. I think what we all see come through our doors and facilities, you could walk into any one of our warehouses and it's going to be a lot of different flavors. Some of us are very computer heavy. I know some people have a lot of medical equipment. Some people, you know, might be processing solar panels, and there's different elements to all these product lines. And the more you know about that product line and what they're made up of, you have so many different ways to approach what you'd like to do with it.
Just for my own curiosity too, you know, I'd say on our lowest end devices that, like servers, laptops, desktops, that are well below the cut line, we're not pulling CPUs and RAM either. We're just shredding that, which obviously not everyone can do. Do you see a lot, or are you pulling CPU and RAM on everything? Are you shredding it? And what would you suggest for like an ITAD that doesn't have a shredding operation? Would you go downstream with the whole unit or pull?
I think it depends on your capabilities at the warehousing level. I think at the end of the day, all this comes down to the factory capabilities. Somebody's got to get their hands on it, and I like to think go as far as you can within your means, and that means being cost effective too. You know, labor has time, and if you want to break down every component, you might get your hands dirty getting into some old servers, and they might be really old and not carry much value. But if you don't have the capabilities to shred on your own in your own facility, it's finding good partners, downstreams, side streams, however you look at it, and work with other companies, because there's somebody out there that's got a niche of expertise to fill those gaps. And that's why an event like this is important, where we can come together and learn who's there to fill those gaps for us and find good reputable partners to work with over a period of time that are reputable and trustworthy that you can work with to fill those voids if you don't have the shredding capability or if you don't have the time to go after all the parts and components in something. But one thing's for sure is if you're not doing it in your facility, somebody's gonna do it somewhere, some way, somehow.
Yeah, I just like to reemphasize finding that niche partner is key, and being able to trust them and fully vet them. That you can get hurt or you can be greatly benefited. So that is key.
Okay, I'm gonna tack onto that question too. Another one. When is manual dismantling worth the labor cost compared to straight shredding? And how do you determine that break-even point?
Thousands of spreadsheets. Again, it's that communication with remarketing, with operations. What are they good at? Is that the niche? And then a real good cost accountant that knows how to plug the numbers in.
Yeah, the time studies are so important too. That it seems like every week a different product comes out, a new opportunity comes out. So we're running time studies on everything. I think we probably did like 3 this week on new stuff.
We've got a pretty slick data analytics department. I got my buddy Sean over there who helps plug a bunch of numbers for us. And one of the big things we're always looking at is any asset that comes through the door, what are your remarketing capabilities and what are your scrap capabilities? What does a direct-to-consumer equation look like? What does a wholesale equation look like? And what do the components and scrap values look like if you break them down? And then at some point, you do have an apples-to-apples comparison, and you can make decisions based on the volume and velocity you need to go. And at that point, you're just pulling levers based on what you need to do in a given month.
That's great. Are there specific devices or categories that most ITADs or recyclers undervalue in scrap scenarios?
It's tough to tell. I'm sure there's some out there, and I think in this industry every couple of years we see some new product lines come up that used to be not a big deal, that somebody finds a way to get some value from, and then they become a regular product line that we all see out in the market. I think I remember that for a long time with ink and toner, where it was kind of a quiet product line, and over time there's a number of people that figured out some great processes around how to handle that material, and we're able to extract some really good value from it. I'm not sure what some of the next ones will be, but I do think most of the components we see that we're not getting value for, someone out there's figuring out a way to get a little juice out of the squeeze.
And again, the different upstream ITAD companies are good at different things, and so if it's not in their, if they're focused in one area and they just want to run the material through that's not in that one category, being able to be a good partner to them, and hopefully that's your niche. I think there's just a lot of partnerships that are available there. So I don't know if there's ink and toner is a good example, but other than that, it's hard to tell. I think it just depends on what you can specialize in and what you need to turn quickly to a trusted downstream.
I think I almost turned off my mic. I just had to make sure. Yeah, that makes sense. I think we've had some pretty good luck with medical devices. Anyone else in here work with medical devices or a lot of medical devices? Okay, yeah. So on a scrap perspective, though, obviously want to be careful because I feel like acquiring the material can be easy, but you got to be careful reselling it, refurbing it, and on the recycling side, it can be scary because you could have stuff with beryllium in it. You could have PCB oils, could be radioactive, right? So you've got all those things to consider too. So you really want to make sure you know exactly what you're getting. No questions so far. We said, let's have participation in the middle so it could flow better, and no one has. Yes, okay. Yeah, so you got to be careful, right? Because it just can't go on e-commerce. There are specialty companies that will buy equipment from you. You know, besides the e-commerce platform, .med, right? I don't know if there's anything else, Jeff. You want to shout that out? LabX, okay. Yeah, those are some good ones, and there's companies out there that specialize in that. So we've got like recycling companies that have certified technicians, and we're not talking about like guys you get off the street that can, you know, break open a laptop and take some RAM out. You know, they're very high-end like engineers that can basically recertify you know, life-saving equipment, because you can't put life-saving equipment on eBay or something, because it'll be the quickest way to get kicked off.
I think medical equipment, it's an interesting one you ask about, because it's, you know, a lot of people here, we see a lot of computing, a lot of computers, a lot of servers, and as Phil just mentioned, it's life-saving equipment, and we're here to repurpose old material that's still usable. And ultimately, if something's still going to function as the unit it was intended to be used for when it was originally manufactured, and you have the capability to repair it and reuse it for its original use without needing to shred it down to raw materials, and there's ways to do it without going direct to an end consumer, and it's still below a cut line, and working with some of these special partners that do have expertise in that area. They might have calibration capabilities. They might have some pretty high caliber technicians that know those product lines very well. And if you could take a defibrillator and get it back into a functional condition, maybe a batch of 50 of them, and redeploy them into a hospital system somewhere that's had a struggling need for more of them, then we're making a very positive impact in our community there.
Yeah. It just had me thinking about what's the most fun type of equipment that comes in. We'll occasionally, on like these retail loads, maybe from online purchases, we'll get stun guns. I got to say, testing those, it's a hairy proposition.
So I'm kind of a video game nerd. I'm 31. I grew up around the Nintendo era. I think maybe some people here played Nintendo 64, Little Smash Brothers and Mario Kart. We get all sorts of gaming equipment in, everything from VR headsets to, you know, portable computer gaming, and there's so many cool new gadgets that are coming out nowadays. I think some people have seen like the Ray-Ban Meta glasses and things like that that are out there, and knowing the cut lines on these things is a moving target every day, because they're as valuable as somebody's willing to pay for it today. How badly is it used or scratched, and what can it be used for? I think now with online gaming libraries, you don't see people just selling a batch of 5 discs to go with your new game console. You can't get that upsell anymore. But people are using a subscription model to game on some of these platforms. And as we continue to get different types of material like that through our doors, that gets me the most excited to go out and get my hands on some of it and see what, not the latest and greatest, but last generation's latest and greatest game consoles.
I'm constantly amazed at the number of wood console TVs that still come in. And we've got kind of, at each one of our facilities, a little show and tell, or old 50s or 40s rotary phones and whatnot. It's neat. And you talk about hidden value. A lot of these things sell for significant dollars on the secondary market, because as they've collapsed down, people are just interested in them for nostalgia. So
that's a wonderful point too, because that's two ends of the spectrum there, right? You're either going to pay a lot to recycle that, or and you guys have a ton of that, we've even sent you. And then the vintage stuff is great. We run these large-scale collection events where we'll set up in a parking lot for 4 hours. And our largest one, a couple years ago, we filled 22 tractor trailers, 396,000 pounds, and just so many TVs, right? I think on the consumer side, right? So not ITAD, but on the consumer side, it's about 60% screens. So you've got the flat panels, CRTs, and both TVs and monitors. But those wood console TVs, people love to leave them out in their garage or their barn. So that's how we end up getting snakes in our facility. Is just all those. It's terrible. So talking about value, how do fluctuations in the metal market, how does that change your processing priorities?
For our process, on the end of life side, we've got the approach of just get the production out, get it sold. We're not trying to second guess the metals market. We're not going to hold. It fluctuates we don't let it change our process unless there's a very dramatic change. So again, it's high speed, get it through the shred system, get it through the separation, and get it out the door. In turbulent times, we've had to do surcharges, but those don't go over very well, regardless of the necessity of them. So other than that, and it's been several years since that's been a thing, we don't let it affect our processes.
Yeah, I would say the process is the process, and as much as you want to try sometimes to keep up with these moving targets in the market, you can have value on a commodity go down for a couple weeks, a month. It can bounce back. It could be hard to predict. And if you're making major operational changes around this, just by the time that new process is implemented, the market might have shifted again, and now you're set up improperly. So I think it's important to have a process that is consistent enough. You don't have to be changing it every time the market shifts, but is also flexible to the point where you can make little adjustments in what you're doing, and you have some levers to pull in terms of where your equipment's going through your operation. But I don't think we're making wholesale process changes because copper's up 1 month or silver's down.
Yeah, and you don't want to be storing things, right? I had a follow-up question with that, but it's. I know they say there's no such thing as a stupid question, but this one is, right? Would you store something for, a promise of higher returns later? And we all agreed that the answer is no.
Would you store a truckload of bananas because they're going to be more expensive next week, even if they're going to be all brown by then?
Exactly. Yeah. I'm thinking everyone in here though has been loving the precious metals market lately when they're selling their scrap CPUs and RAM and everything. So that's good, and it's really given a boost to our shred, even on the low grade side, where things where maybe it didn't have as much value, we can squeeze in or squeeze out just a little bit more value. Who here, because my next question revolves around batteries. So who here struggles with batteries? Anybody? Everybody? Nobody? Okay. Thanks for the participation. Yeah. It's right. It's tough. So I did want to ask. It's batteries can be great, right? When you can refurbish them and resell them, that's certainly really the best thing. But how do you handle those for value and for compliance, and how are you monetizing them on the downstream?
I think this is a good example. Going back to the earlier answer I had about having niche partners. So batteries are very complicated and they're very dangerous, and it's important we handle them safely. And I think everything from extracting them from a device and packaging them safely using things like vermiculite in a bucket to make sure if you ever have an instance, you're not going to have a big fire outburst. That's a lot different than actually doing black mass extraction and getting the raw material out of the battery. So it's important to know your true capabilities. Don't go too far over your skis. And if something's outside of your wheelhouse when it comes to batteries, find a reputable partner in a downstream that knows what they're doing with it, and do everything you can to get them prepped and ready in a safe, compliant way. And let some of these good experts on that material do what they do. And if batteries is the business you're in, then I would urge to, you know, constantly be staying up to speed with the ever-changing landscape of how batteries are made. There's different types of lithium ion and chemicals that come with it. They're very important to technology right now. I think you see the wave of electric cars and vehicles and data centers going up, and there's no chance these batteries are going away anytime soon. So there are going to be companies out there that are figuring out good extraction processes safely to get these things back into a remanufacturable format.
I've got nothing to add to that. We have found good partners downstream, pack them up safely, and get them out of our facility.
Yeah, make sure that you're handling your, I don't like calling them DDRs. I'll call them hazardous or potentially hazardous batteries. Make sure you're handling those extremely well. Make sure that's safe. Make sure that it's properly packaged to DOT standards. You don't want to set a truck on fire or someone's facility when you send it. And details are very important. Sorting is very important. So make sure that you know, you have them sorted out. Oh, perfect. A question.
You're not alone. I think it's the whole deal of what you just said there. It is the price, it's the reporting and the traceability of these, and it's the capabilities that you have to use that network of distribution to get them to the right places. It's a tricky product line. They're tough, and a lot of companies do need help with them. So I think this is the right place for you to be at if you're looking for partners in that space.
I agree. It's all the above. You know, we, as you know, the other recyclers, we're very focused on the downstream. We need to. We don't need to know your process, but we do need to know where the outputs are going. And you know, given the givens, cost is always a factor. So,
yeah, having you know, e-stewards or R2 certification makes it much easier for the auditing purposes. And I think the battery industry, the ITAD industry, it can be pretty competitive too, because those are pretty much, on the scrap side, the probably the most valuable batteries you can find, right? That's going to be rich in cobalt. So you're going to have your laptop, tablet, cell phone batteries. So that's a pretty, you know, pretty competitive space where everyone's kind of fighting over for that, fighting over that.
We're looking for advice on that. But it's a constant education. You know, we have an internal exception process, and when we see that coming in, we're on the phone with the sales rep saying, hey, you got to talk to these people. Yeah, it's just constant, and we've had to cut some customers off. I mean, we had a customer that threw a handful of lithium batteries in a Gaylord of flat panel displays, and it went right up the shredder. And we have enough surveillance that we were able to track it back. I had a conversation with the customer. We were extremely dissatisfied with the response, and we had to cut them off because you can't take that risk. But it's just constant communication. The tricky part is when they ship stuff, it's not conforming. You're not even allowed to ship it back because it's got batteries, and so it. Yeah. So, yeah, it's dicey, and other than working with good customers and having that good relationship where you are in a position to train them. Other than that, I don't have the answer because you don't know when that trailer door opens up what's in there.
It'll come from some of the least suspecting clients that you have too, right? We've got them from smaller ITADs to places that just handle laptops, and they're throwing these polymer batteries in between jagged screens and circuit boards. And over the last couple of years, we have received a couple of pallets and Gaylord boxes that are smoking, right? They'll come it goes right to the scale, and then we see smoke. And what we do is, first we tend to the fire. We don't want that, right? But we will, notify the client and educate them, have them fill out a CAPA, a corrective action plan, right? And basically cut them off until they can prove that they're not gonna have that. That helps to prove and show that you're serious about health and safety as well. Let's see. We could ask some more questions. I feel like batteries are a great subject too, because just dismantling items, like, it's tough. Oh, yes.
All right. Is it on? When you're doing your cost study of determining whether you're going to shred it or if you're going to use the manpower to take it apart, is there a program you use to do that, or is it just manpower and bookkeeping on a line sheet, or how do you determine that? I'd like to know if there is a program out there.
Go ahead, please.
Oh, that would be great. So, I mean, besides ChatGPT at this point, we have templates set up in Excel, right? And so depending on the device, we'll have different templates for that, which if you reach out to me, I'd be more than willing to share some of the templates. Don't reach out to that guy. I don't know who that is up there, but you can reach out to me.
Yeah, I'd say we talked before about time studies, and I think that's a great example. And I think first you need to establish a data set of parameters you're looking for. So you have production over time, you have price over pounds, you have price over pieces, you have labor cost and overhead cost and other things associated. And as you come up with, whether it's a template, if you're using spreadsheets, we use Tableau internally at our operation sometimes, where stuff's tracked in a SQL database, and you can make custom front-facing reports. You could essentially build any type of report you want to see, and the important part are the inputs you're plugging into that. Because if your equation of time over labor is giving you bad data, then the whole study might be off. But if you have a very tight data set coming into that formula, you could plug it in a number of different ways, run some tests. What if we did this? What if we did that? and you can at least get some ideas of projections of where you might end up if you follow those through.
What he said, I'm unaware of any programmed program out there that would help with this.
It's a lot of math.
Thank you.
So before we get another question, we'll let you think about questions. I'm going to ask a very important question, but you have to promise to be nice about it. Okay. So how do certifications like R2V3 and eStewards, and they're here right now, so be nice, impact your ability to maximize downstream value from scrap streams?
It's very important to us. I think being compliant internally and having a network of downstream partners that are compliant, not only is it protection for our industry and making sure you're working with people who are doing the right thing with these hazardous materials, but it's also important for how our industry at large interacts with the rest of the retail space, whether it's OEMs who build these computers, whether it's retail stores, if it's the agencies and school systems we work with. It's imperative that the rest of the world has trust in what we're doing, because once you lose that, we lose everything about what we're doing here. So I'd say it's critical that we have a degree of standards to work from, and it goes beyond local laws and regulations, because these are transboundary certifications that cover all sorts of trade areas in the world, and it's important to be aware of what's going on out there and to play the game safe.
I agree with everything he just said. What I would emphatically add is that the certifications are the starting point when you have your relationship with your downstream. There's just too many horror stories, and so far URT's been able to avoid that, because not only do we start with the certification, the eSteward, the R2, but then we also go and visit these facilities. So you go into a shred operation and there's not a speck of dust on that shredder, they're probably not shredding anything. You go in and they tell you, oh, we have everybody working on third shift, and you come back a week later, oh, no, we switched them all to first shift. They're probably not processing the way they say they're processing. So again, the certifying bodies can be fooled. You got varying degrees of quality in your certifying bodies. So URT very much considers those certifications to be step one. And step two is get on site, see what they're doing, and does what they're telling you make sense with what you can see with your own eyes. And you will avoid a lot of problems if that you take that step.
I agree. Due diligence, doing your own due diligence on top of everything else will save you. We've got literal seconds left. So, do we have a fun statement or a fun question, a quick one that we can do? Anything? Batteries, gold, silver, palladium, PCB, oils. I'm just going to name stuff until the time runs out if you guys don't have a question. No? Okay, fine. We'll end 15 seconds early. I guess we deserve it. It's Wednesday. Anyway. Yeah?
Hey, thank you guys all for being here and hanging with us today. I think it was a cool panel and always fun discussing what happens below the cut lines.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our 3 o'clock session, which is going to be a fireside chat, Beyond the Box, Building High-Impact Channel Partnerships in ITAD. It's my pleasure. My name is Greg Saxon. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Pedal Point Lifecycle Solutions. And it's my pleasure to introduce Kate Moore from CDW and John DeMint from DMD. So could you guys just introduce yourselves, please?
Sure. I'm Kate Moore. I'm a Senior Inside Solution Architect at CDW, and I've been running the pre-sales part of our ITAD program for the last 5 years.
I'm John DeMint, Chief Revenue Officer at DMD Systems. See a lot of familiar faces in the audience. Thanks, everyone, for coming. I fell into ITAD really in the form of mobility buyback and recycling back in 2009 and fell in love with it. I've been at DMD for 10 years. I've held a lot of different roles and been in charge of a lot of different things over my time there, but one thing I've always really focused on is bringing on new customers and partners and aligning with them to make sure we deliver our solutions in the most effective way. And so working with partners has been something I've been passionate about for the last decade at DMD.
Great. So, Kate, if we can kind of kick it off with your perspective on what makes a great ITAD partner in the channel.
I think the most important thing is your integrity. We try to hold ourselves to very high standards at CDW, and we're very protective of our customers and client base. And I would rather be under-promised and over-delivered any day of the week than the opposite. I need follow-through and transparency. I make a point to be as transparent with our partners as I possibly can. They know how we change the statements of work and what we tell our customers. We deliver SAO overviews and things like that together. We make a point that we present ourselves as a team, and the only way you can trust a teammate is if there's integrity and there's trust there.
That's great. So, John, I'm going to flip it around on you since you are the ITAD partner. Yeah. What makes a great channel partner?
Couple key things. Biggest one for me is, do they have an internal stakeholder driving ITAD? Right, and then the other big part of it for me is, do they understand the difference between transactional ITAD and programmatic ITAD, right? And so there's a place for both of those, but programmatic is really how a partnership is built and developed. And so that's the big thing for me.
So talk a little bit about that, because I think this idea versus the programmatic versus the transactional is really important. And so, Kate, maybe you can talk about what that means to you from the channel side, because right, we all hear about it, but what does it really mean to the end customer and then ultimately to you as well?
A lot of our projects will start out with the customer thinking it's going to be very transactional. It's going to be, we're going to show up, we're going to pack and palletize, we're going to bring it back to the facility and process it. That's kind of the hook. You know, they take that, they get the results from that, they get their certifications, they get their reporting, and they're just so pleased with it that suddenly it becomes a programmatic effort. So we keep it open for 12 calendar months, and we can schedule pickups and drop-offs whenever they need. We can build out depot programs. So we do so much more than what they initially think. A lot of our customers come to us thinking that the D is not disposition, that it's destruction in ITAD. And so they come to us thinking, I just need to give you my e-waste. And then we start building out the whole aspect of, we're able to do so much more than that. We're able to help you get longer life, get better value, and really extend your whole IT department's reach, because you're not confined to those few people that are in your team. We become one of your teammates. And so we always strive for programmatic things in the end, but sometimes they start off transactional.
Yep.
So that's really helpful, and I think it really leads us to that next point, which is, how does it all begin, right? You talked about the transactional relationship, certainly, that makes sense. But how do you see ITAD partners in particular building trust? What is a true, I'm sure you're not sitting around doing trust falls with your ITAD partners necessarily.
I don't. No.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't either, especially with John. But how do you get to that point of saying, we understand each other and we can get past this transactional more to a programmatic way of working?
I think a lot of it starts as soon as I'm hearing your pitch for the first time. The first time that I heard any of the pitches from any of our partners, I said, I don't want to hear about these 3 things, because when you start your program with us, you're not going to be able to do global. You're not going to be able to do some of these different things. I want to hear these 5 things. And we'll have partners that'll come in and pitch, and all they want to talk about is their global reach. Oh, we can do this in Japan. Great. You can't do it with me right now. It's going to take time. And so when they start listening to us, and then we start with very small projects. All of the partners that come to CDW think, oh, I want to work with your 50 biggest clients. Great. So does everyone else. I'm going to start you off small. And so we have a very good pattern of starting our partners off very small and just letting you have those little successes. Because when you have the little successes, our customers, well, your customers, not ours, but your customers, the sellers, get these wins in their pocket and they start chattering. And as my salespeople are going around saying, did you see what this partner did? Oh, look how happy my customer is. It turned into this much GP. It's turning into that. It gets them really excited and it really starts the buzz, and you begin to get the bigger projects. And it takes 2 or 3 months to get there, but those wins really impact how much further you can go within our company, because, and most of ours, because I can tell them every day about ITAD. I do tell them every day about ITAD, but it's the wins that matter. It's the proof, and they care about that.
So John, what do you see as the initial pain points from the ITAD's perspective, right? So starting to work with the channel, what does that look like?
So I think the big thing, and I think a lot of people that are in the ITAD space that engage with large partners probably have experienced this, is like, how do you allocate the appropriate amount of resources to the program? It's hard to forecast for it, it's hard to budget for it. The timeline from interaction to close is different than what you experience in your own business. But the volume can be so significant, right? And the more you can foster that relationship in the early stages and really give it the attention that you would, your most important customers, what they ultimately become, the better the relationship will be. And sometimes that can be an expense, and you can have a far vision of what the reality of that revenue will be. But if you plan for it and track for it and over-allocate in the beginning, it's going to be a better scenario.
So Kate, not to dwell on the pain points, but sometimes we learn the most from the things that don't go well.
Absolutely.
So what's been your experience of the biggest challenges that you've seen faced by ITAD partners, or any partners for that matter, working with the channel?
I think that no is not a bad word. No is a great word. If I'm asking any of my partners to do something that is out of your comfort zone, that is not your norm, it's not that I don't think you could try to do it, but I want to know that. I want to go back to my customer and say, this is unusual. I need you to know that we're going to change the process for you and we're going to work through it. No is a healthy word. It protects you, it protects me, and it protects my end users. And so it's always okay to tell me no. I tell my partners that all the time. There's multiple of them in this room. It's a healthy word and it's an important word. It also tells us as a team that's handling ITAD, where do we want to grow? Does that no stop us from getting more business? Because if so, how can we empower you to be able to say yes next time? And so it really gives you the floor. But I think the hardest part for partners is that they all want to be yes men. And that is not at all what makes a good partner. Being secure in your core competencies and being willing to stand firm in those, and then stretch as you grow is exactly what we're looking for.
That's great. So John, what do you think makes some of these kind of channel partnerships even more effective than others?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, is there an internal team that's empowering the program, taking responsibility for it? Do they have a goal of growth like we do, or are they checking a box about adding a solution that people think they need, or are they trying to really drive a solution in the organization? And then I think even more important than that, and this is so different from organization to organization, I think that trust piece that you mentioned is such a big part of it. Can you interact directly with the customers and clients to help relay the messaging the way that you've created it as an ITAD specialist, to help them win more deals and support it in better ways? And again, you have these sellers that are selling such a multitude of lines and services. And so can you insert yourself in that process, if they'll allow you to increase the win percentages and educate the customers? And it creates a better experience for all the parties, and ones that keep you at arm's length over concern around solicitation and all these other factors that are valid, like the program is doomed for failure, I think, because you're only going to get a handful of people that are really going to be able to sell the solution effectively, and you're not going to see the success you'd like to.
Yeah, so it's a unique side of channel sales, is that right? There's this kind of training and education piece that has to come from the ITAD itself. So Kate, how do you see that most successfully deployed from a partner, from an ITAD partner especially?
I think we will find that we present to our customers for quite some time. A lot of times, the first several calls that we were on, I handled 95% of the talking. And if there was a question or two that it made sense for them to step in on, great. And we get used to each other's syncs. Like, what do you really shine when you're talking about, and where do I shine? And then it gets to a point where it's like, he knows exactly what I want my customers to hear and exactly what I would say, and so I can trust them to get on those calls. And I do. My partners are fantastic about holding the line where they know what we want them to talk about and what we don't want them to go into depth on. But we work so hard to be transparent with our customers that I don't stop our partners from talking to our clients. I encourage them to do it. I think that that's where they can get even deeper. I like to think that I know, all the answers to their questions, but I don't. And we're much more effective as a team. So, but yeah, no, it's a tremendous help too when I can call and say, John, I'm triple booked. Can you take this one? And so-and-so, can you take that one?
Right?
You haven't said no on that yet.
Maybe you should. No. So, no,
not that one.
Please
That's
don't say no
the
to
place you don't say no. I'm kidding.
So really it comes down to alignment, right? And really figuring out where, your customer, the outcomes that they're looking for, the delivery that they're looking for. So how do you see that best aligning, right? So how do you get that kind of, the shared win-win between yourself and the ITAD partner and kind of bringing it all together for your customer?
Yeah, when our partners set proper expectations with me and I know their skill strengths, then I can set proper expectations with the customers. And that's really the win for everybody, is when the customer gets exactly what they need when they need it. And if we can't meet that timeline, we help figure out what the drivers are behind it so that we can make sure that we get them across the finish line when we need to. I think that also is what creates repeat business and that programmatic approach. The customers feel safe. They don't have a problem calling and saying, I need to pick up, on Friday. Great, we can't do that. But here's what I can do. It's unusual that any of my partners say, I can't make that timeline without saying, but I can do this. And just coming to it with a solution and not leaving it as a problem makes the customer feel incredibly valuable, and because they are, and that's important.
So John, kind of same question for you, right? How do you find yourself aligning to the outcome of really somebody else's customer, right? So how does that work?
Yeah, and I think we all know that are in the space, in this room, like, ITAD from a lot of different angles can have disruptions and scope changes and all these things. And if you don't set a good plan in place going into that with clear paperwork and concise, simple language, you're in a position for risk. And so I think aligning is really, what are our capabilities from a deliverable standpoint? What are your customers' expectations? What are the market expectations? And, delivering something that's achievable, but also best in class, right? And then, the ability to communicate directly with the customer and say, hey, look, here's the problem, but, it's been clear that you need to request this far in advance. And if we're going to achieve this, here are some things that we have to consider. Maybe it's a change to the scope, maybe it's an increase in cost, whatever that might be. But it's fast communication, clear communication, and that's really partnership alignment, I think.
So what happens when you're not aligned, right? How do you resolve that, right? Conflict resolution is everything in what we do for a living, certainly. But what do you how do you find yourself there, and then how do you get yourself back aligned?
It's a really fast phone call that gets set up. It's very common that you're always going to have a problem at some point. None of us are perfect, and when we can get ahead of the problem as quickly as possible. I have sent partners to facilities and they're expecting 6 servers, and they call me and they say, Kate, it's 6 racks. What, do I take it? What do I do? And so, you know, it's like, hold on, let me get the PM, let me get my leadership, let me get the right people on the phone, and let's talk to the customer. And we say, okay, customer, you kind of pulled a bait and switch on us. It turns out we can make this work, but I need you to know the impacts of this choice. And it's all about communication and transparency. It's all about saying, you know, maybe they would say, we don't have the room on the truck, we have to come back tomorrow. Or they're going to say, you know what, we can make this work, but next time when you fill out that asset pickup form that I tell you is so important, fill it out like properly. And talk to your team about, you know, if you're going to add things to the pile, we need to let CDW know. We put a project manager on there to help ensure success, but things will go wrong. I think that owning it is a big part of it too. There have been problems on the CDW side, and there have been problems on the customer side, and there's been problems with all of our vendors at some point, all of our partners, where and they'll come to us and they're like, Kate, I didn't do that one right. Okay, so let's fix it. Let's learn from it, and the trick is to just make that mistake as few times as possible and grow from it.
So John, do you guys find yourselves matching kind of the structure, if you will, of this alignment, right? The project managers and the kind of the depth of expertise and folks just to kind of support the channel as well?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be malleable to the program of your partner, right? And you know, the work is just as complicated on our end as it is theirs, and so you have to match the resources really one for one. And then again, for us, like in our organization, we want the people that are best at the role that they're in to focus on that task and activity, right? And so if you've got someone that's trying to educate sellers and help deals move forward and all these things focused on project management and solving issues that come up, as they often will, right, then it limits your ability to successfully do the other things, right? And so you've got to dedicate, I think, a one-for-one resource, and hopefully it's someone that really understands the inner workings of a channel partner.
Yeah, that's great. So, Kate, now you have an established partner. What does success look like? And then, most importantly, how do you measure it?
Our success is measured very clearly. We have an ITAD leadership team, and the women that lead that are fantastic. They very clearly communicate their expectations monthly and sometimes weekly, especially when we're starting out with a partner. But we have monthly calls with all of our partners, and we're setting clear expectations. We're talking about the hard conversations, and we're also celebrating the victories. I think that it makes it so successful when we're able to have those hard conversations and there aren't feelings hurt, when we're able to say this is what's working and this isn't what's working, let's fix it and make it better, because that's when there's innovation and growth and change. We have a system of tracking any sort of complaints from customers and from sellers and from me and anyone else that's involved. And we also have a system of tracking when DMD or whoever our partner is comes back to us and says, that was terrible. Don't do that again. And we do a stoplight approach, and it's, you know, what are you doing that's not working? So that's your red light. What are you doing that's kind of working but needs to change? And green, what's really going great? How can we capitalize on that and continue growing? CDW is great at investing in people and our partners because we care about our clients, and we know that that's important. And so I think that the team that is in charge of our partner relationships is very concerned about the quality of the work as well as the status of the partner and how they feel about the work. So I think that that's how, when you're measuring success, it's all about what's working and what's not. But we have kind of the stoplight approach.
It's great. So John, kind of the same question for you, but you know, when you're measuring your success of the program itself, what does a successful channel program look like from the ITAD perspective?
Yeah, I mean, you know, candidly, there's obvious factors like revenue.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you're going to build a business around that, and you need to have, you know, the dollars and cents to support it. But, you know, there's also, you know, can you, for me, and it's not one that you can track like a KPI in a dashboard, but are you improving their ability to support their customer in new and different ways? I think the other thing is, trust and transparency go a long ways. We've talked about that a couple times. Are you being trusted with important business and a larger portion of the business because of how you're delivering, right? And communicating. I think those are big things. And then I think ultimately success is, is it a cohesive relationship? And, are you happy working together? Right, and for us, I mean, it's not a tangible thing necessarily, but it's a feeling you can have. It's like, is this a good partnership or not? And I think the ones that are working because they're invested and we're invested equally, you can feel a different result there, and it feels like success.
So you hit on something there around this idea of kind of improvements that you can make and help and bring kind of innovation. How do you see those being received by a channel partner? And then, Kate, obviously, I'm going to ask you the same question about how they look from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think a good partner receives them well. I think one that's invested in growth in the solution receives it well. We spend all day as an ITAD provider thinking about programmatic ITAD solutions, additions we can make, how to best position services, how to sell services. And so I'd like to think that we have a knowledge base that we've grown over 30 years in business that's worth sharing. And smart people and good people are willing to receive feedback from people. And again, we have a shared goal, right? And that's ultimately the thing at the end of the day. And so I think people that are too absorbed in what they think is right to listen to good feedback, it's not going to make for a good partner. And the good ones always do.
Fantastic. So same kind of question for you, Kate. How do you find yourselves receiving those innovative ideas? And obviously you have to then translate them to your customer, right? So how does that work?
I think they're really exciting. We've had partners that have introduced new methods of our box program. So when we first started the box program, we didn't have a multi-slotted box available. We've had partners who have completely reconfigured and rewritten their receiving pages where they're able to, their portals that our customers interact with. We've had partners that will come to us and say, we want to do the QR code option and provide an Amazon experience, and we want to do this. Our team is super excited about those things. I don't always think of those as being available because I'm not at things like this where I can see those materials that we're not utilizing and try to think of ways to utilize them, whereas you guys do have that expertise, and we depend on you for that. So when you can come to us and say, I think I can make it a little better, that is a wonderful thing for our team and for your team. And it's only going to help grow the business. And that's why I have a job. I mean, that's the whole point. I love what I do, but if we stay stagnant, it's going to die. Nothing that's alive stays stagnant. Everything that's alive grows in some way and changes in some way. And so I think it's very exciting, and sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it means that you have to, cut off a part of a program that has worked in the past and isn't working for you now. But a lot of times it means adding and growing and producing more, and in turn, the revenue follows. And when you're excited about it and it matters to you, that relays to me. And I really love talking, as you can see, but I love talking to our customers and our sellers and training them and talking about ITAD and how we can make it better, because some people look at ITAD as recycling, but I look at it as we're making a difference in the world every single day. And yep, we're reselling stuff, but we're doing so much more than that, because we're making the world safer and cleaner and better, and we're extending life and we're adding value, and that's important. So
thanks for that. So John, let's talk about scale and agility a little bit. There's this uniqueness to a channel relationship where you're not really sure what's going to come in from a request perspective, right? Whether it's the scale of an enterprise pickup or decommissioning, or the agility to say, I have a laptop somewhere that needs to be picked up. How do you balance those things?
Yeah, so again, I think if you can take a partner to a place where they really understand the value of programmatic solutions, like programmatic solutions are easier to define volumes, right? You have a sense of what the solution's going to look like. You have the discovery to understand what a customer is going to return or maybe refresh, right? And when it's, recurring transactional things, there's a large one, there's a small one. And I think, more to the point, like as an ITAD, we build our business to support a target customer base we're pursuing, right? And so, we're shooting for a volume that isn't there yet, but, we hope to attain, and we've been working towards it. And we take that same approach when you look at the potential of a large partner. It's you got to build the resources and able to support the best case solution or best case scenario in which this is what real success looks like in the program. This is what the volume is, and so you have to begin scaling towards that really from day one and bank on your ability to help them grow it and be successful.
So, Kate, let's talk about that evolution from the transactional to the programmatic or the contractual. What does that look like? How does a partner kind of step through those phases so they can get to the scale and flexibility that John's talking about?
It's literally, I mean, it sounds really cheesy, but it's one step at a time. It's one victory at a time. So once a partner has done a few small pickups for us, I start talking to our sellers differently about them. I start saying, hey, they've got these wins in their book, and here's how we're moving forward. And I'd really think that your customer would be a good fit for that next step. I really think that this could work for us. And it's that relationship that we've built where you've proven to me that you're going to follow through with what you do, and I can depend on it, so I'm willing to take that next step in good faith, and then you're able to grow and have more of the programmatic things. And the customers are the exact same way. If you have a successful pickup, or if you have an unsuccessful pickup and you fix it, that matters. That means so much to the customer. If you think about it, it's easier to see how much a child has grown when you've seen them make a mistake and then you see them make a good choice the next time. You're like, hey, you got it. I'm proud of you. And I don't mean that our partners are our children, but I think that that's just a good way to look at how we interact with each other. There are times where my partners are like, Kate, you figured that part out, good job. Or they'll call me and say, you explained it and that was okay, but let's talk about it this way. And it makes more sense, and I'm more than happy to do that and grow. But I think that it's those little wins that make it become a program and become a program that can grow and start to thrive at your organization, because CDW is massive. And the truth is that we have access to millions and millions of machines through our customers. But I have to win over those sellers so that they can help me win over their customers for you to get to that part of the business. And that takes time. And any one of the partners that are in here will tell you, they bid on a heck of a lot more than what they win. They bid on tons of work. And sometimes we win it and sometimes we don't. And when we don't, we try to go back and say, this is the feedback that we got. How can we change it? How can we fix it? And I think that that's how it becomes a program, because I'll have customers that will come back to me 3 or 6 months later and say, okay, so we didn't think that that made sense in your program, but we tried this other company and it was a little crazy. And so can we try it your way? And my partners are like, yeah, it's because we've proven it. And then we do it for them, and they're like, that was great. Okay, let's make it a programmatic SAL. And we'll change the statement of work, and suddenly we've got 12 months of working with this customer. And because of the nature of all of your business, it makes us so sticky within the client. Once they've got all of their audit records in one place, all of their certificates and things like that in one place, it's very hard to unwind from that vendor. And I think that's great. I don't want them to unwind from any of my vendors. And so I think it's really wonderful.
So I know it never ever happens, but the customer requirements and timelines shift from time to time. But John, so how do you kind of deal in the shared accountability of those situations and work through that with your partners?
Yeah, I mean, this, I think, ties to, kind of an earlier question around the communication, right? And so you can't be afraid to recognize potential errors, right? And so if you delay recognizing them and try to fix them, it just creates time to the solution, and it creates a bad experience for the customer and the partner, right? So you have to be open to communicate, the wins and the losses and what's going on right away. And then I think, again, we feel that it's important to protect the value that they're demonstrating to customers as much as we do the ones we, deal with directly. I mean, they're a customer. So if you think about it that way, you know, you see the interest that comes through in trying to deliver things, you know, the most effective way all the time.
So, Kate, kind of from the other side of that, what does that accountability look like to your customers, right? It's always a little complex when you've got a partner plus the customer plus you in the middle, right? How does that look from an accountability matrix?
So we don't present it as three entities, and that's a big thing. As far as my customer is concerned, CDW's the throat that they're going to choke. CDW's the one that they're mad at. And my partner realizes that too. And so they're protective of me, and I'm protective of them. So we tend to stand together, and I always say we'll take the hit together. If I'm asking you to take a hit, I'm going to take a hit. We're going to take it and do it together. So we're very clear. We put a project manager on every single one of our projects to make sure that they're owning that communication. There's documentation around that communication. In our standard kickoff calls that we have, we put in there, you have to give us 5 days notice. You have to do these 3 things. You have to fill out an asset pickup form if you want a truck to roll to your facility. And we hold them accountable to fulfill those things. And if I give them, my partner, 5 days notice, I expect them to come through because that's the timeline that we together have set. And so when the customer timeline changes, I have phenomenal partners. And very often they'll say, okay, we can do this on Friday, but it's going to be close. Can we not make a habit of this? And we'll go to the customer and we'll say, listen, I don't know how we're making this happen this quickly, but we can. We're going to meet at this time, but next time, let's look to the future. The next time that you need us, I need you to have a different expectation of what you can get from us.
Yeah, it's always great to be able to say yes to the expedited and rush project, but you know, it increases the potential for failure. You know, when you move quickly like that. And so I think if you set that expectation, like we'll go fast, but you know, just so you know, right? And I think that's a big part of it too, because it is nice to be able to say yes to, you know, customer rush demands.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So maybe, you know, talk about that a little bit, Kate, if you can. What are some good lessons learned from kind of bad deals, things that just didn't go as planned?
Yeah, I mean, we've learned to, so it used to be we had 3 vendors when we started our program, and now we have 5, and we've lost a few and swapped them out. So we've had to make those changes. But we have had things that have gone very wrong, and it's a matter of looking at it as how can we be better prepared. So we changed from saying, hey, partner, here's the address and the customer name and the equipment list, to do you need a certificate of insurance? Do you require union labor? Do we need to navigate stairs? What are the size of the doorways we're going through? We learned that if we start with better questions and a more thorough set of responses from our customer, our chance of being successful grows exponentially. And so we push our customers to do that. I will get occasionally requests where I will send them to the partners and they're like, Kate, the form's blank. And I'm like, oops, hold on, let me fix that. And really all they've done is put their address and their materials on there. And I'll go back and I'll say, you know, Mr. Customer, I appreciate that you tried this. There's 9 questions on here and they're dropped down, they're multiple choice. Do you have a loading dock? And they're like, oh yeah, duh. Oh, that's not a duh. There's a lot that we pick up that don't. You know, do you require union labor? And they're like, oh yeah, I'm in New York, I need union labor. Okay, that's gonna make a difference. And they're able to see that we're putting in that effort ahead of time.
John, what about you? What are some good lessons learned from the deals that didn't go as planned?
I think for us, the lesson's always, you know, do we have the ability to communicate with the customer directly and put us in a best place for success, right? Do they understand what the program really means? Do they understand how to access and view reporting? You know, because if you set them up for success that way, it's going to be a good user experience. And that's really what you want to do. And you know, the sellers in our experience are protective of their big accounts. And it's like, you know, ITAD can make you sticky and it can generate this great service revenue with good margins. But do you take the risk into bringing that partner in? And you have to earn that ability. You know, and the more you do it, the more it'll grow. So
what is it for you, or really, I guess in general, John, your opinion on, you know, why pursue the channel side at all, right? Like what is it about this that is so rewarding and obviously good for the customer?
Yeah, I mean, I think the obvious answer is it expands your sales network by 50x. I mean, CDW is a massive company, as Kate alluded to, and everyone knows, right? But I think there's a certain percentage of customers that, I mean, they're going to interact with organizations like CDW regardless, right? And it makes a lot of sense to layer in ITAD to that overall and existing solution. And if you're not, I think, filling that void somehow within the channel, then you're not really trying to deliver to the largest companies in the United States and who your target customer base is. Because in reality, like, they're going to rely on a company like CDW for some aspect of their IT services, and you need to be able to fill it in.
So, Kate, more on your side about, what do you see the channel's role in ITAD very specifically, especially as we kind of see the changing landscape of security, data security and sustainability and the like, especially from your customer's perspective?
When I started at CDW 13 years ago, they were real big on this graphic of a circle. CDW provides the full life cycle, blah, blah, blah. We didn't. We provided this beautiful rainbow shape, but then hardware was decommissioned and we were like, good luck, see you later. And we realized that there was a lot happening that wasn't safe for our customers and for their end users. And so I think that was a matter of us seeing that was a value that CDW didn't have internally and couldn't achieve the same certifications and skill levels that our partners who have been doing this for so long and working with CDW for so long are able to provide. And so it didn't make sense for us to recreate the wheel. And so we do open doors to a lot of customers and a lot of sellers for you guys, but you also allow us to truly say that we provide the full life cycle. You allow us to show our customers certifications that would take us years to obtain, and you're able to present all together, and that's incredibly valuable to CDW. Our partner network makes up a big chunk of what CDW does. We're not in the business of recreating the wheel. We want to team with the best to provide the best for our customers.
So, John, I'm going to start with you. What's your advice for folks who want to do this kind of same type of program with the channel?
Plan for success, right? So, don't build out your support system based on the wins as they come. Build it out based on where you want the program to be in a year or 2 years, right? And then the other thing is give your partner visibility to maybe reporting that they don't have access to, and show them things that maybe you consider a success metric that they haven't considered yet, right? And really invest in and this is how we feel about it. It's a partnered solution. So how do you get them in a place where they have the ability to create the most wins, right? And that's the team effort involved there.
Kate?
I mean, I think you said it really well. It's all about the teamwork and creating that together. So
that's great. So with that, I think we'll take some questions. I know we only have about 5 minutes, but if anybody has questions from the audience, the panel would be happy to answer them. I can't see. Nothing.
We're also happy to not answer questions if you want a good one. Right?
Fantastic.
Perfect.
Well, with that, we'll thank the panel. Thank you so much, and thanks everybody for coming out this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
suppose when they turn the music off, they're trying to tell me it's time to start, right? All right. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around to the end of the day. I am confident that Sue and Kevin are going to impart an unreasonable amount of wisdom on all of you today, and it will be well worth you sticking to the end. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for coming to the ITAD Summit. Thank you for being part of this amazing event. We still have one more fun thing going on tonight, and that's our closing reception with the poker tournament and all the fun over at the Sherry Rooftop Club at Paris. The easiest way to find that is to look at the bottom of the Eiffel Tower and get yourself there, because that's the view you're going to have. We're going to be underneath the Eiffel Tower, so it'll be wonderful. So look forward to seeing everyone there. And again, thank you for coming out. Our closing session today is the shrinking marketplace, keys to success in an unpredictable environment. And I don't know about you guys, but as we were walking around and kind of listening, there was a lot of conversation about things like M&A, and there was a surprising number of investors and things like that were present at the show. So I think this is a very apropos topic, and particularly interesting way to end the show. So, and the result of that is, shrinking, fewer competitors, but they're a lot better at what they do. And so you have more complex compliance requirements, tighter margins, interesting supply dynamics that you maybe didn't have before. And so, I look forward to Sue Bywater-Reed from VITA and Kevin Corrigan from CXTec, sharing their expertise. And between the two of them, they've got a lot of experience kind of dealing with these things. So I'm going to give both of you just a quick moment to introduce yourselves and kind of what your role is within your organizations, and then we'll jump right in.
Hello, I'm Sue Bywater-Reed. My role at VITA is Strategic Relationship Director. Part of that role is to ensure that I align, collaborate and understand our clientele, our service providers, but also supporting and mentoring our internal sales teams and other areas of the business. And I've been in the organisation for 2 years, but I have actually been in the industry for 25 years. So seen a lot of change, and quite excited to have this discussion today with Kevin. Thank you.
Kevin Corrigan with CXTec. I serve as our Chief Services Officer. Had previously been with Ingram for about 13 years, and prior to that, Cloud Blue, as we sold that to Ingram back in 2013. So serving now, though, as Chief Services Officer for CXTec, that is primarily a VAR and also an ITAD services provider as well. But we'll talk about the difference between ITAD and ITAM as well throughout some of these questions.
Outstanding. So with that, we're going to jump right into the first topic, which is kind of the baseline level setting. I think in order to have a functional conversation about this topic, we probably need to make sure we're all reading from the same sheet of music. So what is the current reality, and what's driving the change in the marketplace? So what is pushing the contraction, and is it a true market shrink, or is it just kind of a shift?
Interesting question, and I think I would say it depends who you're talking to, but there is a shift in the marketplace, and I think that is multiple factors, which is AI, tariffs, compliance landscape is a very big one, and I think that has also paused a lot of demand and expectation in businesses where they're focusing, and I think that has an effect on what those driving changes are, and having to understand where they need to put aside budget, because some of these changes are very expensive, and that also has an impact on where and what the companies that we are looking after are focusing on.
Yeah, and to add to that, as Sue mentioned, one thing was budget, and I think one of the largest constraining points that we have in what we're seeing in ITAD comes from corporate spending and the lack thereof. So corporate spending has been cut significantly post-COVID, And I think that's impacting our business. But it's not just corporate spending, and then you take into the ITAD life cycle of an asset. So most corporations have gone from a 3 and 4 year refresh to a 4 and 5, and now we even have one Fortune 100 company that is on a 7-year refresh. They buy a 5-year warranty from the manufacturer, and they carry it for 2 additional years without a warranty. So that, I think, is constraining our marketplace. It's constraining why are we all down in volume, where we were all kind of hoping that the Windows refresh was going to boom us. Well, it didn't. And I think that also the idea that manufacturing is getting better with product. Product is made and manufactured better to last longer. And then you've got Dell and HP and others offering 5+ year warranties and then even extended warranties. So if they keep that asset longer, I think we're stuck in this interim time. So I don't believe that it's necessarily a forever problem. I think that a cycle will begin again and kind of regain itself, but I'm not sure that that cycle is ever going to be the same in speed that it was 5-10 years ago.
What impact has this had on the client demand, the demands of the client, particularly over the last 12 to 18 months?
Yeah, I can grab that. So it gives us an opportunity, I think, that the client demand is going to change. If we're not, you've got a customer that's refreshing slower, and it's already your captured customer, it gives you the opportunity to cross-sell and upsell. I think that we can't ignore the idea that capturing a customer is the hardest thing you can do. Getting a net new name in the door is incredibly hard. So, over these last 12 months, we've taken an active effort to go back to those customers and try and cross-sell and upsell new and kind of inventive services, because we've got what the hardest thing to do is, and we've got that customer. So kind of taking your customer and cross-sell, upsell, and do some different things for them is kind of really the only opportunity, in addition to adding net new names. But adding net new names is a difficult thing that we're all challenged with.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think part of what we think about as a business as well is strategy and thinking and working with the clients and being very strategic. Exactly what you're saying there. How is it that we can help them and be agile enough to support them through those changes, but really understanding what those changes are for not just us but for them, and what the impacts are, and giving the education as well.
And specifically to that, the client's expectations, because that was the question that was asked for me, and I kind of went off on the tangent there, but the client expectation is for us to do something different for them, right? They don't always know what they need. If they have a shrink in office presence, then they need a box program. If they have a shrink in manpower, they're going to need a partner to maybe house and deploy assets. Think of yourself as more as a VAR, as a consultant to your customer, than just an end-of-life producer.
All right, so you touched on it briefly, and I think this is really interesting, actually. It kind of carries on from our marketing panel yesterday that Rachel from your organization was on, and really, we titled that one, Standing Out in the Noise or something like that, and was really focused on that marketing aspect where you kind of make yourself different, right? And so, obviously, as you kind of run into this stuff, differentiation is really gonna play a big role. What is it that you and your companies are doing? Kevin, you sort of danced around it a little bit, but what is it that you and your companies are doing to really make yourself stand out, to make yourself different, to really kind of give yourself some opportunity in a marketplace that might otherwise be kind of level?
We work very closely with our clients and service providers alike, but also internally. So I always go back to the fact that it's collaboration, and that doesn't necessarily always have to be outside. It should always be inside to start. And why that's important is because we have different areas of the business, but they reflect what we do. It is a life cycle inside as well as outside. So we think about performance reviews. So we have a performance review, we have road mapping internally, and then we work with marketing and say, what is it that we are talking to our clients about, but what is it that we think about, not just right here and now, but about the future. So we do a lot of research, and with the research, we then put our minds together and say, what is it that we can deliver to a client from an educational perspective, and then facilitate them. So we're giving them maybe a success story before they have the problem, and I think that's very important.
Yeah, I'd add that changing yourself and your mindset from being an ITAD provider over to an ITAM provider is probably the shift that we've been taking over the last couple of years just in leadership, is trying to understand how to convert the business from just waiting for assets to come out that they need you to monetize and just collect and data erase and resell, to how am I going to work my way up that chain in that asset life cycle? How can I get my hands on it earlier? And one thing I'd say is depot services, offering your customers depot services, and offering them the ability to say, I can be your landing house for Dell to ship those 1,000 laptops. I can unbox them, get rid of your dunnage. I can add value to you by deploying those as needed. Maybe you only need 50 in that office and 100 in that office. And start to offer them a service, because we're physical, right? In the ITAD space, we're a physical asset management company, and that's what we need to be. So if you can touch a used computer, why can't you touch a new computer? And yes, is that competitive in the VAR space? Of course it is. But if the VAR is selling those services, so can you, right? You have a customer relationship, you should be offering the service as well. So I would say our shift in adding and offering would be primarily around those depot services and trying to get upstream in those assets as well.
Yeah, we've seen that increasingly over the past, I'd say, 18 months. Very strong before that. It's something that we've offered, you know, the joiners, movers, leavers, but there's more of it. And I think, again, that comes, again, educating the client when they're, you know, really in a bit of a stupor as what do we do now? And they pause and they hold, and the assets, you know, just seem to stock up, and then they bring new assets in, but then they don't know what to do with them. Let us support you. Let us, you know, reconfigure them. Let us hold them in our secure facilities, and allow us to clean them and do what's necessary. Put them back out to your, you know, your home workers. Put them back out to the people that are in the offices, or you know, the people that are leaving. We can do that for you. So I think we've had to really adapt. And again, we go back to understanding, how do we stand out from other organizations? It's about listening and understanding, and then giving them the success story before they have the problem.
What about on the sort of the less tangible side, right? Are there opportunities, or are you guys seeing opportunities with things like, you know, the SEC reporting requirements, Scope 3 emissions, and all of the stuff that's going around ESG and sustainability, and you know, all of those things? Are there, I guess technically it's a tangible, sort of less directly tied to the assets, right? Are there things that you are doing, or that you are seeing you have seen being done in the industry that can provide a value add to the client? And again, going back to the concept of differentiation and standing out in the noise, is that, you know, do you see this as an opportunity to you know, provide your client with a service that maybe, you know, doesn't even involve the asset itself?
Yeah, we at Vita, we definitely do that, and we have been offering carbon neutrality reports over the past, again, probably 18 months. And what we do is we actually got a consultant in to help us to deliver those kind of reporting, how we deliver that reporting, what it meant. And we actually shared it with some of our clients and said, what is it that you want to see, Mr. Customer? And the feedback was phenomenal, because they were like, oh, okay, we haven't really thought about this yet. And we, you know, as a business, we realised we have our own ESG targets, but we listened to our client and we adapted the reports to fit what it was that they needed for their audit purposes. We are not just ticking a box, you know, we have to ensure that we're delivering it internally and externally. So yeah, for ESG and carbon neutrality and sustainability is very, very big. And I go back again to, there's such a big education piece, because, you know, there's more and more sustainability officers that are being, you know, put into the workplace, because we all have a part to play. And when I say that we work collaboratively with our marketing, Rachel is one of the, who was speaking yesterday, is one of the key people of making sure that we get that right, and works very closely with operations, so, and deliver that to the client.
And real quick, Sue, just as a clarification, is that something that is, that goes to all of your clients, or is that something that's an add-on, service, or is it just kind of cooked into the service you provide?
We have our own ESG requirements, so we have to be sure that from making sure that we're actually following our own carbon footprints and making sure that we're keeping those deliverables from a business point of view and showing that we can do what we say we're doing. We have to deliver that. But it is for all organisations. I think in the UK it's pretty big. I don't know how much in the US that you're getting these kind of requests, but if you're not getting them in an everyday kind of conversation, I should imagine that you will be. So yeah, it's something that we do for ourselves. We are EcoVadis, and we have bronze, so we've been audited to give us our targets. So we have a target that we have to adhere to and reach, and all organisations will have to do the same.
Yeah, I'll be blunt. I was kind of hopeful that ESG was just a political stunt, but it's here to stay. The customers are demanding it, and I kind of thought it would go away, in a new political environment, because it was so driven around regulation and compliance and things like that, that it was always there. It was just never titled. It didn't have an announcement to it, right? Now, ESG is a new word we began using just 5 years ago. So it's worked its way into our industry now, so much so that I believe there's even a few companies here at the show that specialize in just that as a third-party service. So I would say that if you don't want to do what VITA has done, where build it internally, employ people to manage it, there's third-party resources out there and available to you. And we're looking at that. We also have our own internal, but we're looking at doing that as well as an outsource, because the customers are demanding it. They expect it. I wish we could charge more for it, but that's not necessarily the case. The customers have an expectation of receiving these types of compliance documents.
Right. Okay. Cool. So speaking of the customer, let's kind of focus on them a little bit. So as the market changes and we start to see some of the the shrink, as we called it, the shrinking marketplace, how does this affect the customer, your relationship with the customer? What impact has that had on loyalty, on your need to educate your customers, or the opportunity to educate your customers, as the case may be? So what have you seen on that front with your client relationships?
It's interesting. I think you can get a little lazy in this industry when times are good, right? When things are good and assets are flowing in and you get really comfortable with the constant flow that you have coming in from your corporate customers, and then all of a sudden that slows down, right? And we all have less assets coming in from that exact same customer. But if you don't quickly shift to just providing a ton of love for that customer, you're going to see them go shopping. And there's not much more room we have. And if you've got a Fortune 100, you know that every year, every 2 years, they're hitting you up for a discount on service fees, and they're hitting you up for, you're not giving me enough asset recovery. And we're getting dinged in both sides of the house, where you're providing more remarketing value to them, you're providing lower cost of fees. So those aren't the only things the customer cares a little bit more about, and it's the relationship. I'm seeing, historically from my history in this industry, I'm seeing major company names that are switching, that might have been with a provider for 10 years, and they're picking up and making that shift. So it could be timing in the industry. I can't predict that, but it could just be that maybe the lull in what we're in right now with lower volumes is allowing them to start seeking out other partners. Or could it be the consolidation in our industry, where this group might be a little bit different next year, right? Where we might all work together, or we might, be in the same company that some conglomerate now owns. So I'm seeing a lot of that. You mentioned M&A activity here. So I think it's a focus on your customer. It's providing them that face-to-face attention that they desperately used to get, I think, when times were good. It was always easy to spend money on dinners when times were good. But when times aren't always so good, it's still a matter of getting that relationship strong.
Yeah, I agree. I think at Vita as well, we really pride ourselves on relationship and empathy, because I think that's what a lot of our clients need right now is that empathy and listening, understanding the pain points. And we're not going to always have the answer, but it's something that we can work on together. And I think if you're present with your client and really present, I think that really gives that strength and understanding, the empathy that they need to say, okay, we're not going to have the answer now, perhaps, but we're with you and we're walking this journey together. And I think that really helps us with how we win new business, because of our name in the industry of being honest and integral, but also is keeping the business and having that trust.
And so, are you seeing that, for lack of a better word, your clients and customers are getting a little more needy and demanding on some of their compliance reporting, or Sue, in your case, your ESG reporting? Have you seen that has become either an opportunity for differentiation, where you can say, look, we're on it. This is, we're the best in the game on this front, or a challenge in that it's kind of stretching your team a little bit? Have you seen any of that going on as your customers have started to feel this shift in the market?
Yeah, if you're not a tech forward team, right? A lot of us that grew up in the ITAD industry were more around assets, the transition of the asset, and the remarketing of the asset, right? That's where a lot of us grew up in this industry. So I think that it can be challenging for some folks, is that tech ask. Because the old days of an audit report with, a dozen columns, and you just send it back to your customer and everything was good, and they would just file it away in the ether that would never get used, those are gone. They want data. They want the data in their ServiceNow or Aircent. They want an API connection. They want more and more data. I'd argue that I don't even know if it's still being used, but they're smarter about how they want to digest it, right? They may not know how to digest it, but they want to. And that's an ask that might be coming from their CIO or from their CISO compliance and all those places. So it's definitely, they're understanding chain of custody better, and they're demanding more out of us to do that.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that, Kevin. Yeah.
What are the things that are, that you've noticed in your time in the industry, again, kind of shifting? What are some of the things that you've noted? What are the pain points of your customer that you have an opportunity to solve that maybe are more prevalent today than they were 6, 12 months ago?
Well, I think the pain points are probably everything that we've just spoke about. It is a lot about, it's change, and everything evolves. Tech is evolving. There's more pressure on organisations today, more so because of having to, have the measurable impact in business. There's more pressure because budgets are tightened, or they don't have the budget. So I think it's, we have to just be adaptable. And I go back to what I said before, is about listening and understanding, and finding answers. We do that. We're in the Gartner Market Guide. I talk a lot to data analysts. I listen to what they're talking about with CTOs and big tech companies, and I take that away and I sort of filter it out, and I speak with internal sales and the bigger experts in the organisation from the operational point of view, and then I take it back to the client and I raise those kind of questions to them as well. So I think sometimes if they feel you've got an understanding, you can move forward with that.
I think most of the customer demands we're seeing and the customer requests of recent are things that, and I hate using the word COVID because I hope it's never going to be in our faces again, but our marketplace changed, and not ours and ITAD, but the corporate landscape changed, right? People went home from their offices, and that employed a new problem for IT departments. How am I going to get all these assets deployed out? So box programs became a demand that our customers didn't really ask us for before, other than occasionally, or if they had a distributed team like a pharma or somebody like that. But now every company has assets being deployed all over the country. So that was a new demand. that if you didn't have a box program, you had to create one really quick, and you had to service your customer that way. And if you didn't, their VAR was going to do it. And if their VAR did it, then their VAR might likely be offering ITAD services too, and they're going to win that away from you. So it was being able to meet those landscape changes that was going on in the corporate need. Their headcount got slashed, right? Physical IT people in buildings just got slashed. That was the easiest way for corporations to cut when they needed to cut. And it was our contacts. We saw all the people that we would deal with when we'd schedule pickups and all that kind of stuff. All those people were gone. Why were they gone? Because the buildings were closed or there was only half the staff there. So those types of things changed into a service offering that we had to jump up and meet the need of. And that's still happening today. Corporations are still trying to figure out how they're going to manage these, and maybe even ITADs are starting to dabble in it, but might not have it good enough. But there's an opportunity for ITADs in this room to go chase that away from the VARs that might be doing it. And these are big names, right? The big name VARs that just have the pieces of business. We're losing out on our old 30-point margins, right? That's not the day of today anymore. So it's where are you going to go get that service revenue that does provide that margin? It's to go chase down those opportunities that you can cross-sell and upsell on your customer.
Yeah, and I think we've had to, as ITADs, had to become more agile and more flexible to offer those solutions. And I think also that has challenges for us to make sure that we're doing it properly, to make sure that we have the right ERP systems to facilitate that, because it can be manual, and you can spend a lot of time, and it is very cost heavy for an ITAD industry to do that. But I think this is where we're going again. We often speak about evolution of the ITAD, and we're having to do that. We're having to do that to support our clients. We're having to do that to continue to support ourselves as an industry and, grow.
Where do partners, I'm going off script a little bit here, where do partners come in for some of that stuff? So, we've heard a lot about sort of last year, the buzzword was kind of ITAD 2.0, and we had an entire panel on partnership. We talked a lot about it this morning with John and Jennifer from HP and Miranda from Temu. But how do you guys lean on your partners to help you with, you talked about box programs, stuff like that. What role do they play, and how can they help you succeed in this market?
Yeah, we were talking about that in our last session that I was in. You have to be Switzerland in this industry. This isn't the way of the past where everybody went to their corners and we all fought it out over the RFPs, and whoever could win the business won the business, and that's all you did. This is quite a bit different nowadays. We're not your enemy. We might be better at one thing than you are, and you might be better at something that I'm not. And it's okay that we might share a customer. I know it sounds crazy, but these customers are also getting smarter. I'm finding more and more Fortune 100s that are using a distributed model of ITAD vendors. Right? They're allowing their VAR partner to jump in and say, oh, you offer a service. Well, we know that the VARs don't really offer ITAD, they sub it out, but nonetheless, we're seeing this distributed model go through. So partnership is inevitable in this business. If you don't have an imaging and deployment kind of section, if you don't have the tech knowledge or the staff, or maybe you don't even have the physical capabilities, find somebody that does, because you're missing that cross-sell to your customer. I'd rather grab 10 points on the override than no points and potentially lose entire business because I didn't sell my customer something new. So, Daryl, partnerships are critical.
Yeah, exactly, and they're also critical because there isn't one ITAD that's global, and I think we also have to think about carbon footprint. We have to think about sustainability. Is it sustainable for somebody in the US to fly over their engineers and fly over equipment to do data erasure in a company in the UK? It's not. It's costly and it's not sustainable, and it's not best practice. So use the partnership, look at who you're partnering with, and of course, yes, do all your carry out all your due diligences, making sure that they are who they say they are, that they have the right certifications, which is what we do, and then work with them, because a little bit of something is better than a little bit of nothing. And also what you're doing is you're doing a value add service to your client. So they're using the right people for the right reasons to ensure that they have full chain of custody that's very smooth and agile.
So looking ahead, right, let's let's play fortune teller, look into the crystal ball. What does a healthy ITAD market look like in, say, the 1 to 5 year range? And what are you doing, and what can others in this room begin to do to be a player in that sort of predicted world you're going to paint for us?
I don't believe that we are the ITAD of the past. I think we're more of the ITAM, not to be competitive with the other show, but to be competitive with the concept of we are no longer the end of life company, right? That's where I see us. We're no longer the end of life company. We're the life cycle. We're the IT asset management company. We're not the software. We're not that. We're a physical-based industry. We touch assets. We're not in the software space. Can you? Yes, you can dabble, and that's a whole different service ad you can put onto your business. But the true and through ITAD is we are a physical-based company, and that's never going to change. AI can't take it away from us. You can't move assets with AI. So you're always going to need that, and all corporations are going to want a third-party validation source as well for their data destruction. And whether they do it themselves once, we have so many customers that do their own data erasure, and then we do it a second time. I think that you're going to see us shift into an idea where we're going to look a little bit more like a services provider than we're going to look like an end-of-life company. We've already seen, if you think about it, we've already seen a dynamic shift between the scrap end-of-life and the ITADs, right? ITAD thought we were all the professional ones, and the scrap industry was the dirty ones, right? That's how we all thought. But then we realized, I think over the last 5 to 10 years, maybe we're a little closer than we thought. And you started to see that consolidation happen. And now you start to see the scrap dollars being invested into the U.S. companies. So now we're seeing ITAD companies start up that are back through the scrap dollars. So it's really interesting dynamic, and I think that will continue to change. No crystal ball here, but I think we work our way up the stream. We become a little bit more like a services provider than we do become like an end of life.
Yeah, and I agree. I think about what it was 25 years ago, and it was very much we waste. All ITAD you'd hear we waste, and it's you're the scrap merchant, you're the scrap, and so it's interesting to hear the change in the concepts. But yeah, it's through life cycle, circular economy. It's getting putting the assets back into the environment continually, and also finding a way to do that. Making sure that we're sticking to the right standards, that we're not putting assets back into the environment that shouldn't be in there. R2V3, we're looking after our clients, we're looking after the environment, but also what we're doing is we're making sure that we can break them down and we can put them in for use elsewhere if necessary. So I think it is, life cycle, and that's where we're evolving to. And I think it's exciting.
I'll add one thing. I had a really interesting conversation today with a gentleman around blockchain in this space. So my crystal ball tells me that blockchain might have something to do with this industry at some point. If you think chain of custody, blockchain's that literal chain of custody. And I think it will work its way into this space. Assets that go missing, and all the reports we see popping up on the internet, that won't be solved, right? Theft is theft. It won't be solved with blockchain, but I think that corporations could get behind it if you have automatic uploads to ServiceNow and all the other softwares. But keep an eye on it. I think it's interesting.
Great. Well, we've made it through the list of questions that I had for you. I'm sure there are more interesting questions from the audience, so I'm going to turn it over to you guys. Does anybody have any questions for Kevin and Sue? Yeah.
A lot of the theme through the show this last couple of days is education, collaboration, relationships, and then trust. What is it that we're doing to make sure that, I'm going to reference it as a metaphor, the David and Goliath kind of scenario. How much education are you providing before you feel like you're at risk as an ITAD? And how much collaboration are you doing before something goes away and you have to reinvent who you are again? We're seeing ITADs reinvent themselves. You're talking about scrap people becoming more ITADs, ITADs being backed by scrappers. We're seeing a lot of service providers becoming holistic in terms of having their own logistics, being able to do stuff on site together. where do you see that going in terms of conglomerating or collaborating the industry and becoming more monopolistic as opposed to a fragmented solution? Because I think that different groups coming together is a good solution, but educating more clients, you get the fear of they're just going to build it themselves, and then you just lost yourself out on an opportunity where your business was built on. So any feedback there would be kind of helpful.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that M&A is going to mess it up a lot. I've been through a few in my time, and I will tell you that M&A is the most difficult thing in business I've ever experienced. And I believe that will consolidate our industry, it'll screw it up, and then it'll allow people to spin off and build niche businesses that will be highly successful. If you think about logistics, and I'll give a great example of myself in that space, I scaled up a company to have over 15 trucks across 8 sites in the United States and running a hub and spoke model. Nah, it didn't work. Okay, so imagine we all start to get into that because we think, we can own the logistics. I don't need to partner. But then you build that out yourself, or you do partner, and then M&A brings you together, and they go, oh, this would be a great bolt-on. I think we all know that happened 10 years ago and failed, right? This is going to be a great bolt-on to my ITAD company. We'll just buy a logistics company, and it doesn't work. Well, then the next logistics provider is going to pop up and be niche to our industry. You look at a shipping provider that's out here that no one had heard of 10 years ago, and now they're dominating our industry as a niche provider specifically for global transport. Those didn't exist before. So I'm with you. I'm with you in the idea that consolidation of the industry through partnership is dangerous, but I also believe that it'll provide us an ability to learn more about ourselves and then spin off what we're good at. And maybe those are just employees. I've had that happen, where employees leave the company and they go start something because they knew you weren't good at it. And they were right. We weren't good at it. And they did better at it. And now they are standing alone being that service provider. So I don't know that it'll ever consolidate all the way through M&A, but I think M&A will be a good and bad thing for us all, providing the ability to do that. But you're right, there's bad actors in the industry, and you could partner with the wrong one. Next thing you know, they stole your customer. That could happen. It could happen. It has happened. But choose those relationships wisely, I think. Right? That's on us as leaders in our businesses to figure that out. But I share your sentiment with you, but I get more excited about seeing who's going to be the next amazing provider is something very specific in our space, and then we all glom onto that. Because if you think about the first data erasure companies that came out, now there's a dozen to choose from. So it's pure relationship now. Who do you want to choose out there in the space? So I look at that. That's a good example. And then you look at on-site logistics providers, same thing, right? We've got choices now where we didn't have choices before.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, I think you have to choose your partners wisely, make sure you're carrying out all the checks and due diligences. And there are going to be people that say, I could do better, I know what I'm doing, and they may have not come from the industry, but, we are experts. Not everybody's an expert. They may think they are, but they're not. And it's not saying that they couldn't be. But, it's very expensive to try and, build a business in our space. And there's people that have tried and people that have done it wrong. It's costly. There's legislations, regulations. And if you want to be the best, you have to pay for that. And that will take years. It takes years to build up trust. So just because you have 10 people that have left a business and say, we could all do that, we can do it better, they have to also build that trust. And they have to have the right certifications and qualifications and everything else. So that could take years, by which time, the whole landscape could change again. So I'm not saying that people won't do that, and of course they will. There's been many that have tried, many that have failed. And I think there's people that have been in this industry and businesses that have been in this industry long enough to keep their clients for the right reasons. And I go back to saying it's trust, integrity, and relationship.
I think too, sometimes it's worth considering if, not that you're ever willing to see a client go away, but sometimes there are clients that are worth going away, right? And, understanding where to invest your time and energy in that education and cultivating those relationships. Because if you're constantly chasing your tail to keep a client on the books, then it starts to change change the math on whether or not they're truly a profitable, going back to the idea of partner. Are they a partner, or are they a transactional piece of your business, right? And I think it's very different. So, anyone else? All right. Well, seeing none, we've got about 5 minutes left, so we'll donate that time back to you. You got 5 minutes to take a last zip through the exhibit hall if you want before that closes. Although secretly in the back of my mind, I imagine that there have been some booths that have started maybe 5 minutes early in their teardown. I want to give, I'd ask you all to give Sue and Kevin a round of applause for coming out and sharing their perspectives and their expertise. Thank you both.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you both for adding to the ITAD Summit. Thank you all for coming, and we'll see you tonight.